Hello everyone, welcome to the Salesforce course by Intellipaat. Jeff Bezos, in one of his early interviews, quoted that as a business, it's our everyday job to make the customer experience a little bit better. But how do companies try to achieve that in today's IT world? Well, the answer lies in something called Customer Relationship Management or CRM. And whenever you hear this, you will come across the term Salesforce. Salesforce is a CRM service provider that is currently being used by more than 1 lakh companies like Spotify, Amazon Web Services, Toyota, BMW, and many more. Considering the growth of Salesforce development has become one of the safest career choices moving ahead in 2025. With our free Salesforce developer course, we are going to help you get started with Salesforce. But before we do that, let us try and understand what exactly Salesforce is. Imagine running a t-shirt business. A loyal customer, let's call him Roy, frequently buys from you. He also attended your in-store event recently and has subscribed to your newsletters for product updates. He has raised one ticket about the product that was never delivered to him, and you have access to Roy's browsing data on your website. As a business, if you know all this data about Roy and other customers, then you have Customer 360 data, which you can use to make better decisions about marketing, sales, operations, and technical changes. Salesforce as a CRM helps you achieve that and puts customers at the center of your business. Having said that, let me now take you guys through the agenda for this Salesforce full course. We will start with an introduction to Salesforce. We will understand what it is and why it's such a powerful tool in today's business world. Next, we'll dive into what is CRM to see how Salesforce fits into the larger picture of managing customer relationships. Moving on, we'll take a look at the Salesforce application Flowchart, which will help you visualize how different components connect and interact within the platform. From there, we'll touch on object name and field name, a crucial aspect of organizing and customizing the data. Then we'll explore relationships in Salesforce, including lookup relationships, master detail relationships, and roll-up summary fields, which is the backbone of how data is structured and linked. Next, we'll discuss app personalization, which will give you insights into customizing the platform to meet your unique business needs. After personalization, we'll cover data import, focus on tools like the data import wizard, data loader, and Workbench for handling data efficiently. Then we'll dive into our next topic, security, where we'll cover object level, field level, and data level security, along with managing profiles, clone profiles, and creating new users. We'll also dive deeper into OWD, which is organization-wide defaults, manual sharing, permission sets, groups, roles, and sharing rules to secure your data effectively. Finally, we'll look at record types and page layout. And then we'll wrap it up with Salesforce interview questions to help you prepare for your next opportunity. So now, before we get started, hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to never miss any update from Intellipaat's YouTube channel.
Cloud computing technologies has exploded in popularity in recent years. Salesforce is one such technology that has had a significant impact on the computer world. Let us see how it all began. Customer Relationship Management (CRM) solutions used to be housed on a company's own server before Salesforce. Can you imagine how much money and effort it required for business to develop their own CRM systems? It used to take months, if not years, to set up, and the cost might easily reach millions of dollars. They were difficult to use even when they were set up. What is a reasonable answer to this problem? I'm sure you guessed it right. Creating affordable CRM software and delivering it as a service totally online. Salesforce has founded on this principle. Salesforce began as a software as a service company and has since evolved to become the world's 5th largest software company. So let's see, what is Salesforce. Salesforce is a cloud-based software as a service provider, which means it maintains an online application that customers can use. It is based on a subscription-based pay-as-you-go business model. Now let's check, how does Salesforce work. Customer 360 is the world's #1 CRM enabling digital processes for the new way of working by simplifying communications and information exchange between customers, teams, and partners. It provides tools that brings all teams together around a single shared view of client data on an integrated platform, including marketing, sales, commerce, service, and IT. How? Companies can fix customer issues faster because they have a holistic perspective of each consumer. It also reduces communication redundancy and enables highly tailored interactions. Now let's check what are the different certifications for Salesforce. There are various certifications for getting certified in Salesforce like Salesforce Administrator, Salesforce App Builder, Salesforce Developer, Salesforce Platform Developer. So let's check what are the different benefits of Salesforce. Number 1, Salesforce allows you to go from idea to app in the shortest amount of time. Salesforce customers generally say that it's unique for 3 major reasons: fast, easy, and effective. Because Salesforce is hosted in the cloud, your staff may access it from any computer with an internet connection. Salesforce is also cost effective, especially when you consider its extensive feature set. Salesforce is suitable for both startups and small businesses. Now let's see the salary prospects of a Salesforce professional in India. An entry-level Salesforce developer with less than 1 year of experience can expect to make an average total salary of Rs 3 lakh per annum, while an experienced Salesforce developer with 10 to 19 years of experience gets an average total salary of 14 lakh per annum. In the US, an entry-level Salesforce developer with less than 1 year of experience can expect to make an average total compensation of $65,000, while an experienced Salesforce developer with around 10 to 19 years of experience gets an average total salary of $116,000.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce certification course for administrator and app builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.
So we are here for learning Salesforce, correct? Now, when I say Salesforce, what is your idea about Salesforce? So CRM is customer relationship management. If I have to ask you, what is CRM? What will be your response? Is CRM a concept? Is CRM a technology? Okay, that is Salesforce is a SaaS and a cloud-based tool. But my question was, what is CRM? And people said that CRM is a software, CRM is a technology. But when you have so CRM is not at all a tool again. So CRM, customer relationship management, is just a concept. It's a set of rules. That's it. Okay. And if you develop a software which supports all those rules, which helps you to work on all those rules, okay, then you call that particular software as a CRM software. Is that clear? Okay, what does CRM do? Let's look at it with an example. Okay, let's look at it with an example. All right. So let me just pick up few names over here. I'm just picking up a couple of names. Okay, so I just pick up two names. So I'll just say I have two people. One is Darshini and I have Divakar. Okay, Darshini and Divakar. Now, I am going, since all of you guys are from India and I don't have any people from US or anywhere, so we can happily use Indian company names as examples. So let's say Darshini and Divakar are both Airtel customers, and Darshini is with Airtel for last 68 months, and then Divakar is with Airtel for last 37 months. Okay, and both of them are paying, let's say, 699 a month. Okay, they're paying rupees 699 a month. Now they're getting, their connection is good, their data is a little less, but still they are managing it. And then their connectivity is good, their download speeds, upload speeds, they are also decent, so nothing to complain about. So their life is going smooth with Airtel. But then suddenly Geo comes in and disrupts everything. They say they have a pack of 749 where if they get everything as X, they say Geo is giving you 1.5 times the X, 1.5X. So if they get 100 Mbps over here, they get 150 Mbps over here. If they get 100 messages over here, they get 150 messages over here, like that. Okay. So now, along with this 1.5X, they are getting two OTT channels free. Okay. They say that they get two OTT channels free. This causes an interest with Darshini and Divakar. This causes an interest with Darshini and Divakar, and then they wanted to switch to Airtel. Sorry, they wanted to switch to Jio. So both Darshini and Divakar places a cancellation request with Airtel. What happens as soon as Darshini and Divakar places the cancellation request? Can someone tell me? How
Want to
will they
read?
give? How will they give? Will they walk into Darshini and Divakar's houses and start giving? But when you are, see, when you have made up your mind to move, you don't even read emails from Airtel anymore, right? They don't do that. They do it in another way. How will they reach Darshini and Divakar is my question. They will call. See, and if they send an SMS, they send an email, they send a WhatsApp message, nobody cares. Okay, only thing that they get is a call. So where will they get the call? They get the call from the Airtel call center. Correct? Do you agree? So in Airtel call center, you have a special team. You call it as a retention team, and once you have the retention
Correct.
team, they'll call it from there. Okay. Now, now once you get a call from the call center, once you get a call from the call center, they will ask, why are you planning to leave? What is the problem? Why are you planning to leave? What is the problem? Is there some problem with the services? Now, Darshini and Divakar are very clear that there is no problem with, absolutely no problem with any services with Airtel. Only problem is that they are not getting what Jio is offering. So now Airtel starts offering various things for Darshini and Divakar. So now my question is, will both Darshini and Divakar get the same set of offers or will they be different? So the loyalty part of this makes a major role over here. So Darshini gets certain offers, Divakar gets certain offers. So Divakar is going to get some other offers, and that is a different thing. But let's look at what Darshini is being offered. So these guys say that, okay, fine, don't worry about Airtel. We are going to give you another thing. So instead of 799, okay, if you go in for 799, we are not giving you 2x, we are going to give you 2x, and we are going to give you two OTT free. We are going to give you one OTT channel free and then two OTTs at 50%. Okay, if you are more interested, you can go in with 849, where you get 2.5x of your whatever you're getting. You're going to get two OTTs free, and then you're going to get four OTTs at 50%. Or you go for 899, okay, you get 2.5x, and then you get four OTTs, you get two OTT free and six OTT at 50% off. Now, another thing is, if you go with this and you sign in a contract for 48 months, you get, we'll give you an iPhone 14 along with this. So these are the offers that are given to Darshini, and Divakar also will get some offers, but they may not be exactly these. Okay. So, all right. Now, what happens is Darshini picks up this particular plan, and then the call center agent tells Darshini that you can get the phone in two ways. If we have to give you the phone, you have to first sign the contract. So to sign the contract, we need your ID proof, address proof, and then you got to sign the documents. We'll share the documents in email. You got to print them out, sign them, then you got to scan them and then send it back to us along with self-attested copies of your ID cards. Or you can walk down to an Airtel store. You can walk down to an Airtel store, and then you can uh, sign the documents over there also, and then pick up the things. Okay. So now, so now Darshini picks up favors to go to stores. So Darshini goes into the store, meets the store manager. So now, how will store manager pull out Darshini's data? Can someone tell me? Existing database, but see, how that store manager knows that the person who came in is Darshini and he has to pull out her data? On what basis will he do that? It's her mobile number. Mobile number is the one. Now, once we get this mobile number, once the store manager gets the mobile number, he picks up the he picks up the he opens up once he opens up the details of Darshini. Will that store manager see the interaction details between Darshini and the retention agent? Yes or no? So the store manager will be able to see the interaction details and say, hey, you did a very good you got a very good option, but I have a better option than this. So you opted for 899, try to pay another 50 more. Okay, try to pay another 50 more. So instead of 899, you go for 949 and you get everything at 3x. This is my offer. You don't get it from the call center agents. You get two OTT free, and then okay, you get three OTT free, and then you get six OTTs at 50% off, and you sign a contract for 48 months. I'll give you an iPhone 14 Pro. Or if you sign a contract for 60 months, I'll give you an iPhone 15 Pro. So this is the offer that the store manager gives to Darshini. And then the store manager also says you can include 15 rupees per month for 60 months, and your phone will be covered for insurance for 60 months or 48 months, whatever is the plan. Or you can get 50% discount. Okay, you get 50% discount on screen protector, and you get 60% discount. You get 60% discount on phone case. So these are the offers that are given to Darshini. So Darshini picks up whatever the offers that she wants. She buys whatever she wants, and then she goes home, starts using the phone. Now, once Darshini goes home, once Darshini goes home, she starts using the phone, and it's time to pay the bill. So Darshini can pay the bill by walking to the store, paying cash over there, or swiping her card, or she can drop a check at the store, or she can mail the check. Along with that, what are the other ways she can pay the bill? Online. So when Darshini goes online, will she see her data or will she be seeing all the others' data also? Yeah. Now my question is, when the call center looked at Darshini, when call center called up Darshini, they had information about Darshini. When the store manager pulled out Darshini's data, store manager has all the data. When Darshini had logged online, she also had all the data. So where is that? It is all sitting in one central database. It's sitting in one database over here. All right. This is sitting in one central database, and everybody who looks at this, everybody who is looking at this has got access to this. So the call center agent is accessing this. The the store manager is accessing the same database, right? And when Darshini logs online, even Darshini will access the same database. Okay. So now, when you look at this whole thing, the data is there in the database. See, if you look at this whole scenario, okay, if you look at this whole scenario, see, when Darshini and Divakar had put up the cancellation request, immediately an alert has gone to the retention team. That is the first thing. Secondly, when the retention team is talking to Darshini, they are getting offers. They're generating the offers. It's not that the call center representatives are giving it. They are shown to them so that they can talk to Darshini and give the offers. Now, if you look at this, okay, now when you come to the store manager part, store manager looks at this offer which is 899, and he's trying to sell a better I don't say better product, a higher. a higher value product. Okay, store manager is planning to sell a higher value product to Darshini. So if you look at it, instead of 899, he is trying to sell a 949 product, which is iPhone 14 Pro, which is a higher value product. Okay, this is called as upsell. So this is an upsell offer. Similarly, you pay for 48 months, get a iPhone 14 Pro, or pay for 60 months, you're further upselling it to 12 more months, and you're giving in a better or better packaged or a better version phone is what you can call, right? And then he's trying to sell insurance. Insurance is not a part of the phone, but it is for the phone. Okay, similarly, he's trying to give 50% discount on screen protectors, which is for the phone. 60% discount on phone case, which is for the phone. So these kind of things where you sell products which are related to the phone, but not anything beyond that. Okay, those kind of selling is called cross sell. Okay, offers, upsell, cross sell, all these are taken care of. Then birthdays and other things, you get messages. Now, whatever the interaction that is happening, okay, whatever the interaction that is happening, saving that interaction, okay, you call it as transaction history. So the history is also being managed. Okay, now who is doing all this stuff? Who is doing it? Or who is supporting all this stuff? That is what the most important thing is. So that is where we have something called as so all these are CRM actions. Okay, these are all the activities that you perform as a part of customer relationship management, and these are all managed by the software. And in our case, it is going to be Salesforce. Now my question is, who is the focal point over here? So here, if you look at this, all these are managed by the CRM software. And when can you call a person as a customer? Let's not make our lives complicated. So you can call a person as a customer if and only if he pays for your product or services. Clear? So now, when you look at this, your customer is the most important person in this discussion. So there is more to it, which we shall see. Is that fine?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce certification course for administrator and app builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.
Let's continue. When will you be calling a person as your customer? So when a person procures or when a person pays for your when your person pays for your services or for your product, that's, you will call that person as a customer. Correct? Is that clear? Now, let us continue with this example. I have one question for you guys. Okay, let's say we discussed that Airtel is the company which we have which we are looking at. Okay, so in 2020, let's assume 2020, Airtel has got 100,000 customers, and in 2021, Airtel has got another 100,000 customers. Okay, so like this till 2024, Airtel is doing a fantastic customer service, and then Airtel is doing fantastic customer service, and then Airtel is maintaining its customer base as it is. Airtel is maintaining its customer base as it. Now, my question is, what happens or what is happening with Airtel? Okay, as you look at this, it has got 100,000 customers here, it has got 100,000, it has got 100,000. So it's all 100,000 customers, not even one customer less, not even one customer more. It is managing all the customers effectively, that it is maintaining the customer base. So when you have this customer base like this, is the company doing excellent, or is the company doing fantastic, or is the company doing bad, or what do you think is the company's so if the customers are not increasing, does it mean that it is not doing well? See, customers are not even decreasing. Why are you forget about company can acquire their base or whatever is it, customer base or anything. Why do you think that company is not doing good? Decreasing. It's neither decreasing. That's what I'm trying to question. No, there is no limit as such. So the customer base is not increasing. When the customer base is not increasing, what is the reason? Or so this company is doing bad. So let me prove that why this company is not doing good. Okay, let's say this is number of customers. Okay, and average service price is, let's say, 200. I'm taking it for example, average service price is 200, and then out of this 200, 50% will go for salaries. Okay, 20% will go for 20% will go for maintenance. All right, now coming back, profit is here. So when you look at it, total revenue, we are just taking a imaginary number, guys. So just to show you now, total revenue is equal to this into this. Okay, so 50% of it goes to salaries is equal to this into zero point 0.5, which is this much, is equal to this into 0.20, which is this. Now profit is equal to total revenue minus this plus this. So at the outset, this is the balance. Now, or let's not put 50% as salaries, let's just say salaries. 20% is not, we'll just put it as maintenance. So with the revenue earned, 20 million is the revenue. So 6 million is the profit that you're seeing here. Now, every year, you don't increase your customer pricing, right? You don't increase your price every year. So March has come, so we are increasing our thing. So maybe for 3 years, 4 years, they will increase your charges. They will not increase your charges on a yearly basis, right? So the charge remains same, but if you look at this, will the employees work for the same salary every month, every
No.
year? Will
No.
the employees work for the same salaries? So here the maintenance goes up to 60% now. Okay, maintenance from 20% is going up to 30% now. Maintenance is going up to 30% now. So the profit margin has gone down. Okay, now again, the next year, so if you look at this, next year, this will go up by another 5%. This will go up by another 5%. Okay, okay, we'll just say 0.7. Okay, so if you look here, this has gone down. So if I drag this down like this, even keeping salaries like this, maintenance, if I increase by another 0.4%, see, if I increase this to 8%, every year these things increases, but right from second year itself, it is going in negatives. Correct. Every year, Airtel itself is paying money from its pocket. Why? Why is it happening? Because the customer base is same, but their expenses are increasing year on year. Is it not a standard scenario with everybody? It's a standard scenario. So to make sure that everybody are in profits, I have to ensure that I need to increase my customer base. I cannot go to my customer every year and say, hey, I have to increase my maintenance charges and I have to increase my maintenance charges and I have to increase my employee salaries. I'm increasing your tariff by another 100 rupees. Airtel cannot say like that, right? It has to offset that particular expense by increasing the number of customers. Do you agree? So, how am I going to work on that increasing the customer base? How am I going to work on increasing the customer base? Okay, so before we go to the next step, I need your help, guys. See, I am using my laptop, which is a Mac. So for me, I'm facing bit of issues with Mac. So I want to switch to Windows laptop. Okay, Windows laptop. So I am planning for a Windows laptop. I need your suggestion. So I don't want any Mac, or I don't want a Surface or a Chromebook. I don't want a Chromebook, or yeah, I don't want these three things, but you can suggest me any other Windows operating system laptop, any other company. Will you be able to help me with some of the brands which you are using? Lenovo. Yeah, ThinkPad has been sold to Lenovo. That's why it became Lenovo. IBM were the manufacturers of ThinkPad, so that brand has been sold to Lenovo. Like the corporates have got those ThinkPads, you don't outside to buy. That's the only issue. Pads are not available outside. Right. Any other laptops, guys? Anybody? Even if someone has, if someone wants me to buy HP, they can second it, so that the brand that gets most, I will try to buy that. Yeah. Okay. I'll pick up the names. Okay. HP. Okay. Lenovo. Okay. Dell. Okay. Dell. Okay. HP. All right. So this is not going to end here. Now, why did you guys told me only HP? Why did you guys tell me? My question is, why did you not suggest me a Samsung or an Asus or an Acer, or why did you not suggest me any of these laptops? Have you got any personal issues with do you have any personal issues with any of this Samsung or Asus or Acer or anything? But the big question over here is, why is their service not good? Okay, so we'll come to that later. We'll come to that later. Okay, I'll tell you why. Okay, the reason why none of you have told these four things is because of their service. Because most of you who told HP, Lenovo, or may not be knowing that there exists a company called Samsung, or there exists a company called Toshiba. Okay, most of you guys don't know that. Am I correct? So I have to correct you over here, Divakar. HP and Dell are not old. Lenovo and Toshiba are almost like contemporaries. They are there right from the beginning of the laptop era. Okay, they are there from the beginning of the laptop era. Okay, the reason why we are looking at Lenovo Dell is because when you open a newspaper, you see a full page ad of HP laptop. When you see billboard, at least in US, you see a big Lenovo advertisement. Okay, if it is a back to school time, you see Dell advertisement. You open YouTube, there were a lot of advertisements on Lenovo Yoga. If you open the if you open YouTube again, or some Instagram pages, you have HP directly attacking the Mac, saying that Mac only has one C-type port, whereas Mac HP has got a lot of ports for a lot of inputs. Right, so they do very, what do you call, not vigorous, it is more so they do a very huge marketing, they have a lot of marketing strategies. So because of these marketing strategies, what happens is, whether you like it or not, knowingly or unknowingly, it stays in our back of mind. It stays in our back of mind that if I need a laptop, I HP, Lenovo, Dell. Also, there is a first movers advantage. There is a first movers advantage, which is being enjoyed by Sony in music systems or in their TV systems. Okay, okay. So that is with the Sony in for terms of, and the same case with Samsung phones. If you look at the TV ads, the amount of ads that Samsung gives you versus Apple iPhone ads, you don't you see so many Samsung ads which is pushing you to buy a Samsung. Okay, so that's where you have to make sure that your company makes people aware of the products it makes, and it should be done in such a way, that it should get registered at the back of the mind of the people. It should get registered at the back of the mind of the people. Only then we call this marketing as a we call the marketing as a success. So now you're influencing the people. First of all, you're influencing the people in such a way that when you think about a product, that product name will come strike your mind. That's what it happened. So now coming back to HP and Dell, I would like to try both. So I walked into a Dell store. Okay, I walked into a Dell store, and or I walked into a HP store for that matter. I see couple of salesperson standing in one corner of the shop, and they are talking to themselves. They did not really bother that I entered in. They have few laptops put on the counter where I go to each laptop. I check their RAM, their memory size, their hard disk, their processor, all these things I will check, and then I'll go to the other one. So I check all these I'll check all the configurations of each machine, and I'll identify one machine that is suitable for my requirement. Fine, I have identified. Okay, I have identified the product. Then I went to a Dell store. As soon as I went to a Dell store, one person comes to me, greets me, and asks me what is that I'm looking for. And then that person asks me, what is the reason why I need this laptop? And once I explain him the requirement of the laptop, he will suggest ABC Dell products, saying that this is good for you, this has this additional features, this is good for you, this has this additional features, this is good for you, this has this additional features, and the service is, they're guaranteed for so many years, warranted for so many years. So those things have been explained to me. Now, once I get to know all these things, whatever is the HP laptop that I looked at, the same thing is costing me couple of thousands more in Dell. So now, what would be your buy? Will you buy HP where you were never served with anything, nobody really bothered about you, or you pay that extra 2000, and then you'll pay that additional 2000 and you will buy the Dell laptop? Tell me, guys. I will go and buy from Dell for by paying the additional 2000 rupees. See, it is as simple as this. Your first impression is the best impression. So when I went into HP, I never got any good impression on that HP thing. Correct? But when I went into a Dell, okay, but when I went into my Dell, I am having a lot of good things, right? Is that clear, guys? Everybody? Now, the reason which made me buy Dell is my sales experience. Do you agree? Yes or
Yes.
no? If I, even though HP is offering me the same thing at a couple of thousand less price, I preferred to pay that little bit premium and went to buy a Dell because my sales experience was a good one over there. My sales experience was a good one over there. Right. Now, even though your marketing is good, your sales is good, if your service experience is bad, if your service experience is bad, then in that case you will lose customers also, because the word of mouth publicity is more important, where people who are having, what do you call, service experience, they feel to refer more customers. Okay, if you have any problem, they are there to take care. So three things are very important to acquire customers. What is that first one? First one is marketing, the second one is sales, and the third one is service. So generally, almost all the CRM products, including Salesforce, are providing marketing, sales, and service applications. Okay, so if you get a Salesforce license, okay, if you get a Salesforce license, right? If you get a Salesforce license, you will not, okay, if you get a Salesforce license, you will get basic feature access to marketing application, sales application, and service application. Okay, you will get basic access to sales application, service application, and sales applications. So now, if you want to only work on marketing, you have to buy marketing cloud license. If you want to only buy sales, if you want to only work on sales processes, you got to buy sales license. If you only want to work on service, you will buy service. You understood this point over here? So now, see, if you look at this, I said Salesforce is providing all these things for us. So now, when I say Salesforce is providing you marketing, sales, and service, why are we still calling this as a customer relationship management? See, only after completing these two steps, the person becomes a customer. Do you agree? Yes or no? So, only after we complete these first two steps, the person is going to become your customer. Only then you can do some service. So, in fact, if you look at this, customer service applies, or the word customer relationship management is apt only for the service application, but still we are calling it as Salesforce CRM. Why? The reason behind it is not today, but the reason goes back to early or mid 1990s. Okay, so I'll give you an example. Okay, let's say in US, I'm taking this example from US, guys. So what happens is, in US, if suppose you have an insurance, okay, so what you have to do, you have to call up the 1-800 number of that insurance company. So you want to raise a claim with for your insurance in US, and this is, I'm talking about 1995, 94, 95 time frame. Okay, so you have to call up the 1-800 number. Once you call the 1-800 number, the person on the other side, after a wait, will pick up the phone and he will ask you for your social security number. That is like our Aadhaar card. Okay. Now they'll go into system, they'll log into a system one. Why? Because they want to get your client ID or customer number. They'll get a client ID from this system one. Okay, they'll get client ID from this system one. All right. Now, using your social security number, the person will pick up the client ID. Then the call center representative will switch to system number two. They log into system number two, where they will use this client ID to pull out policy list. So once they pull out the policy list, the person will ask you which policy you want to claim. So you will give a policy detail. So from this policy list, he will get the policy number. So then he will go to system number three. In system number three, they will try to identify number of claims for that policy. Okay, they'll identify the number of claims for that policy. Once they know how many number of claims that are there, they will go to system 4 to raise claim. Okay, they'll go to number 4 to raise the claim. So how many applications did the call center agent go? The call center agent has gone to 4 different applications. So it used to take at least 1 hour to 1.5 hour to raise a claim. Okay, so they used to go through so many. They used to go through so many things, and then they used to finally serve the customer. That's what it is. Now, this is all done by call center. So this is all done in the call center. Do you agree? So this call center process is being observed. This call center process is being observed by a gentleman from Oracle. His name is Thomas Siebel. Okay, his name is Thomas Siebel, and he is observing all this and looking at the business that is there. Thomas Siebel had put forth a proposal with Larry Ellison of Oracle, because Thomas Siebel is an exec in Oracle. He had put forth a request or a case for building the first CRM app. But for some reason, Larry Ellison did not buy the logic which is being projected to launch that, to project it to get the funding. So Larry Ellison negated that proposal, and then Thomas Siebel was very confident on his idea. So he he quit his job in Oracle, and he started his own company called as Siebel. Okay, he started his company called Siebel Software Systems Inc. in Redwood Shores, California. So if you go to the place where Oracle's office is there, this Siebel Systems office is bang opposite to Oracle. Okay, and he started developing this application. Now, what he has observed over here is, see, there are 4 systems. A lot of time is being wasted in logging in to the system, then pulling out the data. That is the first time waste. The second thing that has been observed by this person is that, like, the people have to click a lot of save buttons, and then if something has to be typed, they have to explicitly go and click new, and they have to click explicitly save button. So clicking the buttons is taking a lot of time. So to avoid click of buttons, Thomas Siebel introduced shortcut keys. I'm talking about 94 kind of a time frame, guys. I'm talking between 94 96. So that time shortcuts are a luxury. Now, if you look at this, the other thing is something beyond luxury, is what I can say. So they have this Control S to save, Control N for new, Control C to copy, Control V to paste, okay, Control X to cut. All those shortcut keys are available inside an application, which is something new to the people at that particular point in time. Now, along with this, he introduced something known as implicit save. What do I mean by implicit save? See, in MS Office, in this MS Office 365 is offering something like autosave. When you type the word and go without you explicitly pushing the save button, it gets autosaved. Okay, it gets autosaved. So during that time in 94-95 time frame, you type a line and push the enter. When it comes the next line, this entire thing would have saved. Okay, this entire thing would have saved. All right, so that is called as implicit save. You don't actually need to save anything. You don't actually need to save anything. Is that clear? So these two were there, and around 94, 95 time frame, Thomas Siebel released the first version of Siebel, and they called it as because this is meant for call center. They called it as Siebel Call Center. They called it as Siebel Call Center. Okay. So people started buying the product, and then lot of demand was there for the product. So any changes that needs to be done to the Siebel call center applications to meet the requirements of the customers, Siebel used to take those requests and they used to do it for different things. But as the days passed by, it became very difficult for them to address the question. So around 98 kind of a time frame, around 97, 98, they started something called as Siebel University. So the sole job of Siebel University, okay, the sole job of Siebel University is to sell Siebel training. How to modify Siebel, how to customize Siebel, how to configure Siebel, all that explanation was the responsibility of Siebel University. So that's where I've got an opportunity in the year 2001 to work with Siebel University as one of their trainers. So I started off my US career. So I was there in job from 96. So I started my first job in 1996, and then I was there in India till 2001. So in 2001 beginning, I moved to US, and then I joined Siebel University over there as their corporate. They used to call them as consultants, corporate consultants. So I was one of their corporate consultant to help people get acquainted with Siebel. So this went in, and then because of this year 2000, there is a Y2K issue that was there, and a lot of people got jobs on that Y2K. And also at the same time, around that Silicon Valley, there were a lot of people who were banking on. There were a lot of people who were banking on something called as dot com. So in the year 2000, there was a lot of dot com boom. Okay, so from the time it has been launched, there is another person who is closely watching how this entire thing is getting developed. And that person is name is Mark Benioff. Okay, this person is also from Oracle. He is observing this entire thing at the market that it captured, and then he don't want to miss that dot com bus, so he came in and he started his own. So because it's based on call center, at that point in time they used to call it as Siebel CRM. So in the same lines of the Siebel call center, Mark Benioff had come up with called sfdc.com to be in the business of .com. But he said that it is almost like an application which we these days we are calling it as cloud based application. He was a visionary at that time, and he started telling people, you don't need to do anything, we are going to do it. Your software is mine, you don't need to buy it. The software, Siebel software, is very expensive, you have to buy it, you have to put it in your local servers. Whereas Mark Benioff advertises that you don't need any software, you just need an internet connection. We'll give access to the system. Though at that point in time, it's still not software as a service. Okay, it is in that model, but it is still not software as a service. Okay, and then people never really trusted Mark Benioff at that time, because what he is telling is, you give your data to me, I'm going to safeguard it. Data is the asset, or it is like gold for the company. They don't want to reveal their data and other things. But slowly, there were a lot of changes in the hardware industry. There were a lot of changes in the hardware industry, because of which the network speeds have been tremendously increased, and new protocols were coming in. When they started off this dot com, in the dot com boom, it's only www.sfdc.com. Okay, then new protocols have come in. New protocols have come in, which moved, okay, which moved www out of sync, and so www gave way to http. HTTP gave way to https. So when the advent of this https and the increased speed in the networks, people slowly started believing Mark Benioff and then his company sfdc.com. And also there were a large amount of problems or wrong steps taken by Thomas Siebel between 1994 and 2004. Okay, between 1994 and 2004, there were a lot of wrong things that were taken up by, there were a number of wrong things that were taken up by, or misdeeds is what you can call, which were done by Thomas Siebel. And then slowly people stopped going with new licenses were not being sold, and Salesforce started picking up the new clients. So eventually, new clients were not coming. The share value of Siebel had gone down, and in the year 2006, Oracle has acquired Siebel. Okay, so Oracle acquired Siebel in 2006, and then Siebel University, Siebel University had become, it has become Oracle University. It had become Oracle University. So we moved in from Siebel to Oracle. No change for us. We were still doing the same training, but under the new name called Oracle University. And then in the year 2007, okay, Oracle started looking at the way Salesforce is offering its solution, and then it wanted a comparison between Salesforce and Siebel. So Siebel had come up with its .com version, which you call it as Siebel CRM on demand.com. So they used to call it as Siebel CRM on demand.com. So I was asked to do a POV, a point of view, with sfdc.com. So this was in the year 2007. That was when my first experience with Oracle had come into the. And then I was, after this, I submitted that POV, and I was with Oracle for another year, I believe. So I think in 2008, Oracle, and I moved into a different company. And from 2008, I am with that company. And with 2008, I'm with that company even till date. And I was a kind of an individual contributor a, from a trainer or a training consultant to a training senior con, principal con, and right now I'm at a executive level doing my trainings for fun. So 90, 96 to 2024, this is my journey along with Salesforce. All right, so my journey has intertwined with the journey of Siebel CRM, or the CRM per se, because they used to call it as Siebel CRM. That Siebel CRM, the CRM word is still with Salesforce, Salesforce CRM. Okay, earlier it was Dynamics CRM, but slowly they removed the name, and they made it as MS Dynamics. Okay. Now, Salesforce also has let go the word Salesforce CRM, SFDC, Salesforce CRM. Now they are only Salesforce. They are no longer being called as a Salesforce CRM. Is that clear, guys?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce certification course for administrator and app builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.
Suppose if I have a plan like this, okay, if I complete these three things, say if I say that these are the three topics that I've cleared in today's class, got it? Now that's self-explanatory, correct? But actually speaking, I'm going to explain each and every single line of this while I'm writing it. So it's something like this. I will teach you how to swim, right? I'll tell you all the tips and tricks. Butterfly stroke, backstroke, front stroke, whatever the strokes that are there, I'll teach you all of them. How much you practice is what makes you either a winner or a loser over there. Okay, so my class will be 100% dedicated to give you the best content that is required for you to get into a job after you complete my course. Now, once I complete my class, it's up to you to practice that. If you don't practice it, it's a big issue, right? So we are going to do it. That's what. There are no tools. It's just an application where you're going to do it. Okay, I'm showing you something on the screen. You see this? This is the old tool. So it says no software. You don't need any software. We haven't covered anything. We did not do anything. We are yet to start the session. There were few questions and other things that were there, so that's where we were just discussing on those things. So we will also do that, and then we will continue with the session. All right. So let me close this. I don't need to save anything over here. So let's continue, guys. All of us are here to talk about or to discuss about Salesforce admin and app builder. Okay, so when I am talking about Salesforce, we need to understand what is Salesforce. So Salesforce falls under the class of products called as CRM. CRM stands for Customer Relationship Management. Okay, so this is what we call CRM as, and Salesforce predominantly was a CRM, and its intent is to help the customers. So if I have to put it in straight line, you will use CRM. Okay, you will use CRM and do all that is necessary to keep a customer happy. So when you keep your customer happy, the customer will in turn keep you in business. So what do I mean by this? When like let's say you are having a mobile connection and you're having some problems with that mobile connection, or let's say you have a TV and it has got some issues. Unfortunately, it is you're facing some issues. So when you face some issues, if the service personnel from that TV company comes to you very promptly, addresses the issues that you have, and then rectifies those things, right? Definitely later on, if you want to upgrade your television set to a newer television, you will definitely go with the previous brand because you know that their service is very good and you're in safe hands. You about how the service is going to be there in case if there are any issues, right? So that's why if you keep your customer happy, the customer is going to keep you in business. If you feel that the particular company is not really doing a good service, they are not responding to you, they are not attending on time, they are not giving a very good service, so definitely for the time being you'll stick with that particular product, but when there is a chance to change the product, definitely you will not buy the same product once again. Is that correct? Yes or no? So now, when you are looking at customer relationship management, till now, I'm telling you're going to keep your customer happy. But when there is a person, okay, when there is a person, when can you call that person as your customer? My question was, you have a person, let's say this is Prashant. Okay, so when can I call Prashant as my customer? Prashant is going to be your customer, correct? When Prashant buys a product, when Prashant buys a product, then Prashant is called as your customer, right? Now, suppose there is a company and that company is selling laptop. Okay, there is a company and that company is selling laptop. All right. Now, or let's say we'll take why take a Intellipaat is there. Okay. So now, okay, so all the things revolving around the advertisements. Okay, so when you're looking at advertisements, there are different kinds of advertisements for your products. There are different kinds of advertisements for your products. You may be having billboards like the banners, the hoardings, whatever you put there. You can have TV commercials, you can have radio jingles, a lot of things are there. And these things don't come for free. So when you say advertisement, you have to spend some money for that. So you need to have some budget. How much budget you have given for banners? How much budget you have given for TV commercial? How much budget you have put in for radio advertisement? So all these things they are to be managed. So there should be some kind of an application that manages all these things. So that application is called as marketing application. And this is one application that is given to you by Salesforce for a license fee. Now, when you do marketing, okay, when you do marketing, you are not getting customers. Okay, keep that in mind. Marketing is meant for making people aware of your product. The marketing is making people aware of your product. But yeah, so it's for attracting the customers, it's for educating the customers about your products. But when you speak, so Sarthak, let's not get into that piece right now. So let's keep quiet at that point. So now, at this point in time, the marketing done by Intellipaat had made you aware that there is a course which is Salesforce with Intellipaat, and you're interested in that. You have gone through the websites. You have seen the reviews. All those things are there. Now, you don't directly go and pay the fee, but before you will call up someone in Intellipaat, some support person you will call up to understand when is the batch beginning, all those details, right? So when someone has called Intellipaat, if the salesperson is not very responsive, he says, "Yeah, we haven't decided on the date yet. Please call us after 2 weeks." Or if the guy says, "Okay, we are going to start one batch next week. Please leave your number and then we'll call you." And when you ask for the fee, well, we'll let you know once the batch begins. So if that response is not very positive, and if the response is not very cordial, and it is lukewarm in nature, in that case you don't feel like joining Intellipaat. The sales pitch should be equally good, it should be equally ambient, so that you will be further interested to pay the fee and then join the classes delivered by Intellipaat. Correct? So that is where the Salesforce application offers you sales application. Okay, Salesforce offers you the sales application. Now, what is the use of sales? What is the use of sales? Sales application will define how the sales process runs. Okay, will define how the sales process runs. Let's say, for example, I'll give you a simple example. Okay, this is this is a kind of a this is linked with Intellipaat, but again, this is something like an imaginary example. Okay, let's say, for example, has seen the advertisements and he has put in a request for someone to call him. And since Intellipaat works in a 24 by 7 manner, where Intellipaat supports the Europe customers, Intellipaat supports US customers, Intellipaat supports India customers, instead of sending the request of a callback to an Indian salesperson, if it sends it to some person who works in American time zone, and that person looks at that and calls up at midnight, it doesn't make sense, right? So there should be some rules, there should be some process in place where it should be identified as a requester from India, so he should be assigned to someone from India who can call him in Indian time and then speak to him, but not to a person who is working in Australian time zone. So if it goes to an Australian time zone person, it is 4.5 hours before, and then that guy calls in early morning 3 o'clock. It doesn't really make any sense at all. So there should be some kind of a process to be put in place which makes the sales experience a very satisfying and a seamless one. So that's where Salesforce offers a sales application. Now, once the sale is done, the payment is done, then you are going to become a customer, and then you are entitled to use the service facility for any kind of an issue that you have with your product or service. Let's say, for example, you purchased a laptop and you see you're getting a couple of blue screen of deaths. Immediately you will call up the call center of that particular company, and then the people will sit with you over the phone. They'll ask you to do some checks, and then they identify that there is a problem with the RAM, and they say that within 24 hours a salesperson will walk in, sorry, a service person will come down to your place, and they're going to get that particular RAM replaced. Okay, so if that is a kind of an experience, definitely you would love that. Even though you are getting some problems, you would love that they are helping you out to quickly solve that kind of an issue. So that's where, to track the entire service piece of your request, then Salesforce gives you a service application, and this service application ensures that your entire end-to-end service flow is taken care of. Okay, so these are the three applications that you get by default whenever you have any Salesforce application, a generic Salesforce application. If you request for a generic Salesforce application license, default you get marketing, sales, and service basic set of applications. You will only have basic set of functionalities. You won't have any advanced functionalities. Are we clear? So now we discussed about Salesforce being a customer relationship management application, but it not only serves customers, it also helps companies to acquire customers through marketing, acquires not customers, it helps people understand that there is a product and educates the people about your product. The sales application helps you to acquire new customers, and then service helps the customers in case they have any issues. That's how it works. Okay, so let's keep this over here. Let's keep it over here like this. We are going to deviate a little bit. Okay, we are going to deviate a little bit from here. Okay, and then we will discuss about one simple example. Okay, this is just an example that I'm a generic example that I'm giving you. Okay, now let's say, for example, if you have to open a bank account in State Bank of India, what are you supposed to do? This is the first time you're opening a bank account and you want to open it in State Bank of India. What are you supposed to do? Could you tell me, please? When you have to walk into a branch, take an application form from them, fill up everything, do a manual signature, submit your ID proofs, copies of your ID proofs, and give it to the person sitting over there. And what is that person going to do? That person is going to enter the data in the software that they are using, the system that they are using. Correct? They fill all the details and they generate an account for you. That is one thing. Now, as said, fintech companies have come and then they revolutionized the way the banks work. So let's take another example. If you want to, you're a first time bank account opening requirement. So instead of going to an SBI, okay, you picked up Kotak Mahindra Bank. How can you open a bank account? You don't need to literally go to their banks. Instead, you go to their website, click on new account, you fill in all the data. If you take the application form of State Bank of India and you keep it by the side of the screen where you are filling the data, both will remain same. It's the same data that you're going to use. But
Yes.
the only difference is you wrote that data and gave it to the person sitting in the counter, and the person entered that data into this software. Whereas here you're using a web interface, okay, and you yourself are typing over there. Now, the IDs that you gave, they have physically scanned those ID papers that you gave. But here, you don't need to give any ID. You just need to take a picture of that ID and that gets automatically put into a content management system. And for your picture, you are attaching a passport size photograph over there. But here, you're not attaching any photographs. You're just taking a selfie, and that selfie is getting captured as your picture. Correct? So effectively, what is happening? The system is the same thing. The system is same, but the way the system is being used, the way the system is configured, is different. Understood?
Yes.
So the reason why we have taken this example is to tell you that we are not going to learn any of these three applications. We are not going to learn any of these three applications. Then what is that we are going to learn as a part of admin and developer courses? So if I say marketing, sales, and service, these are the applications that are directly being used. But if a company requires that you have to add few more fields into the application form, or if a company requires additional user interface to be built for exposing it onto the app, for exposing it onto the web, that is the place where you come in. So any application that you have, there are two things that you will definitely do with that application. So either you will configure that application or you will customize that application. You will either configure the application or customize the application. So when I'm saying configure and customize, what is the difference between configuration and customization? Configuration means when you're talking about, when you're talking in English, configuration and customization doesn't have any kind of a big difference. Okay, configuration and customization doesn't make any big difference. Okay. Whereas when you come to Salesforce, configuration and customization as two separate things. So when I say configuration, configuration comes under the class no code or low code. So if you can do any changes to the application without writing any code, or without writing code, but you have to design some logic using some pick and choose options. If you have to use those kind of mechanisms, then that modifications fall under low code or no code. That falls under no code or low code, which is nothing but configuring. Okay, I'll give you an example for configuration. There is a screen that is given to you by Salesforce. Now, that screen has got some text boxes where you can enter the data. But as per my requirement, I should have Aadhaar card number to be entered. But I don't see a value or I don't see a placeholder for putting in Aadhaar card number. In such scenarios, just to add the Aadhaar card number, I don't need to literally do anything. I just need to use the options that are given to me by Salesforce. Okay, I just need to use the options given to me by Salesforce, and then I can add the new entry in my screen that falls under no code. Okay, suppose if I enter some data based on the value that I've entered, I want to change something else. In that case, I will say, okay, suppose if my company turnover is there, okay, based on the turnover, I would like to categorize that company. Okay, so if my company turnover is 1 crore, then I will say that company is a bronze category. If the company turnover is 10 crores, I say it is a silver category. If the company's turnover is 100 crores, I would like to categorize that as a gold category. So, depending on the turnover that I enter, if I would like to change the value of the category, then I can just write small pick and choose options, and I can say turnover less than or equal to 1 million or 1 crore, then category equal to bronze. That is a small thing. Anybody can write that. That falls under low code part of it. So if you are able to change those things using no code or low code, that entire thing falls under configuration. Okay. Now suppose, now suppose you have this screen. Okay. Now I'll give you another example to explain customization. Okay. So now let's say if I am a insurance company, okay, I'm running a business and that business deals with insurance of cars or motor vehicles. Let's assume that. Can I advertise my insurance policies using the marketing application? Yes or no? We can advertise our products, right? Now, can I sell an insurance policy using the sales application? Okay, we can sell insurance policy. Now, suppose the vehicle that was insured met with an accident. So they want to raise a service request for claim process, for service request for insurance. Can I create, can I use my service application to get that ticket raised, insurance ticket case claim raised? Can I process the claim using service? Service is only for capturing requests, assigning the request to service personnel over there. But you cannot see, this is a generic application. All these three are generic applications. Marketing is generic, sales is generic, service is generic. But claim processing is very specific application. Correct, it has got multiple steps. A requirement. Second thing is it has to assign this to some third party person to go validate uh, the the particular damage assessment to be done. Then the damage assessment report has to be submitted. Then the claim will get approved. So all that is not a part of service application. So what is there? You got to build an application. You have to build an application by yourself in Salesforce, which will capture the the accident data. It will take the inputs of damage, pass those inputs to a third party agency for damage validation and claim amount recommendation, and finally process the check for payment. So these are 5 steps that are there for an application that needs to be created. So you can create that application in Salesforce, but again, there is a logic that is not there in Salesforce which needs to be written. And for that logic, you need to write code. If you have to write code, then it falls under pro code part of it, which is nothing but customization. Wherever there is something that has to be done which cannot be achieved through low code or no code, then it falls under customization. So creating of that process, sending that requirement to third party agency, getting the data from third party agency, all that cannot be handled by no code or low code. It has to be pro code. You have to write code to talk to third party, bring the data from third party, then do some calculations to assess the damage, and whatever is the amount that can be paid, all that logic has to be written, and that falls under the customization part. Are we clear? What are we going to
So,
learn?
okay.
First, the person calls up the call center, which is nothing but the service center. Once they pick that up, they'll create a service request which is used as the base for the claim processing. So service comes in only after that claim processing starts. Is that clear? So now we know about, so it's low code and no code. Okay, that's what plays a major role in defining customization and configuration. Now, see, there is nothing called as a no code, low code. These are colloquial terms. So no code means we don't write any code. Low code means we'll use some if then else conditions on a pick and choose model. Pro code means it is code friendly. We have to write code. So in that we use a language called Apex. Apex is considered to be the first cloud-based programming language, and this is written on the lines of Java, but it is not as rigid as Java. It is written on the lines of Java. They don't need to learn any customizations. Yeah. So our class concentrates on this. So our class concentrates on this. Okay. This is going to be developer plus advanced developer. See, master this plus this. So if you combine these two courses, okay, to Salesforce masterclass. One part of masterclass, which helps you in writing the PD1 exam. That's why I called it as developer slash. It may be me or someone else. All right, guys. So let's go back. So in this, we are going to talk about sales. We will only learn about how do we modify the application. We don't need to talk about how that application works. Okay. We don't need to talk about how that application works. The reason behind it is that is completely marketing, is completely the marketing person's job. So they need to know in and out of marketing application. A salesperson needs to know in and out of sales application. A service person needs to know in and out of service application. Whereas you as an admin, you only need to know how to change a specific part in that application. So if you know that technique, that is enough. All right, that's what we are going to do. So what we are going to do now is we discussed about marketing, sales and service, but again, even though it is not very important for you, okay, and you don't need to know it, but just to understand how Salesforce works, okay, just to understand how Salesforce works, you need to have a kind of an overview of marketing, sales and service, and what do they give you. What do they give you? So you need to understand these 3 things, and then once you know about these, once you see how this goes in all the 3 things, you will know all the basics about a Salesforce application. How do you navigate that, all that information. will be there for you. So what we are going to do is, next we are going to launch a Salesforce application. You don't need to do anything, guys. You just watch me doing it. Okay, you guys watch me doing it, and I'm going to help you understand what we are going to do. Okay, there are certain technical terms that are there, and we are going to do that. All right, don't worry about what I'm doing, guys. Just try to understand what you're trying to see, and tomorrow when we meet, we will create our own instances. Okay, today we will work with marketing, sales, and service applications. Okay, we'll see how to do that. Now I am logging in into my system. Okay, the one which I already have. Okay, all right, guys. So what did I tell you? We have three applications. Okay, so also I'm going to explain about this entire screen. The screen that you're looking over here, guys, the screen that you're looking over here is the most important screen for you as an administrator, because this is the place where you will perform all the admin activities. Okay, but we are going to discuss about this page in detail from next week probably. Okay, we will discuss about this in detail next week. Okay, and here you see this little 9 dots that are there. This is nothing but a menu. Okay, in Salesforce terminology we call it as an app launcher. Okay, so that is the place. The reason why we call it as an app launcher is because that is a place you have all the applications, and from there you can open them. So first one is marketing application, open link in a new tab. The next one is a service application, open link in a new tab. Sales application, open link in a new tab. So guys, tomorrow we'll do all that is required for you to have this kind of an interface exclusively for you. That is our tomorrow's topic. Okay, these are all basics that we are doing, guys. I don't go to that level of Facebook and Google, but what I can say is like you can create an application. Okay, you can create an application which can capture all the expense heads. Okay, so I'm trying to relate it to your field of work. So I can create an application where I can say this is the expense title. Will this be a credit? This is the amount of that expense, or this is the header. I'm not going to call it as an expense. This is the header. This is going to be the amount. It is going to be a credit or a debit. Okay, so finally what happens is all the credits will be plussed, it will give you one value. All the debits will be plussed, it will give you one value. Whatever is your previous value, you will you will add all the credits to that previous value minus the debits, and shows you this is the total that you have in your account. So that is also an application that you can create. Does it make sense? See, it is not a sales related application, it is not a service related application, it is something to do with finance. But what are you using? You're using Salesforce tools and techniques in that application development, that's all. But you should have a Salesforce license to run that. So ServiceNow is a very is a decently big company. But if you so it started off as an application, like Prashant was mentioning, can I create an application and sell it to the people? Actually it started as a ticketing tool application built on Salesforce, applicable on Salesforce. They can pay money for that application, and they can take that application license and do it. So it started like that, and now it is a separate company on its own. So that is also possible. So now let's say, for example, okay, you're trying to launch a new product. So like most of the people over here in this class, okay, most of the people in this class are are from India or are aware of the Indian happenings, I believe, correct? So, except maybe one or two who are not specific to Indian things. So, I'll give you one example, okay? Before I start, I'll give you one example. These days, you see, there are two new car launches. There are two new car launches, okay? One by MG, which is MG Windsor, and then the other one is by Tata Curve, right? So, when you're talking about channels of advertisements, they just don't do it arbitrarily. They will plan for this whole thing. Okay, like this is the time when social media thing has to go. This is the time when these TV commercials should come. This is the time when Instagram pages should go. So all that is designed in a campaign. Okay, all that is designed in a campaign. And campaign can have child campaigns. Okay, so if I say, when I go to campaign, I can say new campaign. Okay, I can say new campaign, and I can say new car launch campaign. I'll call it active, and then this I'm going to say other, because this is something which I'm doing. Status is in progress. It's going to start on the 1st and it is going to end on 30th. I just gave a date here. And how much is the budget? All these things should be given, but in a real time scenario. But for us, we don't need to give anything because it is completely imaginary. So save your work. So campaign is ready. Now you can go back to campaigns and create a new campaign. Campaign name, new car launch, print media. Okay, so here, if you look at it, you call this print media is advertisement. Status in progress. This also started in 1st. This is also going to end on 30th. And what is the parent campaign? New car launch. Under new business, print media. Save. Now I can go to campaigns once again. I can say one more campaign. New car, social media. This is going to be, or instead of social media, I'm going to say public relations. Okay, so launch public. What is that? That's a trade show. So what do I mean by trade show? See, they bring in the car, they put it in a mall, and then people will visit that, correct? And then even parent campaign is new car launch campaign. Okay, let's do it like that. So a campaign can have child campaign. Okay, a campaign can have child campaigns also. Similarly, let's say you see this September 2024 quarter sales campaign, end of quarter sales campaign. So here, this is, let's assume that going to sell, this is going to sell for laptops. Okay. So I'm going to create one more campaign. I'll say new campaign. This is going to be a trade show. Status is in progress. 1st, 30th. There's no parent. This itself is a thing. Save your word. So there is a campaign over here. What do I mean by this campaign? See, you have these exhibitions, right? So whenever there are exhibitions, these exhibitions, okay, they people will display. They have their stalls. They will display the products, and if you are interested, you can go and then you can look for that particular product, give your name and address, and later on they will contact you, and based on your interest they will uh, start talking about the sales part of it, correct? That's called as a trade show. Now let's assume that I'll pick up some quiet name over here. So let's say gone to that particular exhibition and seen the product, the laptop, and she's pretty interested in buying the product. So she gave the details. Where are those details given? Generally, they'll write it in a book. Now, where will they enter those details in the Salesforce system? So, a person who is interested in your product is known as a lead in Salesforce. Okay, a person who is interested in buying your product or a service is known as a lead. So now we know who is a lead. A potential customer is a lead. Has given her details. So is now being put in as a lead. So gave her number 904-800-4813, and then it is going to be Miss U company. So whatever is the company working for, let's assume that she is working for ABC Corp. Okay, let's assume that she is working for ABC Corp, and then from where did this lead came? So this lead came in through the exhibition thing. Lead came in through the exhibition thing. So that's where we are selecting lead source as others. Industry is going to be, you can choose anything here. Entertainment. Okay, what is the annual revenue? Annual revenue is 90 million. So that's the revenue that they're getting. So that's about Uma. So Uma has gone in, gave her company name, and she registered her interest. Now there is another person who visited that same stall. Now let's assume that let's assume that the next person who visited, now Sudeshna is not an employee. She is a master's student and she requires a new powerful laptop for her master's project. So she looked at this laptop and she felt that this suits her requirement. This suits her requirement, and she wanted to put in her name. So she just gave. So since there is no company, nothing else is filled, and she wanted to save. What is it saying? Does this mean that Salesforce will not let you sell your company's products to those who are unemployed? So looking at the situation, it looks like that, right? So now this shows, what does this mean? Am I not allowed to sell to any unemployed people? It may be dummy data, but when I'm reporting it, that data doesn't carry any value at all. This is something not accepted, right? When a customer is there, a customer need not be employed always, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is not what is it going to be. So what am I going to do here? So to talk about that, we need to first understand there are two kinds of transactions. We need to understand those two kinds of transactions. Okay. Now let us look at this. Now let's say if you want to buy a laptop, where will you go and buy? Let's say we'll go to Reliance. Okay. So Reliance electronic store is there, right? So we'll go to Reliance electronic store, and Sudeshna is here. Now between Reliance and Sudeshna, so Reliance Digital is the name. So between Reliance Digital and Sudeshna, who is the business and who is going to run Salesforce application? Reliance is going to run the Salesforce application. Okay. Now, between Reliance Digital and Sudeshna, who is the business and who is the consumer? Reliance is business and Sudeshna is the consumer of the product. Now, the transaction that is happening between Reliance Digital and Sudeshna, this transaction is known as a B2C transaction. You call this as a B2C transaction. What do I mean by B2C? From a business for that person's use or someone in that household use. Got it? No, what I said was consumer is someone who is purchasing the product for his or her use or the household use. See, if you buy instead of a laptop, you buy a TV. You're not the only person who is going to use the TV, right? The household is going to use the TV. You got it? Okay. Now, let's say now Reliance Digital is selling laptops, right? So where is Reliance Digital getting those laptops? Is it manufacturing them? Reliance Digital will get the laptops either from HP or Dell or Lenovo. So between these two things, which is now here Reliance Digital is taking from HP, Dell, and Lenovo. So which is going to be maintaining Salesforce here? Managing Salesforce over here. These companies will be managing Salesforce over here. Now, this is going to be a business. Correct? Now, is Reliance Digital going to be a consumer?
No, it will be
No,
business.
it's business. Business.
Reliance
It's
Digital is
also a
not
business.
procuring Reliance Digital is not procuring the laptops for its consumption. It is procuring the laptops for reselling. So it is also doing a business over there. Okay. So Reliance Digital is
B2B.
also a business over here. So the transaction that is going to happen between Reliance Digital
B2B.
and this is going to be a B2B
B2B.
transaction. It's going to be a B2B transaction. Are we good in this? Okay, so the
Yes.
transaction that is going to happen between Reliance Digital and this is going to be a B2B transaction. And by default, Salesforce, Salesforce works in a B2B mode. Salesforce works in a B2B mode. So, what do I mean by B2B mode? That means Salesforce by default will only sell products to other organizations, products to individuals by default. But again, that is not what we want. See, as Dell, as HP, as Lenovo, companies buy from me. Also, I have small outlets where people also will buy the products from me. Do you agree? Yeah. So people will buy the products directly from them. So I should be able to do B2B transaction. I should be able to do B2C transaction also. Clear? So now, but what I'm telling you, by default, Salesforce only works in a B2B mode. What if I'm a company which also does B2C? What if I'm a company if I'm working on a B2C mode? That is where I cannot do anything with this particular application because this is a free license. In real time, if you buy Salesforce license, you have an option to go and ask Salesforce. You need to write an email to Salesforce asking Salesforce to enable B2C mode. So when you ask Salesforce to enable B2C mode, what Salesforce will do is it will launch the B2C part of it. So here in B2C, you don't need a lead at all. Okay, that works in a separate way. All right. But for our requirement, this application only supports B2B model. This application only supports B2B model. Are we all clear here?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce certification course for administrator and app builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.
We have even discussed that Sudeshna is going to be a person account, which is only when which is when we create or when we buy the Salesforce license and we write to Salesforce about when we write to Salesforce about when we write to Salesforce that we need to do business in a B2C mode, only then they will get you the B2C enabled. But for us, they don't enable B2C, so we have to survive with B2B only. Okay, so now here Uma is the person who has given her details. Okay, so like this, like Uma, there will be multiple people who will be who will be giving their details. So only the set of people who are actually interested in buying the product, okay, only those people who are only interested in actually buying the product should be seen. Okay, only those people. Okay, not everybody. Okay, not everybody might be inclined. Okay, not everybody might be inclined to buy the product writing their even after writing their names. Okay, how does the people decide whether they are interested to buy the product or whether they are not interested to buy the product? So that is where the concept of call center comes into the picture. That's where the concept of call center comes into the picture. Okay. So there are two kinds of call centers. One is inbound call center and the other one is outbound call center. So what's the difference between inbound call center and outbound call center? Okay, what is the difference between inbound call center and outbound call center? Let's say, for example, okay, you buy a Dell laptop. Till what time you will be calling Dell service? Till what time you will be calling Dell service? Will you be calling it only during warranty, or will you be calling it only during warranty, or even after warranty is done, when you have to pay for the service, then also you'll go to Dell service center? So when you have, most of the times, majority of the people, not everybody, majority of the people will go to Dell Service Center only during the warranty time. Okay, but afterwards they'll go to the third party service center where they get equally good service, but at a much lower price, right? So if you want to reach the Dell service, you will call up Dell service contact number. So here I am calling Dell service over there, and there are people who are receiving my call. There are people who are receiving my call, and then they are answering my call. Now, during the warranty, when they answer my calls, will Dell get any money from me for a product that is under warranty? Will they get any money? They don't get any money. They are doing it for free. So the call receiving has to be paid. Okay, the call receiving has to be paid. Okay, Dell has to pay salaries for the employees who are going to talk to me, okay, and solve my problems. So that's where Dell is paying money for all that stuff. That's why this call center where you receive
Hello.
calls
Hello, Venkat
is
sir.
known as an inbound call center. So the call center that receives the calls are called inbound call centers, and the inbound call centers are termed as cost centers. Now, the call center which we are interested in is not outbound call center. Rather, it is inbound call. Sorry, the call center that we are interested is not inbound call center. Rather, it is going to be an outbound call center where the service people will have these details in front. Sorry, the sales call center people will have these details in front of them, and they'll call up Uma. Once they call Uma, there are three answers that Uma might give. The first thing is, yes, I'm very interested. And I'm looking forward for a quick closure of this. Can I get someone to speak with me and give me a demo of this laptop? So, in such kind of a situation, the call center representative will say that lead status working contacted, rating is said to be hot because it's going to get closed pretty quickly because the customer is very much interested to buy the product. Clear? Now, the second will be diagonally opposite to this. Uma may say, hey, I visited your place. At that time, my friends were interested. So even I thought I might buy it. But now the entire plans have changed. I'm no longer interested in buying the product. So here, if this is a kind of a scenario, lead status will be closed, not converted. Rating is going to become cold. Nobody is going to pursue this anymore because there's no use in pursuing this. Clear? Now, the most interesting thing and the most challenging thing is the third response. The response may be, yes, I am interested in buying this, but I'm also talking to other vendors. I'm also talking to other vendors. See, if I have to buy laptops, I just not inquire in one place. I might go to different people and then talk to different companies. Now, in such kind of a situation, the rating will be set to warm and lead status will be set to working contacted. Now, here the discussion is not person specific. The discussion is company specific. So, here Uma is going to buy a laptop not for herself, but Uma is going to buy the laptop for ABC Corp. So, Uma, like let's put a storyline over here. So Uma is let's say ABC Corp, right? So let's put the details here. So the lead details are here. Okay. So lead has got first name, last name, company, annual revenue. Okay. A mobile, email. See, I did not give I gave phone, not mobile. So phone, and then I will select some number, and then email also I'll give u.uma at abccorp.com. Okay, so it has got email. So first name is Uma, last name is you, phone is some number, email is some number. Now company is ABC Corp. Okay, then annual revenue, I think we gave 90 million. Okay, industry is okay. Now what is Uma looking for over here? Now Uma's company, okay, ABC Corp, okay, ABC Corp is planning to hire 50 interns. Okay, so Uma's company is planning to hire 50 interns. So they have to buy 50 laptops. So Uma is dealing that. And then Uma has gotten a call from the outbound call center, and then the outbound call center has put in relevant lead related details, and then these details are passed on to the relevant salesperson. It has been passed on to the relevant salesperson. Why? Because wherever Uma is based out of, let's say Uma is based out of Delhi, and then if the lead goes to a person sitting somewhere close to Delhi or in Delhi, then it makes sense. But if it goes to someone sitting in Chennai, it doesn't really make any sense. The amount of money he spends in traveling and in staying over there, then spending for the travel to Uma's place, and then doing it and coming back, all the expenses that incur are much less, are much more higher than selling laptops to Uma. So they have to identify the right person for this. So all that is a part of the lead assignment process, which we are going to see at a later point in time. So based on the lead assignment, this goes to the right sales rep. And then the sales rep, when he opens up his sales application, if you look at it, the sales rep has now opened the sales application. So the sales application, when he clicks on leads, you see Uma's name is there. So when he clicks on Uma's name, the salesperson gets all the details. So the salesperson has called up Uma and then spoke in detail with her, and then the sales rep takes Uma's permission to further take this discussion to the next level. So what is that required? So when it is a lead, okay, when it is a lead, you can only process to some level. One, when it is a lead, you can only process to some level. You cannot take it through the sales cycle. So to take it through the sales cycle, okay, the lead has to be converted. What happens when you convert? So see, these are all the elements in lead, right? These are all the fields in lead. So now what happens is the lead first name, last name gets connected. So there is another entity in Salesforce called contact. So the lead details will become contact lead, all these details. So all these details, okay, will now be moved to contact. Okay, these won't exist anymore. Okay, then the company details will now become account. So account, okay, this is going to become contact, and this is going to become account. Along with it, there is one more entity that is going to get created, and that entity is called opportunity. Now what is opportunity? Opportunity is a probable money making thing. Okay. No, when it goes further, so when the negotiations happen, after the negotiations, you will decide whether deal has been won or deal has been lost. That's the next stage. It is something like this. No. As of now, by default, Salesforce works in a B2B model. So we are discussing the B2B model. If there is no company, then there is no discussion at all, because we don't have access to B2C model here. Okay. In the B2C model, it is directly the person details. There is no company involved. So there is no need to create a contact. There is no need to create an account. So that business flow is little different. Okay. It is directly talking to the person. Okay. It is directly talking to the person. Opportunity will be there with the person. You will talk to the person and you will close it directly. Got it? This is a B2B model. All right, let's go back. So now what we are going to do is let's go to the application. So now Uma has given approval for the sales rep to convert the lead. So I'm clicking on this and then saying convert. When I convert, see account ABC Corp is getting created, Uma U is getting created, opportunity ABC Corp 50 laptop opportunity. Say convert. So let's say, so guys, what if the account is already there, and every time do I need to convert the lead? Okay, so there are two ways, Melissa. So firstly, if you need something for an existing account, so under accounts, you have ABC Corp. Under ABC Corp, you have opportunities here, right? So you can directly click on new and create an opportunity over here. Okay. Now, let's say for example, if the same company, okay, ABC Corp goes to another place where this company is putting in their details. So there also, for the sake of company, Uma uh, sets up this and gives the details as ABC Corp, and then industry is entertainment. Okay, and then annual revenue is 90 million. So save your work. So now again, the same procedure continues. And then when the call center representative wants to convert, this may be assigned to a different thing. Okay. So when you say choose existing, you can look for, you already know there is a ABC Corp. So you can choose this. Contact, you can choose Humayu. Okay. So you don't need to choose existing opportunity. You can create. So it's not the opportunity. Okay, we will create an opportunity separately. Okay, these two we will assign and we will, all right, so we don't need to create anything. So when I say convert, see, it just says ABC Corp hyphen, nothing else. So I will go back to my accounts under ABC Corp. Under this ABC Corp, I'll just do an edit, printer opportunity. You got it? Uma, for some reason, enters the data again for some other thing. Instead of calling the salesperson, this can be the other way around. That's what it is. But otherwise, generally, she can talk to salesperson and ask person to create this opportunity directly over here. Now, okay, so if I understand your question correctly, let's say, for example, you already went into that particular stall, you gave your details. So there is one lead in queue, right? But because of some reason, the company did not act quick and you did not hear anything from the company. So you went back again and then you created another lead, correct? What happens is in the process, both leads will get processed. Okay, both the leads will get processed because there is no duplicate checking by default available. Okay, so there is no duplicate checking available by default. So uh, uh, either you have to write a code so that duplicate leads are not entered. While you are entering the data itself, uh, it just pops out a message saying that there is already a lead with with the name Uma already in our system. Please wait, we will revert back to you. Or that is one way. Otherwise, what can be done is, like by default it can take the duplicates also. Once you have the duplicates, what happens when you are converting the lead, that time the salesperson will delete this, will not create a new account and a new contact. Instead, he or she will assign it to the previous thing itself, and then they won't create an opportunity. Got it? Now once I'm trying to buy 50 laptops, so I need to see here, this is the 50 laptop opportunity that I have. So what is the laptop that I'm trying to buy? So I have to go to products and then say add product. If you scroll up, there will be one laptop here. You add that laptop into this, and then you can say I need 50 laptops. Okay, then you give a date and then save. Now, once this is defined, you have to create a contract. The second thing is you need to discuss about the price. And to discuss about the price, generally what you do is you will send out an email for 50 laptops. I'm going to charge you 39 lakhs. Okay. Or for 50 laptops, I'm going to charge 40 lakhs at 80,000 a piece. And then I will say, no, I cannot pay that much. My budget is limited to 35 lakhs. And then he says, no, I can't go below that. So it goes on in an email format, or you can use the quotes. So quote is nothing but a quotation. So by default, by default, the quotes are disabled in Salesforce. By default, quotes are disabled in Salesforce. So this is how it will be in your machines. Okay, this is how it will be in your machines. When you go to see, when you scroll up, you see a quote over here, but if I do a refresh of this, yeah, you don't see a quote now. So because by default this is going to be your screen. When you look at the screen for the first time, this is how it will be. So you will go to admin window. In the admin window, here you will type quote. You will get quote settings. In this you will say enable quote. Click save and you will get a check boxes. Select all these check boxes. So once you go to this, do a refresh. So if you look at this, I got an email over here which says this is the one, right, which has got this. So this will be the quote. Clear? There is something called as order. So when you create the order, you have to re-enter the products. We'll come there. I'll tell you. See, when you give a quotation, right, the quotation is only valid for few days. So what day this quotation is active is what is defined by the expiration date. They can offer more discount. Correct. Proforma
Okay.
invoice is the last piece. Yeah. See, correct. Goods are dispatched. Once the goods are dispatched, so again, it depends on company to company. Is it 100% before the order of the 100% before the supply of the goods, or 100% or is it after the purchase of the goods? It depends. It will still be opportunity with a closed one. It's a closed opportunity. It is going to reflect in the sales department once the revenue hits the books. Yeah, it will still be there in the opportunity, but there will be a different status to it, which is closed one.
Okay.
Opportunity will remain like that. Customer confirms the quotation, nothing happens. Only thing that happens is a purchase order will be sent and you will raise an order. So when a
Yeah.
lead gets converted into account, contact, and opportunity, the lead will not exist anymore. You see, do you see Lima here anymore? Yeah, it won't be there. There is no lead at all. It is into business now. So once a lead is converted, there is no question of any other lead. It no longer be there. So every sales rep will have X number of clients whom they look after, correct? How will the sales rep get money? Once they'll have a bit of the, they'll get a bit of money as salary, but major
Mhm.
chunk, 70% of their salary is the sales commission, correct? So now, if they have to get their sales commission, what are they supposed to do? See, they have to make sure that their opportunities are getting converted into
They-
closed one state. So the onus lies on the sales reps over here. Does that answer your question? Millions of opportunities, but every opportunity is under a sales rep. The
Mhm.
sales rep is responsible for every single opportunity, not the sales force. See, until unless they do that, they don't get money. It's for the sake of their money, their commission, they will take care of that, right? All right, guys. Now what we are going to do is, once the quote is there, we have to create a contract. So contract is always between the company and the client, because once it is accepted and says I'm going, and a purchase order is released, immediately you can happily make it closed one. It's not automatically, the sales rep has to manually do. Okay, now see, let's say I am my company. Okay, my company is trying to buy the products from Karthikey's company. So Karthikey is the seller, I am the buyer. Okay, so now Karthikey has given me a quote and I am okay with that price. But this is the first time that I am dealing with Kartikeya's company. Kartikeya is dealing with my company. So, what is Kartikeya's company data? What is the name of it? What is the GST number of it? What are their rules? What is my company? What is my company's rules? What is my company's GST number? What is the account number for Kartikeya's company wherein I can deposit the money? What is the tax number for me so that I'll get the tax credit given while Kartikeya is giving me the pro forma invoice? So all those details, and then again, should I pay in advance 100% of the money to Kartikeya's company before the receipt of goods? Once I pay the money, within 15 days, I should receive the goods. Or Kartikeya will deliver the goods first and I will pay the money within next 15 to 20 days max. So these kind of discussions have to be documented, and they will be documented inside a contract which is here. So I can create a new contract. Okay. ABC Corp is the one who signs it. Uma is the person signing it. And then what is the date? Today is the date. Contract start date is today. Contract term. Generally, contracts are for 11 months. And then before the expiry, I will send an expiration notice saying that, okay, this contract is getting expired on this day. And then company signed by myself. I'm the person responsible. We are going to save it. Now here I can activate this contract. So that means when a contract is activated, that means the contract is in place between my company and Kartikeya's company. So now I can raise a purchase order for Kartikeya, and Kartikeya can immediately put a order, and once the order gets dispatched, he can release a pro forma invoice to me for payment. That's how it works. So Kartikeya receives a purchase order. So purchase order is not a part of my Salesforce thing. It is something that I'm going to get from outside. So once Kartikeya gets the purchase order, he will release an order. He will release an order. So he will create an order. Over here, contract number is 00101 ABC Corp. Account name is ABC Corp. Order start date is going to be today. Okay, and then I'll give shipping address, all these things, and I'm going to do a save. Now, under the related, I will add the products. So here again, I have to add the products. It won't directly take the products from opportunity. So I'll say add products. I will choose the laptop. It's taking a little slow today. So I'll take this. So quantity is 50. So now in earlier someone has asked, so can I directly give some amount as discount? So I can just say 64,000 per piece, and in the line description I'll say no, quotation is only on the percentage. See, generally when I'm reducing 15%, 15,000 from this, it's almost like 15% or 20%. So equal amount, equal discount, I can make it out and I can give it. So that should not be a problem. Okay. So once I create these products, I have to activate the order. Once I activate the order, this ends the Salesforce job. This order will go to the back office order processing system. The back office order processing system is going to process this order, and once this order is processed, it's going to push it back saying that the order is processed, products dispatched, products received, and then Kartikeya's team will raise the pro forma invoice for my company, and within 45 days I have to pay the money. That's how it works. Back office will be either SAP order processing or Oracle order management, like that. It depends on the agreement, right? So either you send the shipment first and then take the money, or you first send the pro forma invoice for 100% advance, and then you will ship the products after you get the money. That's how it works.
And then now, like the opportunity will be closed one, the status.
So now once this is all done, opportunity, we can go back. It's not automatic. I have to
Hmm.
do it from prospecting. I'll directly change it to closed one, save your work. Clear? Now
Hmm.
once the sale
Hmm.
is completed, people start using the laptop. Whenever there is a problem, the contact will come and then raise a case. A case will be raised over here. They'll give all the details over here and they will save it. As soon as it is saved, the call center representatives or the case workers come into the picture. They will resolve, they'll understand, they will identify, they will break down the problem, and then they will rectify the problem for you. That's how it works. That's where the service application comes into the picture. That they are for the end users. Salespersons will use sales application, marketing people will use marketing application, and then the service people will use the service application for individual end user guys. See, you will also have access to the sales, service, and marketing, but you will not see any business data in there. That's how it is. Probably what we'll do is we will see the steps involved. Okay, we will see the steps involved in creating our own instance. Okay, so to create our own instance, there are certain prerequisites, guys. There are certain prerequisites. The first one is a mail ID. The second one is a company name. Okay, then the third one that is required is username. Okay, now mail ID always. Okay, always. One second. Before after mail ID, you also need to have and then browser. Or we'll move mail ID here and we need. Okay, browser. First preference is Chrome. Second preference is Edge. No IE. Okay, that is important, guys. Okay, all right. Now, mail ID. So these two are preferred. This is a no. Okay, Chrome and Edge are preferred. This is a no. So when you go to mail ID, have it as gmail.com or any other xxx, or you can put anything, any other dot anything. Then no Hotmail or Outlook. No, Trailheads doesn't work for us. Trailheads doesn't work for us because what we are doing, Trailheads organization is something different. Okay, whereas here, what we are doing is something different. So that's where sometimes my lab exercises doesn't go good with Trailheads. So you do it like this and you will get that email. Which email ID are you giving? Is it a gmail.com? Okay. So can you try one more time? You follow my steps and then do it. Okay. Company should be imaginary company name. Okay. Let's say, for example, okay, let's say if, so what you can do is you can say AH LLC or AHINC or AHPVT Limited or Azhar H LLC, something, anything like this. If you're not able to, okay, or you can say Hussein LLC. So something like this you can bring up, okay, but don't give Wipros of the world or Infis of the world. Don't use them. Okay, are we good? Username is an email ID format. It should be an email ID format and need not be working email ID. So let's say, for example, if you look at this, okay, AHLLC is the company which Azhar has given. So Azhar can give the username as azhar at ah.com or ah.in, or it can be ahllc.ae. Anything like this, it doesn't really matter. Or ah. Because this should be in a working email ID format, okay, but it doesn't really need to be a working email ID. Is that clear? It can be a working email ID, but I would prefer not to use a Gmail ID in the username because I want to use it in the mail ID. Okay, this should be working email ID. That's mandatory.
gmail.com.
Gmail.com, it works.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but again, see, you are giving xyz at gmail.com thinking that it is not going to work, but that may be an email ID of some xyz person. There is ample chance for that. Got
Okay.
it? So are we good with this? If we are good with this, this is going to be for the benefit of others. This is going to be the link developer.salesforce.com/sign up. So you click on this, it opens up another window for you. So you have to, I will do it along with you. So if you're in this page, give your first name, give your last name, give your email ID, take the role as a developer. You don't need to worry about it. It's not used anywhere. Even if you choose something like a business executive, you will still get the access. It doesn't matter. Company name should be imaginary company name of yours. I've given mine over here. This is my company. And then country or region, you select the country from which you are doing it. I'm selecting India and I'm giving my state as Telangana, and then postal code will be my area postal code. Clear? Now the username, give an imaginary username. So I'll give, so this is going to be my username. Check this box and then say sign me up. So if once everybody are done, click on sign me up. Confirm if you entered everything and check this master services agreement. Okay, click on sign me up now. So it will take some time. It'll take some time and then it will move you to a different screen. We have to wait till we move to a different screen. There you go. We went to a different screen. You will get from developer at salesforce.com. So till the time that comes in, we cannot proceed further. So let's wait. Let's do a refresh. It should come. Just hang on, open that and then wait. Okay, don't go forward. You see, there will be two links and then there will be verify button is there. Click on that verify button. Okay, Melissa, don't click on any link. So while we are waiting for this email, okay, while we are waiting for this email, I want few things to be understood. So Austin, okay, there is a specific reason as to why I'm asking these details. Not that I want to spend some time on this, but I would like to show you something else. Okay, so meanwhile, let's go back and check whether we have received. There you go. I've got this email. So let me close all the other emails over here and then just say verify account. It opens up this window and then you should only click on this verify account, guys, nothing else. Okay, and then give a simple password. Don't give your bank account password over here. Okay, you don't need to give it too much. And then answer a security question just in case if you forget your password. You can request for a password change or a forgot password request can be sent, but for that you need to have this to be remembered. Okay, so this is my Windows, this is my setup. This is my setup, guys. Now all of you are on this particular window, or is there someone on a different window? So if you're on this window, okay, specifically those who have put in their names over here, can you just click on you see this, click on home, quick find. In this you type company. When you type company, everybody can click on it. Everybody can do that. Click on company, and here you see this company information. Click on that. Now when we started discussing about Salesforce, we were discussing about Salesforce as a CRM application, but again, there is one more additional speciality to that. It is a cloud-based CRM application, correct? and it is offered as a SaaS model. SaaS stands for, that means you buy a license, and then you don't need to install anywhere, type the browser URL, and then you can access that particular application. That is what it is. But see, even though for you don't need to have that software installed on your machine, but if you are looking at it, you're accessing this application through the you're accessing this application through the browser and internet. You're accessing this application through the browser and the internet, right? So when you're accessing this browser through the internet, okay, so what does that mean? This means that this particular application is installed somewhere. This particular application is installed somewhere. Okay, on some machines sitting in some part of the world. On some machine sitting on some part of the world. It is installed there. It is installed there. Now, where is that? Okay, where is your machine installed? That's a question. Where is your machine installed? Okay, I don't know. So to understand more on that, we need to know where is our instance installed. Okay, which location is our instance installed? Okay, we need to know that. So to understand that, we clicked on company information, and if you scroll up, there is something called instance over here. So this SWE 42 is the location. Okay, this SWE 42 is the location where the application is physically installed. Where the application is physically installed. So if you look at my system, okay, so Venkat from Hyderabad is having IND 136. Okay, Melissa, what is yours? Okay, no. When you are accessing it through phone in the setup window at all, you will not be able. You are in the end user window, so you have to log in through desktop then to get to the setup screen. USA 838. Okay, fine. At least one we have. Now these are located somewhere physically. Where? I don't know. So go to browser, just type where is my Salesforce instance located. Okay, and then you will get find my instance. Okay, it takes you to this form.
Mm-hmm.
Have you filled this form? Okay, sometimes it just are you in this window, in the setup window? Click on home, and in the quick find there is some button called quick find. In this type
Yeah.
company, and then there is company information, and
Okay.
look for this number over here at the bottom right hand corner. The other window, instances 106. Okay, fine. Now find my instance. So I can say USA 838. It tells you where is this located. So USA 838 is a Hyperforce instance located in Ohio, USA. Okay. Similarly, IND IND 136. This is also a Hyperforce in Mumbai, India. Okay, only one person has got that. For rest of us, I think we are pushed to a different place. SWE 82 is in Europe, Stockholm, Sweden. So this is where I have. Okay. So these are the places where Salesforce has got its instances. So if you look at it, non-Hyperforce means this is a location that is managed by Salesforce. When you say government cloud, it is a location exclusively for all US government things. Okay. And then Hyperforce means this is a location that is managed by Amazon Web Services, AWS. So majority of these services Okay, majority of these services are managed by AWS only. That's why you see a lot of hyperforces. Okay. Now, if you look at this, so even SWE 106 is also in Stockholm, Sweden. Okay. Now, when you look at this, my SWE 42, SWE 42, SWE 42. So all three of us are on the same instance. But how will the system identify Utsav's application versus my application versus Benedict's application? That is where you have something called as a organization ID. So this organization ID, okay, it is a unique alphanumeric key that identifies my organization. So if you look at this, you see this organization name. So this organization name is uniquely identified with this number in the SWE42. Similarly, Benedict will have one code over here. Utsav will have another code over here. Similarly, in the USA instance, Darshini will have one number and then Srinivas will have another number. Any questions over here? Now, generally, it doesn't affect the speed. The only reason why you have given the location is to make it more convenient to reach. Okay, to make it more convenient to reach in less amount of time. Okay, so that's the reason why. But since ours is a free instance, okay, ours is a free instance, it gives it to you wherever there is free space and wherever it is available. Okay, whereas in real time when you are buying the license, okay, when you are buying the license, it will give you the nearest location. It will give you the nearest location. Yeah, wherever you
Also,
are. We only have in Mumbai. I am not sure of Hyderabad if data center is hosting AWS, but I know it may be. I know that there is a very big data center in Hyderabad, but is it offering Salesforce or not? I don't know. They already have it. They already have it. Once you look at this, you will see a quick find over here on the left hand side. Type company over there, and then there is something called company information. Okay, and then you click on the instance at the bottom right hand corner. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce certification course for administrator and app builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.
I just opened setup page. Okay. So whenever Salesforce is purchased by an organization, you have to define the business hours. From what time to what time this company runs its business. Okay. So by default, Salesforce expects all the businesses to be running 24 by 7, but which is not the case. So you can define the business hours under the business hours thing. Okay. And then you have to define your holidays. So how many days, what are the holidays that are there? What are recurring holidays? Okay. What are recurring holidays? And then which holiday, which day will be a mandatory holiday, which day is a government holiday, something like that. You have to define all these holidays over here. Okay. So now when you look at public calendar, okay, you can define on this public calendar what is a calendar. This is a public calendar where you define all the details of the holidays, what are the events, all these things. But generally, we only give the holidays part of it. We don't really do calendar settings or anything over here. We only go with the holidays part of it. Okay. And then the business hours part of it. These are the only two things that we will be taking care of. Are we good till here? When you purchase the Salesforce license, you have given which country you are in, right? So based on that, this default time zone will be selected. Got it? Okay, I'll give you a real life example. Let's say, for example, okay, if you look at this application at this point in time, my business hours by default are from Sunday 12 a.m. to Saturday 12 a.m. So this is Sunday 12 a.m. to Saturday 12 a.m., which means the entire week. You understood this? What happens is, let's say your company is a service company. Okay. And being a service company, you get into an agreement with your client that if they raise a L1, okay, or a priority one ticket, it gets addressed in 2 hours or in 2 business hours. Okay, if they raise a priority 2 ticket, that will get raised in 3 business, that will get addressed in 3 business hours. Okay, if you raise a priority 3 ticket, it gets addressed in 4 business hours. All right, this is the service agreement that you have. Got it? I just told you that we are discussing about business hours, holiday. I told you about holidays and business hours, and I came back to business hours. So based on this, you will design a flow. Okay, you call that as an SLA. So are you aware of what is an SLA? SLA stands for service level agreement. So if you don't address a P1 request in 2 business hours, what is it going to happen? How much money you're going to pay to the company as a demurrage, not damage, demurrage. Okay. If it is a P2 ticket, if it is not addressed in 3 hours, then what happens? Now let's say you said 2 business hours. So your business hours are from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. All right. Your business hours are from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. So the SLA will look at 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. if the business hours are defined. But what is your business hours definition? It is 12 a.m. Okay, your business hours definition is 12 a.m. to 12 a.m. on a Sunday. That means every hour is counted as a business hour. Okay, you did not change the business rules. This is Sunday 12 a.m. This is Saturday 12 a.m. Okay, so now when it is defined like this, let's assume that Friday at 5 p.m. a P1 ticket comes. Now, as per this P1 rule, when this ticket should be addressed, what did I say about your business hours? They are 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Correct? Your business hours are 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. So 6 p.m. the business hours will close. Correct? And it is Monday to Friday. So when is the next business hour starting? So this particular ticket that came in on a Friday evening should be addressed by Monday 10 a.m. Correct? But since you have done a mistake by not keeping this business hours, your P1 ticket will be counted as closed at 7 o'clock or it breached the SLA at 7 o'clock. Then it started counting for the demurrages. By the time you open up your work on Monday, it's a havoc that is caused over there with all those demurrages that got into the system. So to avoid these kind of discrepancies, it's mandatory that you put in your business hours over here. See, if you get a ticket at 5 o'clock, 2 business hours means 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. is the business hour. 6 p.m. office ends. So business hours end at 6 p.m. Next business hour starts at 9 a.m. on Monday. So it is 10 a.m. Monday business hour. That's how it is. This is the agreement. This is the agreement that you do with client. Like, see, when the client calls for the request for proposal, right? You will say that, okay, I have a very good team. Any ticket on this, we'll be able to address. We have a history that we addressed it in 2 hours. That's how they claim that. Okay, so someone was not very clear about a business hour. See, your office hours are business hours. It's not minimum 2 hours. It's a priority one ticket, which is very important. So it should closed in 2 hours. If it get closed before 6 p.m., it is closed. But in case if it extends beyond 6 p.m., then it will be closed on Monday morning only. that is only for the sake of SLAs. But generally, in reality, people sit and they close the thing. They'll not keep it for Monday. Okay, guys, everybody are on the same page or any questions? All right. So now what happens is, now we know about business hours, why we need business hours. We know about holidays. Okay, we know about company information. Okay, now what we need to understand is here, okay, we discussed about Salesforce giving us three applications, right? Marketing, sales, and service. So any application, okay, any application that is given to you by Salesforce, like let's say marketing, sales, service, these are called, okay, these are called standard apps. Okay, these are called standard apps. Okay, now let's say, for example, okay, I have a business which is insurance business, and I am running my own. I have my own software which I developed for my business, and I'm running an insurance business. Okay, insurance and loan business. Okay, I'll give personal loans, I'll give car loans, I'll give housing loans, like that. Okay, now here, can I advertise my loan and insurance product using marketing application of Salesforce? Yes or no? I can advertise. I don't need to worry about it. Can I run the sales process to sell insurance or loan products using my sales application? And if anybody raises a claim, can I raise a claim request using a service application? I can raise a claim service. Very good. So with all these three things can be successfully done using my Salesforce application defaults. Now, my next question is, generally, for the people in India, at least, I'm not talking about the people outside of India, but most of the times you will receive calls from third party things saying that, are you interested in a personal loan? Are you interested in a home loan? Are you interested in a car loan? Like that. You get calls, correct? Now, when you say, yes, I am looking for a personal loan, are you asked to come to an office, or will someone come to you and get all the paperwork done?
They will get the paperwork.
So they will come to you and then they will do all the necessary paperwork, pick up the paperwork from you, get the paperwork done. And what are they going to do? They need to enter all this data. Into Salesforce application. But will the employees of this company allow the third party employees to access my screen where they enter the customer data entry screens? No. So based on the business that is being brought, which is very heavy, these people do not have so much of time and effort. They don't keep in so much of time and effort to enter all the data. So the data has to be entered by the third party agencies, correct? Now, for the third party agencies to enter the data into Salesforce application, you cannot give them the standard app, because that is employee facing application, and this third party employee is not a third party agent, is not an employee of my company. So I cannot give him access to my Salesforce employee applications. So what am I going to do? I don't want my employees to be overloaded, but still I want the work to be done. So that's where I am going to create one extra app. I'm going to create a data entry app. Okay. And this is an app that is created. Okay. This is an app that is created by admin using the Salesforce. And this is known as a custom app. And who is going to use the custom app? So if you look at this, this is employee. See, if employee gets so this is going to be a employee. Okay. And this is going to be so third party agency folks are called as DSA, direct selling agencies or direct selling agent. Okay. So these people are known as direct selling agents or DSAs. So the access for this is given to DSAs. Okay. So when you look at this, employee has got access to Employee has got access to standard app. Employee has got access to custom app. Sometimes there may be a person, an employee who directly brings in a customer, so he can directly get into this custom app and do the data entry of this customer. That is also possible. Do you agree? Now, when you go to DSA, DSA will not be any of the standard apps. Okay, DSA will not be accessing any of the custom app, whereas DSA will be accessing the custom app. So DSA will get only access to custom app because a direct selling agent can only work on the custom app. Correct? Now, when you look at this whole thing, okay, when you look at this whole thing, okay, so when you look at this, okay, see, when you buy a license for Salesforce, you are only purchasing, okay, you're only purchasing the application license. You're only purchasing the application license. That means you're only purchasing the license to use Salesforce application. That's it. But you have to buy a license for every employee who needs access to Salesforce. You understood? So there are two licenses that are very popular for these two applications. So for marketing, sales, service, and any custom applications that we build, okay, there are two licenses that are very popular. There are two licenses that are very popular. So this is known as a standard, Salesforce license. So when you say Salesforce license will give access. Okay, so Salesforce license, I don't need to. So you buy one license of Salesforce, buy multiple user licenses. So if you buy a Salesforce license, you will get access to both standard apps as well as custom apps. Then there is another license, which is Salesforce platform license. When you buy Salesforce platform license, you will not be able to access any standard apps, but you will only be able to access custom apps. Okay. And generally, when you look at Salesforce, okay, you have these two licenses, right? So Salesforce is generally given to employees and this is given to DSAs. Okay. Now let us do something here. Let's say employee name, then I have job role / designation. Okay. Salesforce license. All right. Let's say I have Darshini, Azhar, and Shivam. So now let's say Darshini is a VP operations. Okay. So she is responsible for looking at marketing. She is responsible for looking at employees. Everything and anything in the company comes under Darshini's purview. Okay. Everything and anything under company's purview, okay, under company comes under Darshini's purview. Now, Azhar is a system admin, so he needs to access applications, modify them, add some functionality, if required, tweak some functionality like that. All that work will be done by Azhar. Now, Shivam is a DSA, so he is responsible for bringing in new customers, entering their customer data into the data entry app, and then submit that application. Now, looking at the job role, can you tell me what is the license that I have to give for Shivam, Azhar, and Darshini? Shivam, I'll give Salesforce platform. So Shivam is going to get Salesforce platform license. Very good. So I am happy about Shivam getting a Salesforce license. So that is green. Now Azhar getting system admin. I am little bit skeptic about Azhar having a Salesforce license, and then I'm totally not. What should I have with Darshini? Salesforce, and I am totally not happy. Okay, I'm totally not happy with Darshini getting Salesforce. Can someone tell me why am I little skeptic about Azhar
and not happy with Darshini. Don't even know that there is an employee license. What I was telling you is there are two kinds of licenses. Salesforce platform license will give the user access only to custom application. So as a DSA, Shivam only requires access to data entry app. So I gave him a Salesforce platform and it is good. Okay, it is good. Okay, Azhar and Darshini both should access all the applications because Darshini is everywhere. Okay, every application needs to be accessed by Darshini. So that's why when I say every application should be accessed by Darshini, whether it is a custom app or a standard app, it doesn't matter. But Darshini should have access. Similarly, whether it is a custom app or a standard app, Azhar should be able to go there and do some configuration and customization activities. So that's the reason why I gave them Salesforce license, because they need access to all the platforms. See, if you look at it, Salesforce will give you access to standard and custom apps. Okay, Salesforce platform will give you only access to custom app. So Shivam got only access to custom app, but both Darshini and Azhar have got access to standard as well as custom apps. But why do I have a bit of apprehension and why am I totally unhappy? Since Azhar is an admin, but still he has got access to other applications. Since Azhar is a system administrator and access to other applications, there is a possibility. There is a minute possibility that Azhar might get his eyes across sensitive data. Yes or no? Is my
Yes.
is my skepticism having a meaning over there? Yes or no? It does. And why am I totally unhappy with Darshini? Because Darshini also has got the same Salesforce license, and that same Salesforce license is there for Azhar, which is letting him modify the applications. What happens if knowingly or unknowingly Darshini gets into a setup window and tries to modify something? What happens? She is not a qualified admin, but by mistake, for some reason, whether she knows it or not, if she does something, the entire application will go for a toss, correct? So that is where Salesforce introduces the first level of security with the help of profiles. There are a set of rules. Regulations, and permissions. So someone earlier was telling, right? We need to give some permissions, we need to give some rules. Okay. So already profiles will have all that in this. And then every license comes with a set of licenses. And depending on your requirement, you can even create your own license. You can even create your own profiles by cloning existing profiles. You cannot create a profile from the scratch. You can only clone the profile. You have a license, you have a set of profiles attached to it. I'll show you. See, when I go to this under users, let's say if I click on this chatter expert, edit chatter expert. See, here there are multiple licenses is what I told, but see, here you see user license, I have Salesforce. If I take user license as Salesforce, under this there are multiple profiles, but as a user of the application, I just need standard user. So Darshini will get a standard user profile. Okay. Whereas Azhar, since he is an administrator, Azhar will get system administrator profile. So Azhar will get system administrator profile. Whereas Shivam is a platform user, so Shivam will only have standard platform user as a license. You can clone an existing and do some tweaking. Give a different name. When you clone it itself, you'll give a different name. Now, system administrator needs to create a PAN card number in the list, or he needs to add a new entry called Aadhaar number, or PAN card number or an RTI number or a GST number. Some new fields have to be added to the existing application as required by the business. Then Azhar's profile will let him create them. So the system administrator profile will give powers to that particular employee to do some customizations and configuration. Whereas it will not let this person see any reports or any data. The standard user profile will let Darshini see the reports and create reports, but will not let her do any admin work. So now that we know what is a standard app, what is a custom app, we need to understand certain things. Okay, to understand certain things, let's just quickly look at a small example again over here. It's as simple as this. You're doing unit testing. When you're doing unit testing, what exactly are you trying to do? You're trying to check if the application functionality is properly given to you or not, and it is functioning as per the expectations. Is that the final intent of the unit testing? That is true, right? So, and who is going to do the unit testing? The developer himself or herself. So the admin is responsible for doing the unit testing. Okay, for that admin will create his or her own data, or some test dummy data will be given to the admin. Now let's look at one more scenario over here. Let's look at one more scenario. There is, like, all of us, okay, all of us in the meeting are employees of a particular software development company. Okay, let's not talk about Salesforce. We are not talking about Salesforce now. We are just application developers in some language. Okay, that's enough. We don't need to go deep into that. So there is a customer, okay, there is a customer who had come to us, and then this customer, first thing this customer has told us is that this customer already has got a database. Let's say that this customers are, so this particular client who came already has got some loans and non-banking financial services thing is there, and he want to diversify that person business. So whatever the petty loans and all the other things that this person is giving, all that information is there in the database. So the first thing he comes in and tells us is that we need to use the same database. He's not going to buy a new database license. Is that clear? This person is not going to buy a new license for his database, but now he wants us to build the prerequisites to be set up in the database. Okay, prerequisites to be set up in the database for auto insurance, for property insurance, and for health insurance. He wanted database level details to be designed. He wanted database level details to be designed and presented to him before he take a decision. So we are going to go ahead with the prototype. Okay, we are planning to go ahead with the prototyping design for auto insurance. So what is the first set of information do we collect if anybody calls for an auto insurance? So what do you call collect? Person details, person info. Okay, you call it as person info, correct? Now in this person info, what details you will capture? Profession. Okay, so this is enough. Okay, this is enough. Now we will also collect the auto info, vehicle info. Okay, for vehicle info, what do we collect? VIN number, model, year of manufacture, year of purchase. Okay, registration date. This is enough for vehicle. Okay. Now coming to the insurance. So here we will be taking the third one is policy info. So policy type, start date, premium type. Okay, add on. Okay, add on, and then now this is the data that we have created. Now tell me, to create another another thing for property insurance, should I create one more list, one more set of person info, property info, and policy info? And then again, should I create one more instead of health info? Should I create these things or just create these things and use the person info and policy info? What if I add certain additional fields into this policy info itself so that I can support property as well as both health info? Then it will work, right? So I don't need these additional things to be created. It is enough if I create these three things, and I can use this in three different applications. Clear? So now let's say, see here, okay, if I want to put this input into the database, what should I put? What should I create in database? Table. So here, the red color thing in database, you call these as tables, correct? Database, you call these as tables. Now here, let me do a color coding of this. So now when you look at this, okay, in the database, data fields, they are not data fields. They are called with a different name. No, they are not records. Database, you call them as columns. So let's say first name, last name. So I might have made you young or old, please don't mind. So when you have something like this, okay, when you have something like this, what do you call this? So individually, these are called rows. Individually, they are called rows, or sometimes they are also called as records. Okay. Collectively, all these records, okay, collectively, all the records highlighted in blue, this is known as a view. This is known as a view. Oh, no, sorry, not view. This is known as a list. Understood? In database terminology. Database terminology, you call it as a list. Is that clear? Now, when you go to the, see, till now, what I said, till now, what did I say? I said this customer already has got some loan business, and that loan business data is also in the same database. Okay, now I have insurance. Now I'm planning to come up with insurance business. Now this insurance business also should be in the same data, but it should be separately put in for, okay, it should be separately put in. So what do you call that? There should be separate memory allocation for that, where I put all these insurance tables. What do you call that? So in database terminology, you call that as a schema. See, in database, this is a single database, right? Now, if you want to put two applications data in one single database, what you do is you will create one schema for one application. You will create a schema for another application so that their data is completely separate. Okay. Is that clear? So when you come to Salesforce, this is going to be an application. In one Salesforce license, you can have multiple applications. We got marketing, sales, service. They're all under one Salesforce thing, right? They're all under one Salesforce license umbrella, correct? What do you call tables in Salesforce? Now, when you go to columns, what do you call the column? Call them as fields. Coming down to this DB, you call this as a list, row or a record. Whereas when you come to Salesforce, you call this as a list view. This one, this is whether it is DB or Salesforce, you call them as rows or records. DB and Salesforce, call them as rows and records. Clear? All right. Let's say like you have a company. Okay. The company is doing business in insurance. Okay. The company is doing business in insurance, and it is using one database to store all that information. So all that information will be stored in a small area called as a schema. Okay. Now That company also does business in loans. So for loans, there will be a different schema so that the loan customers are not fine. This insurance customers and loan customers, though they may be same, but their records don't clash with each other. Their records will be for loans, it will be saved in one schema. For something else, it will be saved in another schema. It's not a table. A schema contains tables. It's like a folder. Yes, you can consider that as a folder. So if we go back to the application, this is the Salesforce application, and these are all the apps that you have, like schemas in your database. See, this is service app. This is marketing app. See, service app, marketing app. There is one more, sales app. See, in the marketing app, you see campaigns, leads, contacts, opportunities. This is sales app. See, opportunities, leads, contact, campaigns. These are all the things that you have seen in marketing also. See, they are repeating. When you go to service, you see accounts, contacts, cases, you see them again. They are also repeating, correct? We are only looking at the repetitions. Is the repetitions clear? Because I wanted to, for property insurance and health insurance, we don't need anything else to be created once again, like person info and policy info. We don't need to be created again. Instead, we'll do small tweaks to fit in the health insurance as well as property insurance, right? So the same way, I just wanted to show you by default, accounts, contacts, cases are also there in sales. Accounts, contacts, and here you will see cases at the bottom. You see here? We understood that. But again, there is one more thing that we need to talk here. What are these? So though we are objects over here, you cannot directly access an object, okay? So in Salesforce, if you want to access an object, you can only access it through these things which are here. So these are called tabs. These are called tabs. These are all called tabs. So when you're looking at this, what do you call these things means? This is a tab. So what does a tab do? A tab will open an object. Okay, a tab will help you get into an object and see the data in a list view format. So the tab will take you to a corresponding object's data. See, these are the list views. You see, this is list view. Each one is a record over here. Each one is a record or a row. So accounts tab is going to open account objects list view. Contacts tab is going to open contacts objects list view. Campaigns tab is going to open campaigns object list view. Okay. Leads tab is going to open the lead objects list views. Tab name, object name. Tab name, object name. Okay. So if I say tab name as accounts, which object it is opening? Accounts tab. If I'm clicking on accounts tab, which object is it opening? Accounts tab is opening which object? Account object. Contacts tab is opening opportunities. So if you look at it, the plural is the name of the object and the object is the singular version of that. You see this? This is the default setup, guys. This is the default setup. Okay. And it's not mandatory that you should do it like this. Okay. So leads, you don't need to call it as, for this lead object, you don't need to call this as tab name as leads. You call it as a prospect. It doesn't matter. Okay. It doesn't matter. But this is the standard way of giving the things. That's how it is. Are we good here? Are same. Tab name is the plural version of the object name. That's it. When you click on accounts tab, it opens up accounts objects list view, which shows you details of all the accounts that are available. There is one more thing that you need to know. So what we understood over here, so if in a Salesforce app, there will be standard applications or standard apps as well as custom apps. Clear? Standard apps are defined by Salesforce. Custom apps are created by the admin. Right? Let's look at the Salesforce hierarchy. Let's look at the Salesforce hierarchy. Okay. So this is our Salesforce application. Okay. Now, inside the Salesforce, we have custom app. Inside the standard app, you have standard object. You can have standard objects. You can have inside a custom app, you can have custom objects, and there is a provision of adding a standard object also. Okay. Now, once you go to standard objects, in the standard objects, you can have standard fields and custom fields. In custom objects, you will have 4 standard fields and custom fields. Okay. Again, in custom object, you will have 4 and custom fields. And then in standard object, you will have custom fields. Now, when we are looking at this, see, when I'm looking at this, everywhere I said 4 standard fields. So what are those 4 standard fields? First one is name. This I'm going to highlight and I'm going to mark it red. I'll tell you why. The second standard field is created by owner and modified by. These are the 4 fields that are there, out of which only option you have is that you can change the title, okay, the label for the name field. Apart from that, you cannot do anything. Okay, created by, owned, and managed, last modified by. All these things are taken care by Salesforce. You cannot modify any of these things. We can only modify the title or the display label of the name. Nothing else can be done. When you are looking at the name field, what is the use of name field? Let's discuss that after some time. Okay, that's why I put it in, I have to put it in red color actually, not the right color. So I've put it in red. I'm going to tell you why I've put that in red. Are we clear about this hierarchy? Let's come back here. See, when I go to accounts, okay, when I go to accounts, I can select all accounts, list view to see all the accounts. Now, if I want to see more details of an account, okay, if I want to see more details of an account, where would you suggest me to click? On account name. So in the account object, you asked me to click on account name field. Okay. So when I click on it, it is showing me the details of all the employees. So sorry, showing me the details of that particular account. When I go to contact, in the list view, all contacts, where should I click? So for contact, I'm supposed to click on name. When I go to leads, leads also name. When I click on opportunity, so if you look here, my question is, why did you ask me to click on opportunity name? Or why did you ask me to click on the account name? Or why did you ask me to click on the lead name? So in other words, that is the hyperlinked field. So remember these names, guys, account name, name, opportunity. Remember these objects. Okay, we are going to come back to them in short time. So when I go to the object account, so these are the fields and this is the title. Oh, sorry, this is the title and these are the fields. So if you look at account name, which field is it looking at? Similarly, when I click on contact, see, contact has got contact name here. See, contact has a name, which contact is going into name. Okay, this is going into name. This is going into name. Lead will also go into the name if you look at that. See, lead name is also going into name. So what did we realize? Our realization is that any field which is going to be saved in the name field, that particular field is going to become hyperlinked field. Is that clear? So now, whenever this name field is there, so you see this name field is here. This comes in two flavors. One is text and the other one is auto number. Okay, this comes in two flavors, a name and auto number. Clear? You need to keep in mind one more thing. Whenever you create an object, in other words, whenever you create a custom object, whether you create these 4 custom fields or not, that's a separate story. But by default, these 4 standard fields will get automatically created. Okay. When you create an object, 4 standard fields will get automatically created. And when you click new, see, when you go back here to enter any record, you will click new. When you click on new, at least one field, which is the name field, that is going to get displayed for you. At least the name field that is going to get displayed for you. Is that clear, guys? Everybody? Okay. Okay. So now when you are looking at this accounts, let's assume that I am an account support executive. All right. I'm an account support executive. When I get a call from the customer, I'll open the accounts and then I'll go to all accounts. And then let's say, for example, someone from United Oil and Gas Corp calls me and says, hey, my name is this guy, what's his name? Arthur Song. I'm Arthur calling you from United Oil and Gas Corp, Singapore. One of my colleagues, Stella, have raised a generator request which is not yet addressed. That's what this guy wants to come and see something there. Now, can I give out the information directly? I cannot. First of all, I have to take some inputs from the guy who is claiming to be Arthur Song, right? So right now, where is the control of my machine? The control is in accounts, correct? Now, when I click on Arthur Song, what happened to my control? Control has moved from accounts to contacts. Now, in the contacts, okay, I'll just go to details and then I will talk about all these details and then the account support executive will help me. To help me, account support executive needs to take care of certain other things. Okay, to support me, account support executive has to take care of some other things. And those things will again change the control from here to here. Okay, so what if I want to have all the things in one place? What if I want to have all the things in one place? Do we have that kind of a facility? So first I looked at Arthur Song, then I looked at Stella Pavlova, then I look at a case, then I look at something. So every time the control is moving away from the existing, whatever is the field that is there, right?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce certification course for administrator and app builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.
Once we are here, okay, let me open two applications for you, Sales and Sales Console. Okay, now I'll repeat that story once again. See, there is a guy whose designation or whose role is account support executive, and this person receives calls from the clients. Clients means accounts over here for us. Okay. Receives calls from the accounts, and then he or she will get a question regarding that particular account. So there is one guy on call on that particular day, and that person has received a call from United Oil Gas Corp. So to look at that United Oil Gas Corp, he has to search for United over here. And that person, when he searched, he finds United Oil Gas Corp. And he asked, who is that person on the line? And he says that I am Arthur Song, who is the CEO of the company, and calling with reference to a service request that was raised by one of his colleague. But when someone calls me, I have to first validate them. Okay. When someone calls me, I have to validate them if they are the right people or not. So to understand that, what I asked him is some questions. So I need to go to his record. Okay. He has to understand more details about Arthur Song. So click on Arthur Song, and then he clicks on details, and then he validates it. But the question is, the control has completely moved away from accounts to contacts. Do you see that? Now again, to go back to the United Oil Gas Corp record, either you can click on this United Oil Gas Corp, but if this person is a new person, and if by mistake he clicks on it, he will see it over here. He has to click on it and he has to open this once again, right? Now, what happened? The control has completely moved away from account to contact. Now the control has completely come from contacts to accounts. All right. So the second step over here is there a question? When you look at Arthur Song, I validated Arthur Song, so I'll ask him what is the issue. So I say one of my colleagues, Stella Pavlova. So Stella Pavlova is here. When I click on Stella Pavlova's record, I see a lot of cases. So I will say that case 1021 generator issue is there. Can you tell me what is the status? So when I click on that, automatically the control has moved away from contact to cases, and the case details are all here. So I can check on the case details, and then I will update the things. But the moral of the story over here is, whenever I'm in accounts, my control is only in accounts. When I click on the contact, the control completely shifts from account to contact. There is no trace of previous account from where I came. When I click on the details, I don't have anything about the previous interaction there. What is happening? The control is being lost from here to here, from here to here. So the control is going away. Okay. So this kind of navigation is called navigation types. Okay. So whatever we have seen, okay, that kind of navigation is called standard navigation. Okay. There is one more kind of a navigation, which is like this. So here I can click on accounts. I can click on United Oil Gas Corp. So as soon as I click on United Oil Gas Corp, one tab has been created where all the details are here. So I can just move this thing. So here you see Lauren Boyle, AV Green, Stella Pavlova. So I can click on view all to see another tab. See here, United Oil tab is here. Here, contacts tab is here. I can click on Arthur Song. Arthur Song details are all here, which opened up another tab. Okay. And then I can go back to contacts and I can say Stella Pavlova. And in Stella Pavlova, I have cases. I can click on 1021 case. It opens up another record, another tab for the Stella Pavlova's case. So if you look at it, one tab has been opened. There is a tab for United Oil Gas Corp. There is a tab for contacts. There is a tab for Other Song. There is a tab for Stella Pavlova. There is a tab for the case. So here, this kind of tab-based navigation, you call it as a console navigation. Okay. And these navigations, okay, these are the two types of navigation. So for you, if I ask you which navigation did you find easy for the user? Is it the console navigation or is it the standard navigation? Console navigation, but the default navigation style where most of the people who use is standard navigation. Okay, I'll tell you the reason why. Okay, let's say there's a bag one, there's a bag two. Okay, so now let's say, and if I ask you to pick the bag number one, and you have picked bag number one, will it affect your walking performance? Each bag weight is equal to 1 kg. Okay, I'm just saying that is equal to 1 kg. Okay, weight is equal to 1 kg. So I ask you to pick up bag number one and then walk. So will it affect your performance of walking? Let's say, for example, if I ask you to pick up bag 10, you will drop down bag number one and you will pick up bag number 10. Will there be any difference? It weighs all the same. So now if I ask you to pick up bag number 6, you drop down bag number 10 and you will pick up bag number 6. Will there be any change? No, same weight that is going on, right? You're picking one and dropping one. That doesn't really bother you, right? Now I'll change the scenario. So I'll tell you to pick up bag number 10, but the caveat is that you should not leave bag number 6. You should still carry bag number 6. Will it affect your performance? I'm asking you to pick up bag number 1, then bag number 8. So as the number of bags are increasing, your performance will go down. Okay. Right. So whenever in a real-time scenario, at any given point of time, an end user, okay, an end user will only work on one single tab at any given point in time. The end user will work on any single tab at any given point of time. Only the call center or service specific people, will be working on multiple tabs. They would be requiring multiple tabs over here. So what happens is in a single tab configuration, okay, at any given point in time, Salesforce should only take care of the particular object which is in view right now. Okay, the control is in our contacts, it will be in contacts. If it is in accounts, the Salesforce server will only control the accounts, right? In the second instance, here, as and when I clicked on United Oil Gas Corp, it opened United Oil Gas Corp tab. That means it has created a thread. Okay. Then it opened the details about United Oil Gas Corp, which is the child thread of United Oil Gas Corp. Then there is one more child thread of contacts. From contact, okay, no, from United Oil Gas Corp, when I click on contacts, it's opened a contacts tab, so which is again a child of United Oil Gas Corp. Then it opened other song, that is another child thread. This is another child thread. So it is managing multiple child threads over here. So it has to manage parent as well as the child threads over here. Sometimes there might even be grandchild threads also, which is much more problematic. Okay. So to manage all these things, the server load, as the number of threads increase, okay, the server load will also increase. As the number of threads increase, the server load will also increase. So as a result of that, the server performance might get degraded. So that's the only reason why by default, okay, all the applications that we create will use standard navigation, except the service call center related things who will be using the console based navigation. Is that clear? Okay. Now let us talk about some theory concepts. Okay. As we said, this is the Salesforce admin / app builder course, right? This is Salesforce admin / app builder course. Now, when we have the Salesforce admin slash app builder course, okay, when we have the Salesforce admin slash app builder course, we need to understand what are the topics that we are going to work with. Okay, so the first thing that we are going to talk about is creating an app. Okay, or I can even say app creation. Then once I create the app, okay, once I create the app, I will be talking about objects. Okay, we'll talk about the objects. And when I talk about the objects, I will be talking about the tabs. And then once I talk about the tabs, then I'll be talking about the fields. Okay, we know what is an app. Okay, we know what is an app. We know what is an object. We know what is a tab. We know what is a field. Okay, now to have data correctly entered into the system, to have the data correctly entered into the system, I have to set up certain rules. Those rules are developed using validation
Very
rules. Those rules are developed using validation rules. Okay. So these are the first set of topics that we will be discussing under admin and app builder. These are the first set of topics. Then under the admin and app builder, the next set of topics, okay, the next set of topics that we will be looking at are next is data import. Once we do this, once we do the app building part of it, we'll start with data import. Now, once we in data import, there are three tools. Okay, one is a data import wizard. The second one is data loader. The third one is Workbench. This is third party. Okay, it's not a Salesforce tool, but it is a third party tool. Then once this is done, okay, it is not under data import, but we will talk about relationships. Okay, we'll talk about relationships. Again, we will discuss special fields. Under relationships, we will discuss about relationship fields and then roll-up summary fields. Okay, these are the things that we will discuss about. Okay, all right. Now, once we are done with roll-up summary fields and we are done with data import. So again, so now the next one is we are going to look at relationships. Under the relationship, one-to-one slash many-to-one relationship. Okay, then one-to-many relationship. Okay, then many-to-many relationship. Okay, and once this is done, we'll discuss about roll-up summary fields. Okay, we'll discuss about roll-up summary fields. So now once I complete this roll-up summary fields, okay, once I complete the roll-up summary fields, so these are the three topics. Okay, these are the three topics that fall under admin slash app builder concepts. Okay, these are the three topics that fall under admin slash app builder topics. Okay, just want to check the other one to be in sync with what we are doing. Okay, so now what we are going to do is all these things, these three things, we are going to work with, okay, an application that we are going to develop and we call it as HR onboarding. Okay, we will develop a HR onboarding application. Okay, for all these three things, we will develop the HR onboarding application. Okay, now once we are done with this, okay, once we are done with this HR onboarding thing, the next thing that we are going to look at is security. So the security that we are going to look at, okay, under security, we will discuss about profiles, which we have already done once, okay, over here. If you remember, we discussed about the profiles over here once. We will discuss more about profiles over here. Now, after the profiles, okay, profiles are at user level, profiles are at application level, okay, profiles are at different levels. We will have profiles. Where do we have that? We will see that. That is one thing. Now, the second thing that we are going to look at is organization-wide defaults, or in short, we call them as OWD. Okay, we call it as organization-wide defaults, which is OWD. Now, once this organization-wide defaults are discussed, okay, now, so profiles is one level of security, org-wide defaults is another level of security. Permission sets slash groups is another level of security. Then between permission sets and groups, there is one more, which is manual sharing. This is another level of security. After permission sets and groups, the other security that we are going to talk about is sharing rules. And then we have two more elements which are not really security things, but they will support us in security. One is types, record types, and record types and page layouts. Okay, this is the security part. And what we are going to use for security, we are going to use account object, because already we have data in the account object. So for security, we are going to use the account object. So what did I miss here? Data level, field level. So here we will have few more things which we need to do. So we will be discussing about object level, data level security. We'll discuss about this, and then we'll discuss about this. Then we'll discuss about profiles, organization wide defaults, all these things. All right. Also, how do we clone profiles, create new users? These are the things that we are going to see here. Okay, these are the other set of things. Okay, so once this is done, once the account is done, then we will talk about next one is email, right? So we're going to discuss about email. So we'll discuss about classic letterhead and classic email template. These are the two things that we are going to use. Okay, we will use account and lead for, or we will say lead slash account. We are going to create email templates for lead and account. Okay, that's what we are going to. Once we understand this, we are going to talk about web to lead. There is also web to case, but we will not discuss that in class. You can do it as a homework for that. Okay. Now web to lead is create web to lead form. This is one thing that we are going to create. Next, we are going to lead auto response, then lead auto assignment. Okay, these are the three things that we are going to do. Okay, and the object that we are going to use here is going to be lead object. All right, we are going to use a lead object. Now, once web to lead is done, we will talk about automation. Under automation, we will discuss about workflows. We will discuss about process builder. We will discuss about flows. Okay, we'll discuss about flows. And for workflows and process builder and flows, we use account and employee object. We use account and employee. We use account, contact, and employee objects. These are the three objects that I'm going to use. All right. Now, once automation is done, we'll go into reports and dashboards. So we will discuss about tabular report, summary report, matrix report. Then we'll create a dashboard. And for this, we'll use account and employee objects. We'll use account and okay. So this brings us to the end of the Salesforce admin app builder thing. So this is going to be Salesforce admin app builder POC. Okay. The questions and scenarios, we will not be able to do it because there are a lot of things that are available on the internet. So what we are going to do is the concentration will be how effectively you understand this and how good you can do the work using these topics. Okay, that will be the criteria for me. Okay, and if you're good in these concepts, if you learn these, writing an exam or clearing an essay, clearing a certification is a cakewalk. As an admin, either you will be asked to do app building, or you're asked to do data import, or you're asked to create a relationship, or you're asked to do a setup security, or you're asked to do an email template, or create a Web2 lead or a Web2 case form, or you're asked to create a workflow process builder or a flow, or create reports or dashboards. If you know how to work on each one of it hands-on, it is what you're looking for, correct? Theory, it's not like a theorem where you talk about the theory and then write the theorem. No, this itself is the theoretical concept as well as the application part of it, because this is a product. Okay. Suppose if I'm teaching you a language, okay, then I have to teach you what is a loop, what is the use of a loop. Okay, where will I use the loop? That is the theory that I'm going to teach you first, and then I'll show you an example. This is a product. The theory part is very, very less. So wherever the theory is required, I'm going to talk about that, and then we are going to discuss about it. Okay. So we are going to build this HR onboarding app. So what is the objective of this HR onboarding app? Generally, see, most of you guys are employees, right? So whenever you receive a appointment letter, do you just walk into the office and you find a chair and you sit down over there, or what do you do as soon as you enter your office? On the first day, joining day, I mean. Okay, those are the forms which are automated under HR onboarding system now. And they will get this HR onboarding application where they will fill the data. It is not relevant to Salesforce app. Okay, it is not relevant to Salesforce app. Okay. But if you remember, we have taken one example over here. Okay. I said this is for insurance, right? I said we can sell insurance using marketing. We can sell we can sell the product through sales. We can create a service request. We can create a service request for something, insurance claim or anything. And then I said we are going to create a new data entry app that is given for the direct selling agents to enter the customer information, correct? So this is a data entry app. Do you agree? Now, for this data entry app or for this marketing, there are two kinds of people. I said one is an employee and the other one is a direct selling agent. Now, if I don't want to buy another HR system, instead I want to use the Salesforce system itself to maintain my employee database. Can I not build an HR onboarding system using Salesforce as an application? I can, right? I paid money for Salesforce. Why not I use it for my HR onboarding also?
It can be used in various departments or in an organization.
That's
isn't
correct.
it?
I'll tell you.
Mhm.
I'll tell you, Amazon uses Salesforce for their recruiting. The current company that I am using uses Salesforce for its recruiting. Yeah. So see, Salesforce is a default application, but you have tools inside your own application. No, I'm not customizing anything. I'm building my own application. No. The most important thing is how am I doing it? If you come down here, yeah, see, not using any code over here. I am only configuring this. Using the configuration, I'm building a new application for my requirement. Okay, everything is given to me by Salesforce. I can definitely build a new application which doesn't even belong to sales. That's what I'm doing. HR onboarding, recruiting, they're not really there with sales. And it's not what do you call? I don't say HR. For HR, there are separate applications. I don't say companies use Salesforce for HR. I've taken it only for my example. But if you look for recruiting, companies have created their applications in Salesforce for their recruiting purpose, and Amazon is one of them. Because if you have to create an object, you don't need to write a code. If you need to create a field, you don't need to write a code. For most of the functionalities that you see here, building an app which falls under app builder concepts, you don't need to write code at all. There is no way to write a code. So two things you asked. One is
there is something which a configuration doesn't work, you require coding. Coding doesn't work, you require configuration. Okay. So second thing is impossible. Okay. Because everything is possible through coding. Everything is possible through coding. It may be a roundabout work, but everything is possible through coding. So there is no such thing that you cannot achieve anything without coding. Correct. Everything can be done, but it takes much more longer time, much more efforts, and much more errors, prone to errors. Okay, that is possible. But the first one, something which you cannot achieve through configuration, okay, something which you cannot achieve through configuration, but you need coding. What is that? Let's say I am creating this HR onboarding app. Okay, when I'm creating this HR onboarding app, I will have an option to capture all the details of employee. So to get all the details of employee, I am very happily using the configuration part of it. But my company comes back and tells me, well, you entered all the details, but how do I know that this is the same person who joined, fills up the application form and then goes away, and then Divakar comes in place of Azhar saying that he is Azhar with his picture. So there's no way there is a picture inside my form, inside my application. So if I want to capture a picture inside my HR onboarding screen, I cannot do it with coding. I cannot do it with configuration. I need to go write code to capture the photo and plug it into this application. You will write code top of the existing object. So how do you do it? That is way too early to discuss that. So let's put a comma to this discussion at this point in time. And then maybe when we come to the developer part of it, or when we proceed few classes, at least when we come till here, you will get some fair amount of understanding. Otherwise, we'll come up and we'll be sidetracked a lot. So let's not do that. Okay. So the application that we are going to create over here, is HR onboarding. Okay, the application that we are going to create over here is HR onboarding. Okay, then the next thing that we are going to do is we are going to create, let me leave a space. I'll tell you why I left a space over there. Then I'm going to create objects. What are the objects that I'm going to create? The objects that I'm going to create are employee objects. Then employee object creates, captures all the data of the employee, his name, his all the details which are required for the employee. Okay, name, age, date of birth, email ID, phone number, here, all those things will be captured as a part of this employee object. Then the second object that we are going to discuss will be, now when I hire an employee, he will be in a department. He will be in a department. So he will be a part of a department. Okay. So I am going to create that object department. Now, once I create the department, once you join a company, see, if you join as a developer, you will be given a laptop. Okay. If you join as a service engineer who is on call, so you will get a desktop and a phone, or you will get a laptop and a phone, or sometimes a desktop where to work in office, a laptop to work at home, as well as a phone. Okay. So you need to know, you need to capture what are the devices that are assigned to you. What is the device that is assigned to you? What devices are assigned to the employee will be captured in device object. Then for the fun of employees, or it's just not work, right? So some kind of a fun event should be there. So those fun events are all clubs will be there. So a fun club will be there, a trekking club will be there, a swimming club will be there, a cricket club will be there, a tennis club will be there. So a lot of clubs will be there where you can pay a fee and then you can be a member and then you can be a part of it. So what clubs are there and who are the members of that club can be there. And then there is one object that I've created. This is for a specific reason that I'm created. Okay. I'm not going to talk anything about membership right now. I'm going to talk about it at a later point in time, but still we have to create this membership object. Okay. Now, once we create the object, we need to create the tabs.
So employee tab is what we discussed. Employees. Department, departments, club. Membership, no. Tab not required. So the tab is not required over here. The tab is not required over here. Why? Because the tab is not required over here because membership is a object that supports a specific functionality. Membership is an object that supports a specific functionality which is required for us to be there. So we don't need a tab for it. Okay. So, but again, at a later point in time, we will see the tab. Okay. Now, once I create the tabs, I got the objects created. I got the app created. I got the objects created. Okay. Now, what am I going to use these? See, I created multiple objects and see here I said app building. So here we looked at these things under app building. We looked at data import. We looked at relationships, right? So here there are multiple objects. So here we are going to talk about fields and validations. Here we are going to talk about fields and validations. And then with department, I'm going to talk about data import. I'm going to talk about data import and okay, I'm going to talk about data import and then I'm going to talk about relationships. Okay, I'm going to talk about relationships. So how am I going to talk about the relationships? So for relationships, I am going to use all these fields. Okay, for this, I'm going to use all these fields to talk about the relationships. Yeah. So what relationships am I going to do? What is the relation? So you have to look at the color code, guys. So between employee and department, okay, between employee and department. So one employee can belong to, let's say, for example, okay, employee and then department, okay, Azhar, Divakar, Preeti, Melissa, okay, let's say Rashmi. Let's say Azhar belongs to IT. Divakar belongs to finance. Okay, Preeti belongs to HR. Melissa belongs to IT. Rashmi belongs to finance, and Srini belongs to HR. Okay. Now, if you look at this, okay, one employee belongs to how many departments? So one employee belongs to one department, 1 to 1. Now, let's say, for example, so if I have this, now what happens? If you look at this, what is the kind of a relationship that we establish here? So this can be either a 1 to 1 or a many to one. That's the relationship. Now, between employee and device, okay, if you look at between employee and device, one employee can have one laptop, one employee can have one desktop, or one employee can have one laptop as well as a mobile phone, or one employee can have at an executive level, one employee can have laptop, mobile phone, as well as an iPad, okay, a tablet, I mean, okay. So one employee relation, one employee, one to many relationship, okay. Similarly, if I go to this, if I go to employee and club, so to establish this, I have to take membership also. So to establish this, I have to take this also. So one employee can be a part of cricket club, one employee can be a part of cricket and a tennis club. And then in tennis club, there may be multiple employees. In cricket club, there may be multiple employees, right? So it is many employees belong to many clubs. So the relationship became, is that clear? So this is how we are going to create, this is how we are going to create the relationship definitions. This is how we are going to create the application also. Okay. Now to create an application, we have only one thing. So when you go to Salesforce to create an application, we have to use App Manager. Okay, using this App Manager, I can create an application. Okay, a new Lightning app can be created. Okay, Using a app manager, I can create the Lightning app. Okay. But again, to create this app, when I'm creating the app, multiple things will come up. So to show them, I need to open another application in another tab or in another browser. So here I'm logging in as a different user. Okay, here also I'm going to say app manager. Now here I'm going to create a new Lightning app. Okay, I'm going to create a new Lightning app. So here, when you look at this, what is the name of my app? The name of my app is HR Onboarding. Okay, developer name is HR Onboarding. Captures all the data that is relevant to employee. Now you see this little picture on here. You see this little picture. Instead of this picture, if you want to have a custom picture, you can upload that picture over here. Okay, so what you can do, you can Google it, snip that picture, save it on your desktop, and then upload it from here. Okay, and then in here, I have one picture of my company. So I'm going to take VTU. This is my application. Okay, now here, when you look at this, okay, here, when you look at this application, when I click on this, when I click on this, what is the background color of that tab? This background color, light blue and dark blue, right? Do you see that? Okay, so I don't want this color. Instead, I want some red color to be there. So I can say, see this, take this dark red and say done. So new color had come. Just check this box. Use the app's image and color instead of the org's custom theme. So when you do it, how does it work? So when you look at it, HR onboarding, by virtue of this, okay, this picture comes up over here and the tab comes up over here like this. Clear? Now, just say next, just say next. Now here, navigation and form factor, like which kind of navigation you want? Do you need a console navigation or do you need a custom navigation? You need a console navigation or a standard navigation. So we know what is a standard navigation. We know what is a console navigation, and we discussed that. By default, for most of the applications, we will use only the standard navigation and we will not use the console navigation. So I just select standard navigation. Now, supported form factors, where you can see this application, where can you see this application? So this application can be seen on the desktop as well as the phone. So that's fine. You can leave it like that. Now, what is setup and personalization? So you see this little thing over here. When I click on setup, it is showing up setup as the first preference and then service setup has come here. So which one do you want? Do you need a full setup option or service setup? If you do this, okay, if you do this, only this little service setup thing will come up for you. This setup will not be there. Okay, that's an issue. So that's the reason why you select full setup. Now, what is this app personalization settings? And what is this omni-channel sidebar? So let's look at it over here. So when I go back over here and where I select my HR onboarding and do an edit of that HR onboarding. Okay, so here in the app options, see at this point, all the things are disabled. Since all these things are disabled, I'm able to move my tabs like this. Okay, and then if I click over here and if I type cases, okay, case tab has come. See that new tab has come, even though it is not part of HR onboarding. Similarly, when I say account tab has come, even though it is not part of the thing. So the tabs are there for you. All of it, you can move these tabs again. If the tab that is here, I can move it to this place. The tab that is here, I can move it to last place. All this is possible because these check boxes are checked. Sorry, these boxes are left unchecked. What happens if I uncheck the middle one? What happens if I uncheck the middle one, save it and go back? See, what does the middle one say? Middle one says disable temporary tabs for items outside of this app. It says disable temporary tabs outside of this app. So when I go back here, see already two tabs are here, this and this, cases and accounts are here. I'll just do a quick refresh over here. When I do a refresh, see those two tabs are gone. But see, accounts is still here, but the tab for the account is gone. If I say contacts, okay, contacts tab is here, but sorry, contacts data is here, but contacts tab is not coming. Okay, now if you look at this, I'm still able to move these things. But what happens if I check the first box instead of the second one? Save it. Go back, refresh the things. See, the modifications that I did have all been reversed. And this is here. Employees is first, departments is second, devices is third, club. That is the format. That's the format in which I've kept them. So they are reverted back to that. So if I select the first tab, okay, if I select the first tab, whatever is the default setup that I have first set up when I'm creating the tab, it will maintain that. If I choose the second tab, okay, if I choose the second tab, that will allow me to move the tabs here and there, but that will not allow tabs from outside, which are not part of this application. See, we can see the object data, okay, but the tabs won't come. Okay. If both are unchecked, only then the tabs will come. Okay. And then what happens if I use an omni-channel sidebar? So if I do an omni-channel sidebar, you get an option to integrate it with, what do you call? Here you have that sidebar over here, employees. You see the sidebar has come. You have to configure the sidebar later. Okay, you have to configure the sidebar later. So so we don't use it. That is only for call center applications. You have that. Okay, it's gone now. So now I'll just select this, leave all the three as it is, and then I'll go to next. In the next window, utility items. See, when I go back here, when I go to the next utility items, I selected a flow over here. I've added a flow over here just to showcase that this flow is there. So since I've added this flow, when I keep it at the bottom, there is a flow that came up. When I click on the flow, it shows the flow that I created. I can enter the data and directly create an employee from here itself. Okay. So that option is there, but this is a kind of an hindrance to you. It will eat up some of the space on the thing. Until unless you desperately require that to be there, you can just ignore this. And then we can just go to the next option, say next. Navigation items. So for that, we'll just come back here once. See, in this picture, you said inside the custom app, you can have custom objects as well as standard objects, right? So this helps you to give you any standard object. So account is a standard object. Okay. Similarly, contact is a standard object. Calendar is a standard object. Okay. All these are standard objects. Okay. So if you want to use any of the standard objects, you select them, but here I don't want to use any standard objects except the home. So I can select home and then move it over here and then save your work. Okay. And then here it is asking for profiles. So what did I tell about profile? A profile will allow you to see what you can see, or profile will let you see what you can see and let you do what you can do. Or in other words, a profile will define what you can see and what you can do. Correct? Yeah, that's the first level of security. Now, couple of questions I'm going to ask. You need to tell me the answer for it. Very simple question. Who is creating this HR onboarding app? It is an admin. And who is that? Myself. System admin. And I am the system admin, correct? What I'm going to do is I'm going to say, so there are other users also. We discussed about standard platform and standard users, right? This is one profile. This is other profile. If you remember this, we discussed about the profiles over here, right? Standard user, system administrator, and standard platform user. These are the three profiles we discussed, correct? So I'm using only standard user and standard platform user for this HR onboarding application. I am not assigning this with system administrator. I am the system administrator. I am the person who created this application. Okay. But I did not assign my profile to this application. So when I click on save and finish, let us see what happens. When I go to this and when I say view all, do I see that application? Profile defines what you can see and what you can do. So my profile defined that I can create an application, but the application that I have created does not have access to my profile. So even though I am the person who created this application, I will not see it. Okay, as an end user, I cannot see it. So when I go back over here, click on HR onboarding, and then when I do an edit, in the edit option, if I go to user profiles and then I'm going to say system administrator, and then move it to the right and then save the work. Okay, and then go back. As soon as I do this, okay, click on this, say view all. See, HR onboarding has come. Clear? So what I did was I went over here in the HR onboarding. I edited HR onboarding. I went to the last option, user profiles, and I added my system administrator profile over there. That's it. So when I go back here, when I click over here in HR onboarding, when I click over here and then say view all, you see HR onboarding app over here, and do a right click, open link in a new tab. It's here in the app launcher. Let's set up app manager. Yeah, I click on app space manager. You see that app manager here. When I click on this, all these apps will come up. I'll select HR onboarding and then I'm going to do an edit. All right. So we created the application now. Okay, the next step is to create an object. Okay, the next step is to create an object. So how do I create an object? I created an app in the app manager. I will create the object in the object manager. So object manager is here. Click on this. Now, any object, guys, listen to this very carefully. Any object can be created in 3 ways. Okay, any object can be created in 3 ways. 1, by clicking on create custom object. 2, by clicking on schema builder. 3, by clicking on create custom object from spreadsheet. So if you look at it, see, I can say create, and say create custom object. And then I can also use schema builder. I can also say create. So again, guys, which one should I use for what? There is no restriction like that. Which one should I use what? There is no restriction like that. I can use anything, but 99.999% of the times you'll use only create custom object. I'm only teaching you these 2 things because those 2 options are available for us. It won't come under both. It will come under the end user portion, because if I have to create a service ticket, that is the end user's job. The service app itself has got some ticketing options available. You can use the existing ones or write some flow or a process builder thing to modify that to suit your requirements. So now we will use, see, we have 5 things, right? So we will use create custom object from spreadsheet to create employee and devices. We will use schema builder to create employee, department and membership. And then we will use create custom object from spreadsheet for the club. All right. Oh, you mean to say the application, the app did? Yeah. So what we did was we went into the home, clicked on app manager. Okay. And we clicked on new lightning app. We gave HR onboarding as the name. Okay. We gave HR onboarding as the name. Then we selected the image. We selected the color. Okay, and then we said org theme option. Then the next taken to app options, where we selected standard navigation, device and phone, and we selected full service setup. We understood what these 3 things are, but we did not work any of these things. Then went into utility items. We just looked at what are the utility items, but we did not add anything. Under navigation items, what are the custom objects that you want to use, or the standard objects that you want to use, you can select. But I said I'm not going to use anything except a home. And then under the user profiles, I've added system administrator, standard user, and standard platform user. Saved it. Yeah, once I save it and open that application, this is what I see. You see the home is there with a red line on top of it. The end user's profile is having access to that particular application. Yes, that comes under security. That's from, no, that's that's a default data that is given to us by Salesforce. And this is a default application that is there. So we don't need to worry about that. We have to start with custom objects creation. We have to start with custom objects creation. We don't need to worry about the objects now. We do it later. Okay. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce certification course for administrator and app builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.
So, since the fact that nobody has any questions, let's go ahead and let's start creating the app. Okay. So to create the app, okay, we will first log into my application. And then we need to create the app first. Okay, we need to create the app. So when I create the app, how does that look? So that I would like to show it to you. Okay, let's go to this. So to build the application, I have to go to App Manager. In the App Manager, I will click on New Lightning App. The name of our application is HR Onboarding. Developer name is the name of this application as it is stored in the database. Okay, it is the name of the application as it is stored in the database. It is not the person's name who is developing the application. Okay. Then also take some description. Okay, the description will be like application to capture employee department device and club memberships. Okay, then you see this little picture over here. Instead of this picture, if I want my own application item to come up. Okay, so this will be the application. If I open this, see, this is my application. You see this HR onboarding, and then it says we train you, right? So this is something which is mine. So if I want to bring that in here, I can upload that picture. So I'll just select that picture. If you don't have a picture like mine, okay, what you can do is you can go to Google, select any picture from images, make a very small 21 kilobyte picture of that, and then use that. Nothing happens. Okay, and then the next thing is like when you're looking over here, see, by default, if I open a sales application, okay, see the background for every single tab that I click, it's a dark blue versus the light blue. The background is light blue and this line is dark blue. I don't want it like this. I want it in a little light reddish pink kind of a format. This is the color that I want. So how do I give that? So for that, I just click on this extreme right corner, select this corner bit to get the right. See, it's not mandatory that you should get only red. Okay, it's up to you. For me, I wanted to have a red. You can choose any color, it is up to you. Okay, say done and then click on this box, use our apps image and the color code instead of this. So what it does is it will use my application picture and it will use my color code for the application. Clear? So we need to discuss about this. Tabs, objects. How do we create these objects? That we need to discuss in detail. So there are three things. One is directly creating a custom object, creating an object from schema builder, then creating object from spreadsheet. So first let's look at how do we create an object from the regular option. Okay. So when I go back here, for creating the application, I used App Manager. For creating the objects, I will be using the Object Manager. Okay. In the Object Manager, I'm going to click on Create Custom Object. Now the label for this will be Employee. Now, as per our discussion, for employee, the tab name is Employees, right? Plural label will be the tab label, which is the employees. Okay, so context sensitive help, don't worry about this. It is just the help thing, so we are not going to use any help for this. Now, the record name. Okay, what is this record name? Now, when we created this, we discussed that name is going to be, name is one of the standard field that will get generated, correct? We discussed about this name field. And we also have discussed that it will either be a text or an auto number. Do you agree? So here, why is this name there? It is going to give the hyperlink to it. So now when I go back here, it says record name will be employee name. So I don't want to take it as employee name. Instead, I'm going to take it as first name. Okay. First name will be the text format. It's not auto number, it's still text format. Allow reports, allow activities, track field history, allow in chatter groups. I'm going to tell you in development and deployed later, but for us, whether you choose in development or whether you choose deployed, it literally doesn't make any difference. But there is a specific reason for that. I'm going to tell that to you what exactly is it after I finish creating all the 4 objects. Now just say allow search, add notes and attachments. Just click on add notes and attachments. Now last week when I created an app, what are the 3 profiles did I assign this to? Platform user, standard user. These are the 3 profiles. Is it asking anywhere to assign an object to a profile? Anywhere is it asking me to assign a profile over here? Nowhere it is asking me to assign a profile, because a tab is always accessed by a tab. So when we create a tab, it will ask the tab to be associated with a profile, but not the object directly. Is that clear? Now let us save our work. See here, there is one checkbox which I did not do, which is launch new custom tab. I'm not going to check that. Instead, I'm going to do it manually. See, this object is created for me. Okay, this object is created for me. Now, when I go to this application, if I want to see it here, I need a tab. How will I get the tab? So under home, you click on tab. So we click on a tab, we have to create it, not even attaching. So we'll create a custom object tab. Click new. See, only those objects whose tabs are not there will be shown here. Any object which has a tab will not get shown here. Employee, give any tab style. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so these are the profiles. To which I need to assign. But by default, if you look here, all the profiles are turned on. So how do I turn them off? Just click here and say default off. And then say apply different tab visibility. Scroll up, add it to this. System administrator, standard user, and standard platform user. Say next. Now, what applications should I assign this to? What application? So the tab, if you look here, see, if you look at this is service app. Accounts, contacts, cases are there. If you go to sales app, you see accounts, contacts, you also see cases. Okay, at the end of it, you'll see cases. Okay, so the same tab can be assigned to multiple applications. See, this accounts tab is assigned to sales. the same accounts tab is also assigned to service. Contacts tab is assigned to service. The same tab is even assigned to the sales application. So you can have one tab attached to multiple applications. So if you look at this, how do I attach this thing? So I am attaching this tab only to my HR onboarding app. Click save. See, already this tab is created and you see there's a little picture, like the balls picture is here. So where do I see them? So for that, what you need to do is you got to go to this application, do a quick refresh. See, employees tab has come, click on employees. It brings up that red thing. You see this We Train You, the one which I gave. And then when I click on new, it's opening up a window for me. It's opening up a window for me. So this window is called as page layout. Okay, this window is known as page layout. Save your work. So I saved my Divakar's name so I can see it. So this is also page layout, guys. The place where I see fields is known as page layout. Now, why did I tell you about page layout? Because since name is the first field that will be there, name got by default added to the page layout. But going forward, whenever you add a new field, it is a mandatory requirement for you to choose whether that field is going to be there on that page layout or not. Is that clear? Now, when I click on employees, see Divakar's name is hyperlinked. Do you see that? When I click on it, it opens up the page layout. When I click on edit, again, it opens up the same page layout in an edit mode. Or you can just do a double click and this page layout becomes editable. Clear? Okay, let's create one more field. So to create fields, first of all, I should go to the object manager, then select the object. Click on the object. And then this is the object. You see fields and relationships here. Click on the fields and relationships. And these are I said 4 standard fields. Name created by, modified by, owner. Do you remember? Name created by, modified by, owner. Okay, these are the 4 things. So those are the only 4 fields that you see. If you want to see more fields, if you want to create more fields, then you just click create. And which type of field you want to create? Do you want to create a date or a number or a text? Whatever is it, it is shown to us over here. These are called data types. So every field will belong to a particular data type. So the next field that I'm going to create is going to be a text data type because I would just like to enter the name of the person. Say next, the field label is going to be the last name. Length is going to be 25. Description captures the employee last name. It is a best practice, but in the interest of time and effort, I'm not going to put the description, but when you're make it a habit that you add description to all the things. Aziz, you got a question? So help text will help you put whatever is the value. So enter employee last name. Now, is it required? That means every time you have to give a last name. Unique means every name should be different. There cannot be, it's something like this. Suppose if I say Sharma, this Sharma and this Sharma, okay, this Sharma and this Sharma for us are same. But when I go back and say treat ABC and ABC as duplicate values, okay, it doesn't matter. But if you say the second one, treat ABC and small ABC as different values. So this Sharma is different from this Sharma. Because for the previous one, S is a capital one, second one, S is a small one. So these two are different. So always be careful what you are choosing here. So I'm not going to make it required. I'm not going to make it a unique thing. Okay, I'm not putting any of these things, I'm saying next. So here it is asking which profiles it is visible to. I'll uncheck all the profiles and make it only available for system administrator, standard user, and standard platform user. And then, is it visible on the page layout? Yes or no, which is there in the next. So I'm going to put this without the last name. How is it possible? So if you don't want to put it, it won't get showed up. Now, most important thing that you have to remember here is when you go to previous screen, the field is also assigned to 3 profiles. Did you see it here? So if you look at it, a user has a profile. We looked at it over here. See, a user has a profile. The app has a profile. And then the tab has a profile. Clear? And then the field also has a profile. So now when I click on Divakar and then just do a quick refresh, see this first name is there. So to get the last name, just click on Comfy to Compact. See, last name has come. Just do an edit of this. Make it Divakar Sharma. Save your work. Okay, see whatever the screen that you're seeing here, the screen, this is layout. When I do a double click, whatever editable, that is a page layout. The same page layout. When I do an edit, you see this little window, this is a page layout. Yeah, it takes a little while for refresh, so don't worry about that. Are we good? So guys, to understand this very carefully. So we have a system admin profile, correct? Do you agree? Now as a user is assigned to the profile, correct? Next, what is the application that I created? So the app that got created is HR onboarding. Okay. Now this app is also assigned to system administrator, correct? Now the fact that the user has got access to Salesforce profile system administrator, and we have literally seen this. Till the time my profile is added, I was not able to see the HR onboarding app. You also have seen that, correct? Then what did I create? I created an object employee, correct? Inside this, I have created, it automatically created a name field, correct? Which I've renamed it as, correct? Now, is this object assigned to any profile? No. What did I create next after creating object? Did a tab. I assigned the tab to the employee object, and then I assigned the tab to the profile. Then I assign the tab to the application, correct? Now when it logs in, it will see the app HR onboarding because his profile system administrator is also assigned to HR onboarding app. When I click on that HR onboarding app, I will be seeing the tab employees because the tab employees is assigned to the system admin profile, which I am also assigned to. And then the tab is assigned to the application HR onboarding. That is the second thing. Then the third thing is the tab is also assigned to the profile system administrator. Correct? So that's why when I click on the app, I will see the tab. When I click on the tab, it will take me to the list view. When I click on the tab, it will take me to the list view where I will see the first name. So I can click on new and I'll create the first name. After that, what did I do? I created a last name field. Now the last name is also assigned to the profile. The last name is also assigned to the profile. Also, the last name is put on the page layout. Are we clear? Okay. The standard by default will be assigned to everybody because everyone when assigned to the tab, okay, the access to this is via the tab. Okay, the access to this is via, okay, the access is assigned through a tab, right? So when I click on the tab, at least I should see first name. Whether I see last name or not, that's secondary, but I should see first name. So by default, you don't need to do it. By default, that particular first name field will get assigned to all the profiles, or it is visible to all the profiles. That's how internally it is made. All right. So first we created one application, which is we created one object using create and custom object. Okay. Now let us create the second object. What is the second object that I'm supposed to create? The second object that I'm going to create is going to be create custom object, which is device. But the difference that I'm going to show you is employee used text as the name field. Now I'm going to use auto number. Say new. I'm going to go to object manager, say new object. This is one way of doing it, or click on object manager, create custom object. So this also gives you the same place. Label is going to be device, plural is devices. Record name is not device name, it is going to be device ID. And this is going to be auto number. In the auto number, I have to put some format. Okay, this is the format placeholder. This is the format placeholder, and this is the starting number. So when I add a device, it says DID 000001. The next one will be DID 000002. The third one will be 000003. Like that, it will go on incrementing. Okay. So the same thing, allow reports, allow activities, track field history, allowing chatter groups, allow search, add. Yes. Like, you want to know what it is? So instead of this, I can say Aziz. It doesn't matter. It is just some ID, sir. DID stands for device ID. Instead of that, I said Aziz. It doesn't. There's no convention from Salesforce. It's my convention. I saved it. Okay. You are getting this. Okay. So probably what you did was in the fee. Sorry. In this, the mistake that you might have done is this. This has to be, you might have given brackets, but this has to be curly brace. This has to be curly brace. It's not a bracket. Yes, curly braces. What is it that it is saying? Oh, you gave O over there. You have to give 0. You gave O, the letter instead of a 0. Yeah, that's a data type error. See, I'll mimic it here. See, okay, see. When I do a save, it says invalid data, right? So, allowing chatter groups. Okay. See, if you want this device to be a part of the chatter, okay, then you can use it. That's the only thing. So when we are using chatter, if you want to refer to this object for some requirements, then you will mark that allowing chatter groups. That's what it is. Chatter is a mix. Generally, we don't use it, but chatter is like a mix of WhatsApp and Twitter. It's an internal communication, is what they say. Send the messages, receive the messages, all this. All right. Okay, so just to clarify, see, when I click on employees, right, you are getting this Divakar as the hyperlink, correct? So this hyperlink is provided by the name. That's the field. So in the device, we don't have name. Instead, I have a number there. So now I created this object. I'm fine. If you want, what I can do is I can go to object manager. Sorry, I can go to device, create a field, then say new. I'm going to select a text field. Device type length is going to be 15. Say next. Check, uncheck, save your work. I'm adding it to the device layout. So when I go back here, do a quick refresh. You should see sometimes what happens is this is going to be a little bit of a problem with our refresh rate. So what I generally do is I switch between comfy and comfort, but still the tabs don't come up. So if the tabs doesn't come up, I will prefer to do is I'll go down here and I'll go to Salesforce Classic. Okay, in the Salesforce Classic, you see Divakar is here. When I click on Divakar, I cannot create until unless there is a field created, I cannot see it over here. So it's of no use. So we just need to wait till that devices. So now I did not create a device tab over here. So I should add a device tab now. So let's click on object. click on home, click on tabs. See, now only device will be shown here for me in objects. So device, tab, I can use a board, say next, default off, turn the three things on, default on, default on, default on, say next, check, save your work. Okay, now when I go back to this and do a quick refresh, see, we are yet to get that. Let's do a change from comfy to compact and see, it should come up. See, recently viewed means the record that you just viewed, all means all the records inside that. Now devices is not there with the app. So how am I going to do it? That is where again I'll call up app manager. In the app manager, I'm going to edit my application. Say edit. I'll go to last navigation items. See here I did not add it. That is why I'll select devices, add it to this and save your work. Now when I come back, do a refresh. It's already added, right? I saved it. So let's go back. Yeah, I added the device tab here, right? I've added the device tab. Device I've added to employees. This thing.
WebEx previously it is
No,
organizing
it
in
is
teams,
not
right?
WebEx. It is not WebEx.
Means we are not even we are not able to listen the questions of audience.
So now when I go to device and click new, see device type is there. I can add some value here. It will work when I add. But as of now, the story hasn't come down to the device level. So I'm not adding any value into the device. I'm not adding any record into the device. Next, guys. Okay, we only have a device ID. So if you go to devices, if I say new, and then when I say device type is laptop, save your work. See, device ID is there. When I click on devices, the device ID, DID hyphen 000 is hyperlinked. When I click on it, it shows me the details about that particular record. Oh, there's nothing really much difference. Let me open this application. See, when you look at this United Oil gas card, there's a lot of data here in details, right? So they are more spaced. Okay, they are more spaced and it is easy for you to read. Okay, this is your comfy layout. The other one is compact layout. When I do a compact layout, click on refresh now. See, the screen is all crunched together. The space is removed. So generally, when you go in for mobiles, it automatically takes in this compact part of it. Salesforce Classic. So to answer this question, I have to go back what is Lightning or what is this classic app? Okay, what is this classic app? So the application format that we are looking right now, okay, the application format that we are looking right now is the application format that we are looking right now is the Lightning one, whereas the other format that we have is a classic app. Yeah, so when I can easily say format and then I can keep quiet, but that's not the right answer. So I'll go to the service application, click on the accounts. Okay. Okay, so I have to move back almost like a decade and a half. Okay. 12 to 14 years before I have to go back. Now, when you are looking at 12 and 14 years back, around 14 years back, you can take. If you have to look at a screen, what is the definition of a screen 14 years back, guys? Can someone tell me? 14 years back, when I say a screen, it is either a desktop screen or it is a laptop screen, correct? Do you agree? Is there any other screen available to you during those times? There is no other screen available to you during those times. So they never required this kind of, I'll tell you what it is. So now they used to have the screen like this. When I click on United Oil Gas Corp, they used to see the data like this.
they used to scroll up. They don't need to scroll left and right. They used to just scroll up only, because this is standard screen size that they have. Either the screen got bigger or the screen remained at this size. That's it. Nothing beyond that. But fast forward 10 years, when I say screen, how many screens are there? Laptop screen, desktop screen, tablet screen, mini tablet screen. Okay. Then we had the regular phone screens. Then we have the big phone screens like Apple Pro screens, or S9 Galaxies are there, right? So those are the bigger screens. So those many screens have come up, and people started using internet in their phones. So when people started using internet on their phones, what happened? So if I go to my application over here in accounts, if I click new, this is the window that it used to look like. Okay, whereas when I go to accounts, when I click on United Oil Gas Corp, it used to look like this. So now when people started using this browser in the mobile application, as in their mobiles or in their tablets, this is the screen size that a mobile phone will have, like iPhone XS or iPhone Pro. The screen that you're seeing, that is the size of the screen, right? Or maybe a little less than that. So if you have to see that, you have to scroll left, right, and you have to scroll up, you have to scroll down. Similarly, if you have to create a new record, when I click on new record here, half the screen is here, half the screen is this side, right? So people wanted these applications to behave in such a way that they wanted these applications to adjust their format based on the device, or not even device. It doesn't matter about the device. The only thing that matters is the screen. Yeah, device screen. So based on the device screen, it had to adjust itself. So that is the time when these user interface or UI frameworks have come into the picture. So Netflix folks have come up with a UI framework called React. Google had come up with a UI framework called Angular, and of other frameworks are there, which are delivering a feature known as dynamic user interface. So they are delivering a feature called dynamic user interface. So what is a dynamic user interface? The screen automatically or dynamically adjusts to the screen size. That is what the framework does. Now, people have already got Salesforce, but they want this kind of a user interface. So people started using Angular and React as their front end, and they started communicating with the Salesforce, this particular application in the back end. So almost Salesforce had become like a backend application, which is not acceptable to Salesforce. That's where they acquired a framework company. They acquired a framework company called Aura, A-U-R-A. Salesforce acquired Aura and they came up with Lightning Framework. They called it as Lightning Framework, where the Salesforce screens in a dynamic user interface format. And then writing of a Aura framework, working on Aura framework is very difficult. There are 4, 5, 6 different interfaces that you have to create. So they are not as per the web standards. So that's where again Salesforce had moved a little forward and they came up with another framework called LWC. LWC stands for Lightning Web Components, using HTML, JavaScript, and Salesforce. All three put together, they came up with the new framework, which is nothing but this Lightning. So what happens in Lightning? How am I calling it as a dynamic UI? Later version where Aura has been replaced is LWC, Lightning Web Components. And there is no third one. The LWC uses HTML5, CSS, JavaScript, plus Salesforce, all these things put together. When you look at this,
See, as and when I am making this small, see what is happening? The screen got dynamically adjusted in here. You saw that? See, whatever you have here, activity, chatter, all these things, they have gone to a different location. See, activity, chatter, everything, they have gone to a different place. Scroll up, they have gone below. You see that? They were actually by the side, but when I made it less, it moved down. Now, similarly, when I go to accounts, when I click on new, this is the window that we have. Slowly, when I scroll this to close it, see what is happening. It just got shrunk in between. This is called dynamic user interface. This is called dynamic user interface. Just to make sure that as per the device that you are using. Okay, that's about it. So now we created employees and devices. Okay. Let's say, for example, Divakar has joined a new company as a Salesforce admin. Okay, so Divakar has got his user ID and password for logging in into Salesforce as an administrator, but he is not yet fully aware of the application. Someone has to give a KT to him. Okay, so now when Divakar is sitting over there, he would like to see what are the objects that are there in the application and what is their relationships between them. Okay, that is where my schema builder comes into the picture. That is where my schema builder comes into the picture. So a schema builder will allow you to either create a new object or establish relationships between two existing objects or create a new object itself. So our objective over here is to create a new object. That is secondary thing. But first of all, we need to understand how we see the relationships. That's where, as I told you, Divakar is there in his seat for the first time and he wants to look at the relationships that are there in the application that he's supposed to work on later. So he'll log in. I told you he has his user ID and password for Salesforce. So he'll click on schema builder. In the schema builder, you see all these little things over here, this piece, the bottom left-hand corner. Each rectangle or a square over there is an object. So what is he going? We are going to do clear all. So everything is cleared. So now first he will take account. So account is here. Minimize the window. So now Divakar wants to see what is the relation between account and asset. So asset is somewhere here. So I have to move the asset to the top. So just drag the screen and put it. So here he looks. Here you see this. There's a lookup relationship. There is another lookup. There's another lookup. There is a lookup. So Salesforce by default gives all lookup relationships, even though they are master detail. But again, see, you can see this relationships over here. Hierarchy from account to account. Okay. This is a relationship. These are the required fields. Now, what about a contact? What if I add a contact? So add one more contact. Drag it up. Drag the screen down and drag it up. So see, look at this. So contact has got one asset, one link with asset. Contact has got an account has got a link with contact. So like that, you can observe the relations. Now he wants to see what are the standard, these are the standard objects. He wants to see what are the custom objects. So what he can do, he can scroll down, clear all, and in the objects, he says standard objects. So when he selects custom objects, he will see employee, which I've already put it over here. Then he will also see devices here. Now, we discussed that we are going to create a department We are going to create department using the schema builder. So how do I do that? Instead of objects, you be in elements. When I click on element, you drag the object onto this green window and leave it. This is going to be department. Plural label will be departments. Leave everything else, whatever it is there. Check this, save your work. So my department object has been created. Then I would like to create one more object. I would like to create one more object over here. And this is going to be membership, memberships. And instead of a record name as membership name, I have to make it as member ID. And this is going to be auto number. And this is going to be membership number. And this is going to be 1. Allow reports, allow activities, track field history. Okay, so and deployed, we leave it as it is and we'll say save. Department and membership. No, we did not create any tabs as yet, right? We did not create a tab yet. So when I go back here, okay, I do a refresh, I'll only see employees and devices, okay? I'll only see employees and devices. When I go back here, under the object manager, I see device and department both are there. Sorry, department and membership both are there, but I cannot still see anything because I did not create a tab for these things. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just close the schema builder because I'm already done with this. I'm going to create a tab. So I'm going to create a tab. I'm going to say new. This time I'm going to see membership and department, but I'm going to do only for department. Apply default off, apply different tab visibility, scroll down, say next. Check this box and add it to the HR onboarding, save your work. Now, in this, if you look at it, for membership, tab not required. So I created employees, department, devices, and for membership, tab is not required because membership is meant for a specific requirement which is only going to support my business functionality, but I don't need any tab to be created for that business functionality. So sometimes I will have those kind of requirements, so I don't need to do that. It's not a mandatory thing. All right. So now I have this. When I go back over here, do a quick refresh, and then you see employees devices are there. It will just take a little while for the department thing to come up. So make sure that you're forcing it, make it comfy, and then you see departments have come up. So I'm not going to add any departments over here. I'm not going to add any departments over here at this point in time because I'm going to leave my departments for data import. I'm going to leave my department for data import only. So that's where I'm not going to use any of these things. Okay. Lastly, one way of creating the object that is left over is creating the object from the spreadsheet. So what is that we are going to do? You need to create a new spreadsheet first. Click new. So this is going to be club trekking fun CSR. Okay. Swimming, trekking, fun, CSR, and one more dancing. Okay. These are the things. But only thing that you have to do is you have to save it as a CSV file. You save as CSV file. Save your work. Oh, I saved it as book 5. That's okay. Remember the name, guys. Remember the name. I should have given club name instead I gave. Okay, let me resave that once again. Click on file, save as. Instead of book 5, I'll give club. It will say replace. Yes. Now we are good. We can close this. And when I come here, go to the admin thing. Okay. And here I'm going to say object manager, create custom object from spreadsheet. It will ask me login with Salesforce. Login with Salesforce. Username will be my username. See, it's asking for an allow access to Salesforce. That's why. Create a custom object from spreadsheet. It's better in Lightning. Learn more about enabling Lightning experience. Somewhere something is missing in my object. So I have to do it inside this. No, not this. Sorry, not this. Should go to company profile, company information. This is also fine. So we need to look at the various things. So now I have to look at users. Under user, when I just edit, click on my name, edit, load lightning. So only 3 lightnings are there. What is the error that we got? It's not feature of object. 1 second. I'm just checking something. Whenever you know something, just go back to Google. Okay, so whenever you have this kind of an error, just put it on this browser. So if you get this error, put it in window and anything on Trailhead, you can do it. Okay, so navigate to setup Lightning Experience Transition Assistant. Go to steps under rollout phase. So let's go to setup Lightning Experience. Generally, I don't get this. Lightning Experience Transition Assistant. Go to steps, rollout phase, go to steps, and click for launch Lightning Experience. It's on for me. That is what I am wondering why it is this. See, nothing happened right now. Yeah, so click on upload and then click on upload on the desktop. I have desktop items, batch Excel, club.csv. Guys, here the most important thing is everything will be automatically taken care. Only thing that you have to do is this piece, record name field. See, select a field to use as a record name. The record name appears in page layouts related list. For example, record name for account is account name and case is case number. So this is the hyperlink field. If you don't select club name as the hyperlink field, what happens is it creates an ID, Salesforce ID, and then it puts IDs as the thing, a unique gibberish kind of a thing will come up. So instead of that, you select club name. Most of the people, when they are doing this exercise, they leave it like this and they'll go forward, and next day it will be a complete chaos. So please make sure that you give club name here and click next. Okay, so here I've got club plural label as clubs, API name as club, advanced setting, everything is checked, save finish. The only advantage with this is, guys, it creates the object. It also creates the object, and it also creates the, what do you call, the field, sorry, the records that are given in the thing. Okay. See, it's done. I'm fine. So click over here, HR. I don't see the clubs here because its tab might not have created, but actually speaking, it has already created the tab. So click on tabs. See, clubs has already created the tab, but the only reason is it is not attached to my application. So app, edit, go to navigation items. Here you just type club, click on clubs, and we'll do a little bit of a thing. So home, employees, then departments, devices, and clubs. This is how the sequence is. Save your work, and when you come back here, do a quick refresh. There you go. Clubs also has come up. When I click on clubs, earlier someone asked me what is this clubs. So this recently viewed and pinned. So recently viewed, I did not view any clubs, right? That's why I don't see it. But when I click on this and click on all records, it will show me all the clubs that are there.
Okay, so if you want to bring all these things into my recently viewed, we don't need to pin. We'll just check this box and say change owner and then select my name as the owner and then submit it. Once I do that, when I click on clubs under recently viewed, everything will come up. So generally what we have to do is we need to go to the go to home, lightning experience transition assistant. Okay, go to steps in rollout phase, expand this, and here you have to turn it on. Otherwise, what happens is if you don't do it, just come to here, close this, close all your applications, re-log in, and then once you re-log in, you try it, it should work. Okay. So, guys, this last thing, creating the object from spreadsheet seems to be little tough. You don't need to. You don't need to struggle like that. So what you can do is you should have a notepad, right? Open notepad. First line you type club name. Second line you type whatever the things that I told you, swimming. Okay. So just enter four, 5 lines. And then what you do is click on file, save, and in the all, you select all files, file type as all files and give it as club.csv. So everybody are able to import. Click next. I'll make you as a, that's it, say finish. Okay guys, I made it once again. We did that. Below that in that drop down you choose all files. Yeah, in that instead of login.salesforce.com you type developer.salesforce.com. At the end of that com, put a forward slash sign up, SIGNUP. Enter. Yeah, put your first name, last name, working email ID, preferably Gmail. Okay, select developer. No, select developer. Company name. This is not the company in which you're working. It is an imaginary company name. Okay. Postal code. Okay. Give the username. .com, .in, .shireen, anything works. Yeah. Sign. Master service agreement is checked. Sign me up. Make a note of that username. Okay. So now, once the screen changes after some time, when you go to your email, okay, inside you will get one name from developer at Salesforce. Yeah, this is the window that will come. And then when you go to your Gmail account, okay, an email from Salesforce, okay, a developer email, okay, it will take some time, at least minimum 4 to 5 minutes it will take, okay. Link which says verify user or verify, okay, you have to click and give up a simple password, your login. Okay. All right.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce certification course for administrator and app builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.
Now we have an age validation, correct? Did we do a validation for total experience? Yes, we did. So now I want to ask you one quick question over here. Are we
completely good over here. So with respect to, forget about mobile, email, Aadhaar, with respect to age and with respect to total experience, relevant experience, other experience, are we good? Or still do we have any lapses? I'm going to break the system. See, relevant experience should be less than total experience, correct? See, here I gave 120 as the relevant experience when I'm trying to say, which says relevant experience value is outside the valid range. Fine, that's okay. If I say 71, is that a thing? Relevant experience should be less than or equal to total experience. This is not working. But when I put a minus sign, then what happens? Divakar is 27 years old. He has got 12 years of experience. Yeah. So the mistakes that I'm pointing out is, let's assume that Divakar has started working exactly on his 18th birthday. So 27 minus 18 should be 9. And his experience is 12. That is one mistake. Second mistake is his total age is 27, but his other experience is 83 years. Why? Because I said relevant experience is minus 71 and minus 71 is less than 12. So we need to take care of these two things. That's where we'll go back here. We'll go back here and then we will write, we will do the modifications for the validation rules. What are the validations? Valid other experience, edit the other experience. And then I'll just say copy relevant experience. So I'll put this in parentheses. If this condition is satisfied, or if this condition comes up, then you set this wrong. Correct? Let's keep it. Now coming down to the second option. Okay. We are going to go to the validation rules. Let's create a new validation rule. And we are going to say valid total experience. Total experience if it is greater than age minus 18. Okay. If total experience is greater than age minus 18, then what happens? It should give you an error. So save your work. Let's go back to Divakar. Let's do a refresh of this. Do a double click. We'll not do anything. We'll just save and it hits the message. Total experience and age does not seem right. Please check and re-enter. Following fields, relevant experience. Relevant experience should be less than or equal to total experience, but I have to change this error message. So what is that I'm going to change? I'm going to come back to relevant experience. In the relevant experience, I have edit of this. Okay. Relevant experience less than 0. Relevant experience should be non-negative and less than or equal to total experience. This is, I can put it in one thing, but for the valid experience, it doesn't work. So I'm going to put another validation rule. New valid total experience 1. And this is going to be total experience. If it is less than 0, okay. So this is going to be the one that we are going to see now. So scroll down, do a double click. If I say total experience as minus, save your work. Total experience should be non-negative. So I'm going to make this as minus and then save your work. It says total experience and age doesn't seem quite. Please check and re-enter. Cancel. And then here I'm going to say 27 means I'm going to say 5. Save your work. Now it says relevant experience should be non-negative and less than or equal to total experience. I'll say 3 and save. Now everything works out in our way. Are we good? So guys, we are good with all the aspects. Okay, we are good with all the aspects. So guys, observe this carefully. Observe this carefully. There are two fields over here. One is email and the other one is mobile. All right. There you go. You see the phone number has automatically changed into the US phone format. Okay, because in US, you have this format as a default phone format. In US, you have this format as a default phone format. That is why for the mobile, for the phone field, okay, in case if your locale is English United States, okay, if your locale is English United States, your mobile number will automatically get converted over here. Okay, your mobile number will automatically get converted over here. Are we good? All right. So now let's go back to Aadhaar number. Is this the right Aadhaar number? This is not the right Aadhaar number, correct? So how do I control? See here, this is my screen, right? Now my locale, if you look over here under home, company, you look at company information, see my locale is not English United States. My locale is English India. So in India, as a norm, there is no format as you have seen in US. In US, it is a norm that a phone number is written as area code, okay, country code, area code, then city code, then the phone number. So the first 3 digits are in parentheses, space, the 3-digit area, local code, whatever is it, hyphen the phone number. So that is a standard format, but in India, we don't have anything like that. So whatever I give in the mobile number, it will take. I can give anything, it will take. It doesn't really cause any harm to me. But by default, whether it is US or India, email is something which is going to hit you because email ID expects an @ inside it, some characters over here with a dot and something here. It doesn't really bother what is that you're entering, but it should have an @ and a dot. Clear? So these are cosmetic things that are predefined in Salesforce. But if you want to enforce certain rules. What are those rules? The first rule, any mobile number cannot be more than 10 digits. Do you agree? Any mobile number cannot be more than 10 digits. That is one rule. The second rule is whenever you're giving an Aadhaar number should be, it should be a 12-digit number. Okay, it should be something like this. Space. But there is one more thing. The first two digits cannot be 0 and 1. Aadhaar number always starts with a 2. Okay. Aadhaar number starts from the digit 2, I should say, not always starts with a digit 2. I want to restrict person not to enter more than 10 numbers, or I need an Aadhaar number to be entered like this with 4 digits space 4 digits space 4 digits. Okay, 4 digits space 4 digits space 4 digits. But the first two digits cannot be 0 and 1. How do I do it? So that is a concept from general programming. Okay, it's not a topic from admin, it's not a topic from Salesforce, but this is a topic from standard programming. Okay, this concept is from standard programming, which is there for quite some time. Okay, it is little difficult. I don't say difficult, it is little practice oriented topic. It is little practice oriented topic, and the topic is reg x, or in other words, regular expressions. Okay, regular expressions. So it is unnecessary to remember these things. Whenever you need any kind of an issue, just type regex for your requirement. It will pop up on the screen. Just copy that. Okay, just copy this, and then what you need to do is you just go back to your admin UI and the object manager, go to employee, click on fields and relationships. In the Aadhaar number, where is the Aadhaar? Did I not create it? It is here. In the Aadhaar number, scroll down, create a new validation rule. Okay. Valid Aadhaar. If insert field Aadhaar, comma, not this, error in syntax found. So what is the mistake? Not regex. It's not regular expression if this doesn't satisfy this regular expression. Yeah, it's a not regex. I'm putting in if condition. So invalid Aadhaar format. So let's save our work. There's one more thing that I want to do. Okay. So let's go back over here. Just do a double click, refresh this, reload, double click, save your work. Invalid Aadhaar format. Valid format is XXXXX, and first digit cannot be a 0 or a 1. So if I say 1, 2, 3, 4, space 2, 3, 4, 5, space 3, 4, 5, 6, just say save. It's invalid. So I can say, if I say 0, 2, 3, 4, again it's an invalid. If I say 2, 2, 3, 4, then it's a valid format. Clear? Similarly, if I go to regular expressions, regex for instead of mobile number, I'll say mobile number. Okay. How to get regex phone number? So you can just copy this piece and we can go back here. See, this regular expressions are something that you don't need to keep in mind. Okay, you can just, whenever you get a requirement, you just copy paste those things. That's it, nothing beyond that. So let's go to mobile number. In the mobile number, just do, I'm sorry, not in edit. Let's do a new validation rule. Okay, so here I don't have a phone. So insert field, we will say mobile. And it's a not regex. Invalid phone format. Go back. The invalid phone format should be this. So 419-283-8407. Got it? So now let's put this regex aside and let's move forward by creating 3 more fields. So let me create a new field. This I'm introducing you to a new field. Okay, I'm introducing you to a new field, which is, 1 second. I'm going to showcase other fields. So here you have a pick list field. Okay, but I'm going to first use pick list multi-select and say next. So now this is a technology stack where a person may be well versed with multiple technologies. So I'm going to enter the values. So the person may have knowledge about C, C++, Java, JavaScript, Salesforce, Pega, D365, React, JS, Angular, Mean, Mern. So that's what these are the things. So here there is something called restrict pick list. So this restrict pick list will not, if I check this box or uncheck this box, it doesn't show any effect to you at this point in time. Restrict pick list is useful only when you are getting data from an external source. Okay, restrict pick list is only useful when you are importing the data from an external source like an Excel sheet, which we are going to see. Now, visible lines for full name, remaining things you leave it as it is, say next, check, uncheck, scroll up, standard platform, standard user and system administrator, say next, save your work. Now, when I go back here, in the employees, if I click on Divakar and then do a quick refresh, I should see technology stack. There you go. You see this? When I click on this, it shows me C, C++, Java, JavaScript, all are being shown. So what I can do, I can select C, move it here, JavaScript, move it here, Salesforce, move it here. Then I know Mern stack also and save my work. So if you look at it, C, semicolon, JavaScript, semicolon. So I can select anything. So from the list, I can select multiple items. That's why I call it as a multi-select pick list. Are we clear with this, guys, everybody? So if this is clear, let's go back, and there are two things I'm going to create, two fields I'm going to create, and those two fields will be of type pick list. Those two fields will be of type pick list. Say click next. This is going to be work city, work location, enter values. So work location will be India, USA, UK. Guys, remember these countries, okay? India, USA, UK, UAE, France, Italy, Italy, Canada, Australia. What else? That's it. So let's keep these many countries. I don't remember more. Okay, say next. Again, it's the same old stuff that we are going to do. Check, uncheck, say next. Save and new. I'm going to create another pick list field, which is going to be work city. I'm going to enter values. So first, Hyderabad, Bangalore, then Mumbai, Pune. Okay, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Mumbai, Pune, Gurugram. These are India cities. Then we have USA. I would take Columbus, Dayton, Detroit, Austin, Atlanta. Okay, so Toledo. That's about the US. Then coming to UK, it would be London, Manchester, Manchester, then Birmingham. So this is about London, Manchester, Birmingham. These are the three cities in UK. Then we have UAE, where I have Abu Dhabi and Dubai. Then from there, we go to France. I've got Paris. I've got Lille, Nantes, Rennes. After France, we'll go to Venice, then Rome, and Milan. These are the three Italian cities. Then from Italy, we go to Canada. In Canada, we have Ottawa and Toronto. And then I have Perth, Melbourne, then Sydney. Okay, so these are the countries. And here, if you look at it, I gave it in the country format, but I'm not going to use this in a country format. Instead, I'm going to say display values alphabetically. Say next. Check, uncheck these three things. Say next. Save your work. So when I come back here, do a quick refresh over here. Okay, I'm not getting those cities and countries. So I'll go back over here, go to Comfy. Hopefully they should come up, but they are not accessible. They will not be immediately accessible. See, Work City is there. Work City is still not accessible. What happened to my work location? Did I not save that work location? Work city, work location, both are there. Okay, the best way to get this is go down here and then open the Salesforce Classic. Click on any name that we have. Divakar, click on Divakar. Work city. Okay, something I did for work location. It's not coming here. Now, so what is shown to me? Work city is being shown to me. These are all the work cities, but where is the work location? So work location I did not share. So what is that I have to do for that? You need to click on view field level accessibility. Click on view field level accessibility and field accessibility for the field which thing? Work location. So if you look at it, see, these are all the profiles. Okay. These are all the profiles. So I need to modify this. For standard platform user, it is hidden. Okay. I'm going to make it to visible. Okay. Save your work. Similarly, I got to go back, do this once again to work location. See, it is editable. So standard user, do the same thing, visible, save your work. Then again, work location, use this, visible, save your work. Okay. Yeah, let's refresh. When scroll up, work city, if I go to Comfy, it will go to compact. Refresh now, it will come up. The work location and work city have come. If once I do this refresh over here, it will work here. See, work location is here. Do a double click. I expect India. So when I have work location and work city, what is my expectation? So when I expectation is work location is India, work city should be either Hyderabad, Bangalore, Mumbai, Pune, Gurugram, right? But it's all. So work location is India, work city is Ren. So why did this happen? This happened because at this point in time, between work location and work city, there is no relationship established. There is no relationship established. So how can I establish the relationship? So the relationships can be established using The relationships can be established using the field dependencies. So where do I have field dependencies? Again, going back to object manager in the employee, if you go to fields and relationships on the top, you see field dependencies. Now, a pick list field can be dependent. Okay, a pick list field can be a dependent field if and only if, or let me rephrase my sentence. So the pick list field can only be dependent on another pick list field or a checkbox field. Okay, a pick list field can only be dependent on a checkbox and a pick list. So when I click on field dependencies, you will have two fields, controlling field and dependent field. So the controlling field can be a pick list or a checkbox. See, consultant is a checkbox. That's why you see this work location and work city. So work location is the controlling field and dependent field will be work city. They continue. So in this screen, we are going to, okay, in this screen, we are going to define the relation. So India, what are the cities? Bangalore, do a double click, it gets included, or you can select the city name and include values. Either you can do in both the ways. I prefer doing a double click. If you are using a Windows control, do a multi-select and then you can say include, even that works. Bangalore, Gurugram, Hyderabad, Mumbai, Pune. Okay. These are the 5 things in India. Then coming down to US, Atlanta, Austin, Columbus, Dayton, Detroit, then Toledo should be there. Okay, then coming to UK, Birmingham, then London, then the next one is London, Birmingham, and did I enter only 2 cities for Manchester? I forgot to enter the 4th city, which is going to be Telford, but that's okay. Abu Dhabi, Dubai, France is Lille, Nantes, Paris, and Rennes. These are the 4 cities in France. Italy would be Milan, Rome, and Venice. Then coming to Canada, Ottawa and Toronto. Then what is it? Australia, Melbourne, Perth City. Okay. So now all the values are defined. Okay, go back, do a quick refresh. Okay, work location is India, work city is Rennes. So now when I just do a double click, see it shows Bangalore, Gurugram, Hyderabad, Mumbai, Pune. I select Hyderabad, but till the time I save it, you still see Rennes because it's already selected. Save your work. Now when I do a double click and click over here, you don't see Rennes anymore. UAE, Abu Dhabi, Dubai. And similarly, when I go to Canada, Ottawa and Toronto. Okay, save your work. All right, so that's about the city and work location. When you are working with the pick list, right? and you click on employee, when I go to fields and relationships, when I say new, okay, and when I click on a pick list, say next, it gives you two options: use global pick list value set or enter values. Okay, till now we are only entering values. We did not have any global pick list. How do I get a global pick list? So you got to promote a pick list to a global pick list. Let's say, for example, if I go to fields and relationships, in this I have work city, right? Here, when I click on edit for work city, there will be an option to promote to pick list global value set. So when I say promote to global value set, deputation city list, and say from global. So there is one value called deputation city list. So I go to anything. See here, this is, instead of this, if I go to sales, okay, and if I'm trying to go to opportunities, and if I'm going to put a city here, so let's say I'm just doing it for you guys, don't worry. See here, when I go to object manager, in the account, if I'm trying to add a new field called a pick list field, and I call it as account location. Okay. Now, if you say use global value pick list, and I click on, you see this deputation city list, you can use it across multiple applications in the same org. Okay, here, in fact, I can go click a new field, and then this is going to be a pick list. Say next, deputation city, use global value pick list, deputation city list. So you can be put on a deputation to multiple other cities, right? You can be put on deputation to multiple other cities. Like if I have to talk in an Indian terminology, you may be an employee of Bangalore or a Mumbai or Hyderabad, but you can go on site, and there is no restriction to go on site for you, right? So you need not go to the same country. So when I go back here, when I do a comfy thing, click refresh now, and then when I go back here, see when I click on Divakar, there is a deputation city. When I click on the deputation city, you'll see all the cities. Whereas work location, so I may be in Abu Dhabi and or I may be in Dubai, in UAE, but my deputation city can be anything. It can be Hyderabad. So when I go back here, do a quick refresh. See, Dubai, Hyderabad, and deputation city is Hyderabad. Are we clear? The only reason I have a global value pick list is that I don't need to reinvent the entire wheel. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce certification course for administrator and app builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.
Okay. So let's go back to employees. And then what we are going to do is we are going to create one field which is going to be a encrypted field. Okay. So next there's going to be corporate card number. Length. So 16 digits will be the credit card number. Mask type, mask all characters or last 4 characters clear credit card number. So if you take it as a credit card number, what happens is it will cover everything else and then it will only put the last 4 digits open for you. Okay. Mask character, either you can put X or you can put a star. So whichever you want. So I would like to go with a star over here. Say next. Check, uncheck. Say next. Save and new. This is one field that I would like to create. And then there is one more field. Okay, which is going to be a currency field. Say next. Card limit. Okay, length is going to be 6 digits, no zeros. And default value is 300,000. Say next. Check, uncheck. Check, check, check. Say next. Save and new. And I'm going to create the last field for the day and or last field for this topic. And after that, I'm going to create few more fields. So this is going to be text area rich. Say next. Employee profile. Say next. Check, uncheck. Save and new. And lastly, URL. And say okay, you call it as LinkedIn URL. What do you call that? Yeah, LinkedIn URL, right? Say next. So now I'm going to go and then put HR onboarding. And then when I go to employees, and I click on the worker. So if you look at this, I move this from comfort to compact. Refresh now. See if I say corporate card number as 1234, 1234, 1234, 34. Card limit. I'm not giving anything. So here you can type in your data or you can paste your content. And LinkedIn URL. Save your work. So now once you do it, see how does this look like? This is the corporate thing. Employee profile I did not give. When I click on this LinkedIn, this is like a LinkedIn URL. Okay. So you can give any thing. So I'll say 90,000 or 900,000 is the thing. So you can save this. Okay, this is how it works. All right. Now what we are going to do is we are going to talk about some theory. So we created technology stack, we created all these things. So till here we completed this. Okay, guys, till here we have completed all these things. So we are left with these things. So we are going to do. Okay, so let's go back and over here. The topic that we are going to talk about is data import. Okay, the topic that we are talking about is data import. And for data import, there are multiple tools. The first tool is data import wizard, or I can say tool name. Tool name is data import wizard. The second one is data loader. The third tool is there are multiple tools like this, but I've picked up one tool. Okay, which is called as Workbench. Okay, this Workbench is a external tool, so that's why I'm putting it in red. Okay, this is not a Salesforce tool. Okay, this is not a Salesforce tool. It is a third-party tool. Now, tool type. What do I mean by tool type? Tool type means whether is it a online tool or is it to be installed. So data import wizard is on cloud. Data loader is on premise. That means you have to install, or I'll say local install. This is again on cloud. Okay. Now input file type. So what kind of data can be imported? So any file which is a CSV type can be imported. Okay, all the three things. Max number of records. So how many records you can input in one go? Okay, how many records you can input in one go? So in one go, you can input maximum 50,000 rows. You can input 50,000. Whereas data loader, it is going to be 5 million. Okay, it's going to be 5 million per workbench also.
Yes.
Okay. So now here I have tool name. Okay, and then what can the tool perform? Okay, supported operations. All right, so these three things. Okay, so what are the operations that are supported? Okay, what are the supported operations? See, the operations that are supported are insert, update, upsert, export, delete, undelete. Okay. So these are the operations that are supported. So data import wizard is a yes. Okay. So data import wizard supports insert, data loader supports insert, and Workbench supports in this thing. Okay. Similarly, for update also, all the three tools will support. When you go to upsert, all the three tools will support. Okay, when you go to export, only these two tools will support. Okay, data loader and Workbench only will support export. Then delete also is supported by data loader. So undelete is only supported by Workbench. Clear? So data import wizard doesn't support export, delete, and undelete. Okay, and data loader doesn't support undelete. Okay. And then moreover, data import wizard is not a very powerful tool. It is predominantly for the custom objects. Very few, I can say 4 standard objects, accounts and contacts, then couple more. These are the only 4 things that are supported by data import wizard. Not all standard objects are supported by data loader. Okay. So since these are all the things that are available in reality, in real time, all these operations are performed by data loader only. All these operations are performed by the data loader only. Okay. Whereas since I have to show you all the things, I'm going to run my example like this. Okay, I'm going to run my example like this. Okay. Now we will first insert the records. That is the first example. We will insert the records using data import wizard. The second example is we will export the data using data loader. The third one is going to be update by the data import wizard. Then fourth one is upsert by the Workbench. Fifth one is delete by the data loader. And the sixth one is the undelete by the Workbench. So if you look at it, for every tool, I'm giving you two examples. So now, guys, everybody, go to your application login. Now in home, quick find, you type data space loader. Click on the data loader. And then it opens up, click on downloads. It opens up another window, click on confirm. In this, download Winter 25 release for Mac OS and Windows link is there, right? Click on that. It will automatically download that when you click on it. Download is done. I don't need anything else to be done here. Leave it. So guys, once the zip file is downloaded, leave it like that. Don't do any click on it. Okay. Now go to the URL in the same URL where it says developer.salesforce.com. Click on that URL and then instead of this URL, you type AZUL or AZUL, azul.com. Delete this URL and type azul.com. Enter. Now inside this, what you do is there is a download now black button on the top right. Click on that. Now you see it is asking for first name, last name. Don't worry. Slowly, very slowly scroll down. See here it says Java version. Okay, leave it as any. Operating system for for Windows people, choose x86-64. Click on the download drop down. Windows people choose Windows. Okay, Mac people choose Mac. Right, now go to the top again. Architecture, Windows 64-bit folks choose x86-64 in the architecture piece. To the right of Windows, you have, yeah, x86-64. Okay, so for Mac folks, you either, if yours is a Intel machine, choose x86-64. Otherwise, you choose ARM 64-bit. Okay. So, but this you have to choose x86-64. Now, Java package will be JRE. Okay. Now, if you scroll down, you will see Java 17 there. Yes, Java 17 LTS. To the right of it, there is a little drop down with an arrow to the right of it. Click on that arrow and choose MSI file.
Okay.
And Mac people will choose DMG. Okay, it has to get downloaded. Let it get downloaded. It's done. Now, don't do anything here. Leave it like this. Go to, you can close this browser window. You can close this browser window and then go to your downloads folder. In the downloads folder, you will see Zulu thing. Okay, don't touch the data loader yet. Don't touch that. Do a right click on Zulu and say open. Say next. Say next. Install. There will be a Java pop-up coming up somewhere. You click OK and then it gets installed. Say finish. Now do a right click on data loader thing and then say extract all. Right, you extract it. Now this is a folder that is there in, there's a folder. Go back one step under downloads. There is a data loader folder. Copy this folder onto the desktop. Not, yeah, the folder that is extracted. Copy that or move it onto the desktop. Yeah, open that folder. Do a right click on install, not install.command. Do a right click on install and say run as administrator. Push Y and enter. And then again it will ask yes or no. Push Y and enter. It will take a while and then it will ask. It will again ask Y. There you go. This is the screen that you should get. So these are the options that are available. First thing what we thought is we would like to do an insert. click insert. See, it says, do you want to do with OAuth or password authentication? I want to do it with password authentication. Click on password authentication. Now here it says username and password plus security token. What is username? The username will be the login ID of the user. Okay, password is the password of the user. What is the security token? Okay, so everybody should do this simultaneously with me, guys, so that everybody will have the security token. Yeah, here in this, on the top right corner, you see the profile icon, your picture, click on that. Okay, in that there is settings. So do a right click on settings and say open in a new tab. Go to that second tab, the new tab where you have settings. In here, see your personal information is selected. Okay, on the right hand side, you are seeing your personal information, whereas the link to your personal information is there on the left hand side. So if you scroll down just below password personal information, there is reset security token link. Immediately after personal information, you see reset my security token. Yes. So click on reset my security token and then click on reset my security token. So the 16-digit security token will come to your email. What you have to do is go to that location, go to that data loader cloud icon at the thing, click on insert. Now in the password authentication, give your user ID, give your password. And as soon as you enter your password, after you enter your password, without any spaces, paste the token and click login.
So it's a combination of password plus security token.
You logged in and you should be able to do insert the things. But to insert the things, okay, to insert the things, we need the data files. So we will do the first example. Okay, we will do this first example. So what are we trying to do over here? In the first example, we are trying to insert the data load. So to insert the data load, okay, to insert the data load, what we are going to do is we have to first create the, okay, we have to first create the CSV file. So the departments are what I'm creating. So department is IT, department is HR. Okay. These are the two departments that I am creating. So click on file, save. When it asks where do you want to save it, you just select dpt.dpt and file format will be CSV. Okay, so once you do it, save your work, replace the file. Okay, so these are the two things that I'm about to create. So close this. Now I need to launch the thing. Okay, so I need to search where I have, yeah. So first things first, this is the data loader, which I'm not going to use right now. I am going to use data import wizard. Where do I have the data import wizard? The data import wizard is here in my setup. So go to home and type data import Click on data import wizard and scroll up. There is launch wizard. Now, see, as I told you, accounts and these are the standard objects, accounts and contacts, leads, solutions, campaign members. These are the only 5 standard objects. These are the only 5 standard objects that we can do. Okay, custom objects, I can choose all the things. So I have to import data or I have to insert data into departments. So click departments. You see here, add new records is here. Add new records, update existing records, add new records and update existing records. So click on add new records. There is nothing to match or anything because we are just creating new records. Click on the CSV file, choose file, and then dept.csv, say next. So here, this is the header that is there in the CSV file. Into which field of the Salesforce object should the values under DEPT name should go and sit? That is where we are going to map it. We are going to map it to department name and say map. So now all the values under DEPT name will go and sit under the column or under the field department name. Say next. And then say start import. Because we are only getting one value, it says mapped fields as 1 and then click OK to view our import status. Click OK. And the records are processed 2, records failed 0. So both the records got inserted. Now, once I go back to departments, when I click all records, see HR and IT are here. Okay, I can see HR and IT. Now, see when I click on new, when I click new, I can type another HR. It doesn't really bother that there is one HR. How am I introducing another HR? See, there are 2 HRs and 1 IT. The reason behind this is Salesforce does not maintain the uniqueness of a record. I'm not talking about a value, but Salesforce does not maintain the uniqueness of a record on this value. Instead, it will use its own key. There is a primary key that is managed by Salesforce internally, and that key you cannot see it on this UI. Rather, you can see it in the browser here. It comes up over here. So this is one key that is there. Okay, similarly, when I go to the departments and when I click on the second one, copy the key, paste it over here, then go to another one, go to departments, go to all records, and then select IT. You get another record. See, these are the 3 values that I have. These are known as IDs or record ID. Okay, they are record IDs. These are created. Okay, this is important, guys. These IDs are created when you insert the record. Only when you insert the record, these IDs will get created. I want to bring the 2 records or the 3 records that are there along with their IDs. How do I do it? That's where I go in for this export job. Where do I have data loader? Did I keep the data loader somewhere? Yeah. So now I'm going to do a export of the records, a password authentication. This is going to be Venkat 85. Say next. What is the data that you're trying to pull out? Department data. Where do you want to put this? Under batch Excels, this is going to be extract 85. Save your work. Okay. Now say next. Which fields I want to take? Select ID and the name and say finish. Say yes. Click OK. I don't need to do anything. I can close it for now. Now, what I'm going to do is I am going to go to my Excel, click on File, Open, Reopen. In this, I'm going to open Export 85. See, if you look at this, ID is here, name is here. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to change the name of this right now, IT into Information Technology. HR is Human Resources. The third HR, I'm going to change it to Sales. Save your work. Close this. Okay, so after this data import, I need to do I did an export. Now I'm going to do an update. So to do an update, again, I'm going to go to the data loader, data import wizard. Okay, click on data import wizard. Okay. Click on data import wizard, and then what you're going to do is scroll up, say launch wizard, and then go to custom objects, go to department, say update existing records. And how do you update? You need to map the values. You need to map the values. How are you going to map the values? You're going to map the values through salesforce.com ID. And then the file that we are going to use is going to be a CSV file. Click on choose file and then select extract 85. Say next. See, the ID is mapped to ID, name is mapped to name. Say next. Say start import. Click OK. Now, once this is over, records process 3, records failed 0. Just to check, I can go back here, do a quick refresh, and then go to departments. You see 3 departments whose names got changed: HR, IT, and sales. So we came here, we did the update also. We did the update. Okay. Now the third one is upsert. So actually the upsert, what I'm going to do is type login.salesforce.com. Login. So guys, for my next step, okay, for my next step, I am going to do something, and for that something, I need the data extract. Okay. Just say block over here, block over here. Now what you have to do is go to click on the 9 dots, type HR, and then on the HR onboarding app, do a right click and open it in a new tab. Now go to departments, go to sales department, click on related, download that extract file, please, and save it on your desktop. Okay. Now what I want you to do is go to that extract file, please open that. So guys, from here, what we are going to do is we will introduce a new column over here. And the third in the C column towards the right of name, you type DEPT space code, all capitals. So now I should have this department code even in my application. So go to the admin UI. In the admin UI, in my user ID, click on the little drop down besides Object Manager and click on Department. Okay, click on Fields and Relationships. And say new text field. Okay. It is going to be a text field. Click next. Field label will be department code, DEPT space code. C capital. Yeah. Length is 4 characters. Say next. Okay. Check, uncheck. And choose the 3 profiles: Salesforce platform, standard user, and system administrator, and say next. Put it on the page layout and then say save. Then say save. Now, guys, look over here. There is a new column that is entered. Now go to the Excel file, please extract 85. Now for information technology, the department code is capital IT. Next, HR. Next is SLS. Okay, now below sales, you will type marketing. Okay. Now for marketing, department code is all caps MKTG. Okay. Next, below marketing, you put procurement, PROCUREMENT. Okay, and the next one is legal, LEGAL, and the department code is LGL. Okay, click on File, Save. Okay, click on file, save, close this file.
Okay.
Everybody, you have to have this preparatory work done before. Once this preparatory work is done, you can open your data. So we are supposed to use the Workbench to do the next topic. So now, when you look at this, go to the Excel, please. Okay, now in this, if you look at it, line numbers 2, 3, 4. Okay, line numbers 2, 3, 4 are already there in my database. And since the fact that they are already there in my database, they have an ID with them. When did I tell that this ID will get created? When the time of record insert, the ID will get created. Now, what am I trying to do? I am trying to update these 3 records with a new value for a field called department code. So for these 3 fields, I don't need to create new. I just need to update those existing records. Information technology should be updated with IT. Okay, human resources should be updated with HR. Sales should be updated with SLS. Okay, now coming to the rest of the 3. If you look at marketing, procurement, and legal, they don't have any IDs available because they are not a part of my database yet. So I need to insert those records. Now I have to run one update task to update the first 3 and then run an insert task to insert the next 3 things. So here we need a option to update the records as well as insert new records. So update is up, insert is cert, both put together is upsert. So upsert is update plus insert. So if you look at this, if you highlight row 2, 3, 4 IDs, names, and department codes and mark it red. So now the red things need to be updated, the blue things need to be inserted. So a combination of red plus blue, which is update plus insert, is going to be upsert. So we are going to look at an upsert job now. Can you click on save of this record, please? Yeah. Now you close it or minimize it. It doesn't matter. Go back to open your data loader folder, please. Data loader file from the desktop. All right. Now, this is something that we are going to do. We are not going to use data loader for it. We are not going to use data import wizard for it. Rather, we are going to use Workbench for it. So open a new browser window. So the URL for the Workbench is going to be developer.salesforce.com. So now we need to go to Workbench. So before developer, you just type workbench dot. Before developer, you just type workbench dot. Workbench dot developer dot salesforce.com or workbench dot developerforce.com. You just type developerforce.com. IT department, go to IT department. Close this. Yeah, in this, just say upload files. Now in sales, go to sales, go to
Sales.
no. Click on no, not there. There is a sales department for us, right? Click on sales department. Go to related and upload files. Upload extract 85 from your downloads. All right, say done. So yeah, this is fine. This is fine. So now what you can do is just to click on the 9 dots. Click on the 9 dots and then HR, do a right click on HR onboarding and then go to right click on HR onboarding, open link in a new tab. That's fine. We don't need the setup right now. Go to departments, click on sales, download extract 85. Yeah, click on sales and then go to related. Download the second, download it. Yeah, open that file, please. Yes, please. Just say notepad. Close this, close this. Now go to workbench.developerforce.com. Log in with Salesforce. So it doesn't even ask you to, give you the user ID and password. It takes in the single sign on and then it logs in. So here, what you have to do is on the top, you see data. On the top, you see data. In that, you select upsert. So you're going to update the red records and insert the blue records. Okay. So in the object type, you select department. The object type, you select department. Just type DEPT. From file, click on from file. In the downloads, you have extract 85.2.
85.2. Okay.
Say next. Yeah, now you see ID is mapped to ID. You have to click on the drop down to the right of department code and choose department code there. Then say map fields, confirm upsert. So when you do that, see the first 3 records got updated, which are nothing but updating the legal thing. And the next 3 records got created. Right? Now what we will, you go back to the application and to the departments, and then if you go to the application and click on any of the record, please click any of the, go to all records once again, click on all once again. Yeah, click any record. See the department code got created. HR is here. All right. So what I'm going to do is, it's a live example. I need to delete these records. So how will I do these records? So for that, I'll go back to my work data loader. So I'll launch my data loader and I'm going to export this record. All the records, password authentication, say SFDC 1, 2, 3, 4. Say login. Okay. So now say next. I'm going to just select this browse, extract 85A and save your work. Say next. Now what do I want to export? A ID, name, And where is my department code? Department code. Okay. Say finish. Say yes. Click OK. Now, if I go back to my Excel, click on File, Open. Under Batch Excels, I have 85A. When I open this, I see these things here. Now, I don't want these records to get deleted. So what I'm going to do, I just want marketing, legal, procurement. I don't want IT, HR. These things should be deleted. So manually, I'll delete these 3 records and I'll put only marketing, these things, because I need these IDs to delete the records. Okay, so I'm going to just save the work. And I'm going to go to data loader and I'm going to do a delete of these records. When I do a delete, I'll say department and browse the file. This is going to be 85A. Say next. Here I need to create a map. I'll just drag ID to ID and OK. So based on the ID, it is going to delete the records and then say finish. It tells me when I say yes, it tells you deleted the 6 records. There are 6 successful deletes. Now, when I say 6 successful deletes, where do I see them? I see the deletions in my recycle bin. In the recycle bin, you see, I see 6 records, more than 6 records are there. So what I'm going to do, so these are all the records that are there. 3 records were deleted and 6 records I deleted. Now total 9 records are here. See, 9 records are here. Now what I'm going to do, I'll go back to this Excel. Okay. Extract 85A, and I don't want the first 3 to be retrieved. Rather, I want these 3 to be retrieved. So I'm going to go back and then I'm going to say workbench.developerforce.com. I agree, login with Salesforce. And then I'm going to say data undelete. And then choose file 85A. Say next. Map fields ID to ID. When I just do a confirm, see, all the 3 got undeleted. So when I go back here and do a refresh, there will only be 6 records in this because 3 records got deleted. See, 6 records are here. Okay, now I go back to departments and go to all records. I see 6 records over here. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce certification course for administrator and app builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.
So what we are going to do is let us log in. Okay. See, in the employees, we have these. In departments, I have these. Okay, departments, I have these. Okay, now we are going to, if you look at this Excel, what we did here, we are still going to do this, but we completed this piece. Okay, so we completed creating this piece. Then we completed creating this. We completed these things, the data import part of it. Now what we are supposed to do, you are supposed to work with lookup, master detail, and relationship roll-up summary fields. Okay. Let's say, for example, I have employee. There's a department. Let's say employee will be, I'll take Akhil, I'll take Aziz. Okay, let's say Akhil is working in IT department. Aziz is working in HR department. Divakar is working in marketing department. Hina is working in HR. Okay, Prashant is working in IT. And then Divakar is working in MKTG. Okay. So if you look at this, what is the relation between employee and department? Like one employee belongs to how many departments? One employee belongs to one department, correct? Suppose if I do it like this. Okay. Okay. So how does this sound now? So we identified two things. One to one and many to one. Many to one. Many employees, one department. Many employees, one department, right? So either this is a one-to-one or a many-to-one relation, correct? Why are you telling me, guys, this is a question that I would like to ask. Why are you telling me either many-to-one or one-to-one? Why are you not telling me one department has got multiple employees? So our discussion should stop at one department can have many employees. That's it. It cannot be a one-to-many relationship. Clear? It cannot be a one-to-many relationship. Why? The reason behind it is whenever you are trying to define a relationship, okay? Whenever you are trying to define a relationship, the relationship should always be defined from left to right only. The relationship should only be read from the left side object to the right side object, or a left side column to the right side column. You cannot reverse it and read it from right to left. Now, before I go to that, I would like to ask you one more thing. So in this relationship, which is the one side and which is the many side? Department is one and employee is many. Now, if I have to establish this relationship, okay, if I have to establish this relationship, either a one-to-one relationship or a many-to-one relationship. If I want to establish this relationship, okay, to establish one to many, or sorry, not one to many, one to one or many to one relationship, we need to create a lookup relationship field. This field should only what did I do? This field should only be created in the many side object. Okay. So to establish one-to-one or many-to-one relationship, we need to create a lookup relationship field. This field should only be created in the many side object. All right. Now, as per my definition, when I say this field should be created in the many side object, where should I create it? In which object should I create it? Employee. So let me go back over here. In this, I'm going to go to Object Manager. In the Object Manager, I'll click on Employee. In the Employee, I'm going to click on Fields and Relationships. In the Fields and Relationships, I'm going to say New. And here, I'm going to say Lookup Relationship. So what did I write over here? We need to create a lookup relationship field. That is correct. So we'll go back here. I'll go to this and then I'm going to choose a lookup relationship. Say next. This is related to department. So I'm going to click on department and say next. So field label is department. Field name will also be department. Okay, here there is something called child relationship name. Okay, so what is this child relationship name? Okay, this is not used anywhere in here. Okay, we don't need to use the child relationship name anywhere. Okay, over here. But child relationship name plays a major role when you are studying platform developer 1. So there is a topic called SOQL. Okay, so SOQL requires, if you have to uh, bring data from 2 or 3 related objects, then this child relationship name becomes important. So keep that in mind. This child relationship name helps you in bringing records from the child object. Okay. But for us in admin, this doesn't make any difference for us. It doesn't play a pivotal role over here. It is least required for us. So let us click next. Okay, this is all common. Check, uncheck, go back, check, check. Say next, and then save your work. Or now, earlier in this is going to show you that every field, okay, every field will be there on the page layout. So this is an employee object. So here, this is showcased on the employee layout. But again, if you look at this, see, when I go to Aziz, it should show me, when I go to Aziz's employee layout, it should show me Aziz belongs to HR. When I go to Prashant's layout, it should show me Prashant belongs to IT. When I go to Rukmani, it should show me marketing. But when I go to HR, it should show me Aziz as well as Hina. When I go to marketing, it should show me Divakar as well as Rukmini. So where is that going to be shown? That is also there on a page layout, but that page layout doesn't belong to employee. That page layout belongs to department. That is what we are seeing here. So after this, you will get one more layout. See, field label department, data type lookup, field name department, related list, that the data will be shown in the related list in the department layout. So here I'm going to say employees in the department and I'm going to save the word. Now, when I go to this, okay, when I go to this, see, I have employees. I'll click Divakar. When I click on Divakar, I'll do a refresh. The department has come up. When I click on this, it shows me available departments. So I can take one department. If I don't see the department that I want over here, I can just type first 2 letters and then it will bring up that. So information technologies. Whenever there is a one-to-one relationship, we use this lookup field. Like see, department and number of employees. Okay, employees and the department. Okay, employee and okay, if you look at income tax in India, there are 2 kinds of options available, old regime and new regime. Okay, again, that is one thing that you can choose over here. Okay, similarly, okay, if you have you opt for travel, okay, you opt for office transport. So which office transport you want to avail, which timing you want to avail. There will be a list of timings, right? So you cannot avail 2 timings in one go. So you have to choose only one. In that kind of a scenario, also you will choose. Okay.
Okay, okay,
Or
Venkat.
similarly, if you're showcasing this for a kind of a if your company offers uh, food, okay, for you guys who are staying late, then you have to choose one of the option that is there. So you can go online and then you can open up that page and choose one of it. That's where one employee, one choice comes into the picture. Does it make
Mhm.
sense? So generally how it works is like a company admin, okay, an organization admin. When I say organization, I have to explicitly tell you which organization. Okay, I have to tell you which organization. Now, there are two kinds of Salesforce implementations. Okay, there are two kinds of Salesforce implementations. One is a greenfield implementation. One is a brownfield implementation. So what do I mean by greenfield implementation and a brownfield implementation? So a greenfield implementation means you are doing the Salesforce implementation in your organization from the scratch. Okay, there is no Salesforce present in your organization. You're doing it right from the beginning. The second is a brownfield implementation. That means you already have a Salesforce application up and running, but you're bringing in additional functionality, additional modules into the picture, where you are to implement those additional functionalities and modules. Then you are going to call it as a brownfield implementation. So now when you're talking, generally when you're talking about greenfield implementations, and sometimes even the brownfield implementations, there will be two parties involved. There will be two parties involved. The first party is going to be a client, and the second one will be integration partner. So the client is the person, or the client is the organization which wants its Salesforce to be implemented. Okay, client is the organization where you are going to implement the Salesforce. The integration partner will be the TCS of the world, the Wipros of the world, okay, the HCLs of the world, or the Infi of the world. Okay, these are the integration partner. Now, if you have to build an application, okay, first the action is on the business analyst from the client side. So the business analyst from the client side needs to understand the complete business requirement. Now, this business analyst has to talk to the business analyst of the integration partner, and the business analyst from the client has to pass on all the requirements to the integration partner business analyst. Sometimes the client business analyst will not be able to identify the requirements which are possible and which are not possible. So the business analyst on the integration partner side will have the knowledge of Salesforce. That's where this person will be able to tell to the client business analyst that these are few things which are asking out of the scope of application. So it may not be done directly. Okay. Now the business analyst passes on the requirements to the Salesforce architect. The Salesforce architect designs the application based on the business analyst inputs. And then what are all the requirements that are to be taken care of will be passed on to the Salesforce project managers. Now, the Salesforce project managers will take the requirements. They will create a use case out of that, or the Salesforce architect gives you the requirements, which will be nothing but the use cases. So those use cases will be taken by the project managers, and they will pass on these use cases to the required team members. So the team member will be you. So you will only receive the inputs, and you receive the inputs from your project manager or a team manager. And then those people will get the data from one level above, which is Salesforce architect. Okay. So now here again, you will get two kinds of documents. You will either get a HLDD or a LLDD, high level design document or low level design document. So when you say high level design document, they will say you are supposed to create a pick list with these values. Whereas a low level design document will say you need to create a field with the name this, with the length of the characters these many. So the complete description will be there. So it depends on the Salesforce architect and the people below them. So, but the requirements are always given by the business analyst, which are interpreted properly and taken a confirmation from the client business analyst. The responsibility is on the business analyst from the integration partner and passing on to the Salesforce architect, Salesforce PM. Okay. Whereas if it is a brownfield implementation, the integration partner data will get overridden by the client business analyst. That's it. So now you created an application. Okay. You created an application, and the client requirement says that, did I give you an input about contact and picture? So already what you did is you created one application, and you are also having a requirement where if you look at the contact, see when I click on Lauren Boyle, it's only showing this data for me. Correct? Now the requirement is I need to have a picture of this guy. I cannot achieve this through admin. That's where I have to go for the developers. Guys, I'll tell one example over here. I'll tell one example about the coding part of it. Okay. Suppose I have A is equal to 10, B is equal to 20. Okay. If I have to swap these two numbers, A is equal to 10, B is equal to 20, then I can even say C is equal to 10, A is equal to 20, and then B is equal to C. You got it? Sorry, A is equal to B and B is equal to C. Sorry, this is C is equal to A. You got it? This is one way to do it. There's another efficient way. They say that it is efficient. So instead of this, you say A is equal to A plus B. B is equal to A minus B. A is equal to, again, A minus B. A is equal to A plus B. So now here A becomes what? 30. B is equal to A minus B. So A is 30 over here, 30 minus B, 20. So B is equal to 10. Okay, now B is equal to 20 here. A is equal to 30. 30 minus 20, 10. Or 30 minus 10, 20. So this is another way to do it. See, regular expressions are the ones which use when you have the most complicated things, right? Where you cannot use, where you're forcing a value to be like this only. Okay. But most of the times validations, what we do is you will check the data that is entered. Generally for number ranges, those kind of things use the validations. You got it? So now when I go back to my employee part over here, where is my employee? Yeah, so here, when you look at this, okay, fine. So now here I have department. Now, when you go to departments, if I want to see it's information technology, right? Let me go to this thing. Let me go to Shireen, and I'll also add Shireen to information technology. Okay, so there are few errors with yeah, Aadhaar is wrong. Let's delete the Aadhaar. We'll not give anything. Mobile number also will not give anything. So let's save the work. Oops, I'm sorry. So this is the real-time scenario, guys. Whenever you're doing it, if there is wrong data on demand, you will change it. Okay, otherwise you will not touch that. And when I come down here, information technology, save your work. Okay, now everything is fine. Now, when I go to departments, when I click on information technology, okay, so this is the department, but who are the employees who are there? That I will be seeing it over here under related. See employees in the department, you see Divakar and Shireen. Okay, okay, now when I go back to my details into fields and relationships, okay, in the employees, okay, guys, I'm slightly deviating from the relationships. I'm slightly deviating to page layouts. Okay, I'm slightly deviating to page layouts. Okay, now here I want to know which department Shireen belongs to. I want to know which department Divakar belongs to. How do I do? So there are two kinds of screens there are two kinds of views for you guys. One is recently viewed, which is there with every particular object. So this recently viewed layout, or the view, not layout, this recently viewed view is something that an end user cannot change. It is the admin's responsibility to change it. So whenever a user comes and says, for me, I need this changes, it is the responsibility of the administrator to change it. But if it is for one user can come and say, I need ABC fields. Then another user can come and say, I need EFG fields. So that becomes a big nightmare for admin. So that's where I can do my own personalization of this view. I can create my own view. So I can say, I can click here and I can create my new view. And here I can say Venkat's view, or I can say employee detail views. Okay, employee detail view. So I can give it for me, or I can give it for all users, or I can share it with few users. So I can say all users can see this. Save the work. Now again, you see, I only have this. I can add some filters over here. But if you look at this, see, it says filter by owner, my clubs. Oh, I'm doing it in, I did it in wrong place. So I did it in club. So let me just do a quick edit of this. So when I go to this, I will say new. I'll say employee detail view. In this, I'll say all users can see this and save your work. See, here also it says filter by my employees. I'll say all employees and say done and save this filter. So that's it. I don't need the filters anymore. I'll see all employees over here. Now, when I see all views, whatever the values I'm seeing, the same thing I'm seeing in employee detail view. Now here, see, I only have first name, but I wanted what? I wanted first name as well as department. So go back here and say select fields to display. So first name, I'll select last name. Okay, first name, last name. Then I will say department. Save your work. Now you see Divakar and Shireen belongs to information technology. We can add this view in all details also. I can go back to all and I can say select fields to display. But since this is something that is given to us by Salesforce, let us not disturb it. We can create, when there is an option to create our own, we'll create this so that the original will remain intact. And tomorrow when I need to use it, I can use it again. That's what it is. See, first and the foremost unwritten rule, okay? It is nowhere written. But the first and the foremost unwritten rule in any application development or configuration is don't change the original. Make a clone of it and then change it, but not touch the original things. All right. Now, what I'm going to do is, since this is a very important thing, I'm going to reinforce your data import concepts over here. See, earlier we only did everything with departments. Now, what am I going to do? I'm going to create, or I'm going to take employee data, and then I'm going to upload that employee data or update the employee data with department data, and then I'm going to upload it. So here I am using two objects data into one single object. So what am I supposed to do first? I need to launch my data loader. Desktop. I can click here and I see data loader. Open this. So I need to export my details first. I'm going to say password authentication. So I'm going to export employee data. Extract EMP, save. Next. Okay, so what am I going to do? I'm going to select only employee ID and name. Okay. I've selected ID and name. Finish. Click yes to proceed. And then it did 5 extracts. Click OK. I'm done. Again, I need to extract one more thing. This time I'm going to do department. This is extract DEPT. Say next. ID and name. Say finish. Click yes. Click OK. Okay. Now let us minimize this. So here, if you look at this, I did extract EMP. Because I did not choose the file over here, export. I just typed extract DEPT here. I have to go back to browse and do it here. So when I just go back and come back here, I'll see extract dept.csv, do a double click, it opens it up here, extract EMP. See now in this extract EMP, what am I supposed to do? I have to take the ID of this EMP. Okay, I'm to take the ID of the EMP and then put it at Divakar. This is going to be the department. So Divakar will be information technology. Darshini will be information technology. Then Aziz is going to be sales or human resources. Then Shirin is going to be procurement. So I should not take procurement. I should take the ID of procurement. So Siddhant is going to be in procurement again. So I'm going to put procurement. So now for this ID, for this user, these are the departments. So I'm going to update my department file. So I'll go down here. See, if you look at this, as of now, these guys don't have anything. Divakar and Shireen both are with information technology, which I'm going to change right now. Okay, so now I'll go back to the data loader. I'm going to say update. Okay, update, choose CSV file. I need to do an update, and then I'm going to do an update of employee. And the field that I'm going to use is going to be under batch Excels. It's going to be EMP. So extracting is pretty simple. Okay. So uploading is also very simple. The difficult thing is, see, you extracted this employee data. Okay. You extracted this department data. Okay. You extracted these both the data. Which employee gets which ID? That is something that you have to take care of. That is where you have to do a physical or a manual work. There is no automation available here. See, I'm launching my data loader. Okay. I'm saying export, password authentication. I'm giving my password. I'll say login. Okay. Now you say next and then say employee. Okay. Now I'm going to say next. Here I'm going to choose Aadhaar, or I'll say select clear all fields and select all fields. These many fields are going to come to you. You want few. So I can take off created by ID, created date. So you choose whichever you want to remove. Yeah, you choose only few things. ID is something which you have to keep in mind. Is deleted, last activity, last modified by, last modified date, last viewed date. So I'll say finish, say yes. So when you look over here, this is the Excel that you have. Do you agree? Now what is that you want? You want this department ID to be updated, correct? So these are the departments. I'm going to save this. Okay. How many columns you have? You have a lot of columns, right? But I'm not updating all. I'm only updating this department underscore C. Correct? Minimize this. Just say update. Select employee. Browse. Extract employee one. Say next. So only thing that you have to do is in this mapping, you have to map ID to ID. Then you just need to map department to department. There were 2 successful updates and 3 errors. Click OK. Right. So it just updated 2 things. That's it. All right. So now we have the department over here. Okay. So the remaining things, the reason why I'm showing this is, okay, this is because of the Aadhaar number. The reason why I'm showing this is because we are trying to see how this data works, right? And how do we enter the data? How do we upload the data? Just wanted to show that to you. That's why I'm doing it. Okay, otherwise, if it is small set of things, you can directly do it. There is no point in doing all this work just for the sake of 2, 3 different things.
Okay.
Understood? Amount of effort that we put in exporting and then getting it, instead you just take a report and do it. That's all fine. But see, again, like I have to show you how it works, right? From the real-time scenario. That's where I'm coming from. Okay. So now I can happily upload the departments over here itself, marketing. I can do the things over here, legal. I can do procurement and then save. So these things, okay, this is killing me, the Aadhaar and mobile number. So I'll go to object manager, employee. Oh yeah, so that's why valid Aadhaar, I have to do a invalidate this Aadhaar thing because it is making it mandatory. Okay. And then similarly, I have one more valid phone number. Save your work. That's it. Valid Aadhaar and phone number. So what I can do is I can happily go down here and I can launch data loader once again. Just quickly update the things. Say login. Say next. This is going to be employee Browse. Say next. Okay. ID to ID. Department to department. Click OK. Say next. Finish. Yes. 4 successful updates, 1 errors, view errors. Relevant experience should be none. See, one thing that you have to understand here is, even while we are doing the data load operation, you see this, what do you call, the validation rules are getting triggered. Okay, that is most important thing and the takeaway from our discussion. So when I go back here, do a quick refresh here, reload. So for Siddhant, if you look at it, age is 24, relevant experience is 20. So it has to be 5 and 3. Only then it will take. Now when I go to departments and I'll go to, sorry, in employees, if I go to employee detail view, I can do a double click here and make it marketing for him and save it. Now it will get saved. So now what we are going to do is we'll just have a quick overview of something. So I have employee and then I have a device. So here Aziz is there. Aziz has a laptop. Aziz has got a mobile. Then Hina has got a laptop. Hina has got a mobile. Akhil has got a laptop. Akhil has got a mobile and Akhil has got a phone. Oh, sorry, a tablet or a tab. Similarly, Prashant has got a laptop. Prashant has got a mobile. Prashant has got a tab. Now, similarly, Divakar has got a desktop. Rukmani has got a desktop. So if you look over here, in this, one employee, okay, see one employee, Aziz, has got multiple devices. So if I make it like this is one too many technically. Aziz has got multiple records. Then Akhil has got multiple records. Okay. So Akhil has got multiple records. So one employee, again, we look at it from this side. One employee has got multiple devices. So one employee has got multiple devices. Okay. One employee has got many devices. Are we clear? Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce certification course for administrator and app builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.
Okay, so we just discussed that one employee can have many devices given to that particular employee. So to have this devices available to a person, I just need to do a quick modification in the existing thing. So I will log into my application. Okay, and now I'll go to the device object. So here I'm going to go to fields and relationships, and then I'm going to say new. Oh, we already did that. See, device type is already there. Okay, device type is already there. So now I need to give you a little bit of an overview over here. So to establish, okay, to establish many to many relationships, okay, to establish one to many relationship, okay, to establish one to many relationship, we need to create a master detail relationship field. Okay, we need to create a master detail relationship field. This field should only be created in the many side object. So here I have to create it on the device side. Okay, this is one thing. And then on top of it, I also need to add one more thing. To establish one to many relationship. Okay, the detail object should not have any records. If it has records, then a lookup relationship has to be established, and then modify the relationship as one to many. Okay, so what do I mean by this? Okay, what do I mean by this? Okay, so if I have to establish a one to many relationship, okay, if we have to establish a one to many relationship, first of all, this is when I'm establishing a master detail relationship. Okay, this is going to be, okay, the one side is going to be the master and the many side is going to be the detail. Okay, or this is going to be a parent. This is going to be a parent and this is going to be a child. Okay, so either you call it as a master detail relationship or a parent-child relationship. Okay, so what does it mean? So here, if you are looking at this, right? Sorry, not sales, HR onboarding. Okay, so here, when you look at the devices, employee is the one side, device is the many side, right? Now, what is that I'm trying to tell you over here? I'm telling to establish a one-to-many relationship, we need to create a master detail relationship field. This field should only be created in the many side object. We know that to establish a one-to-many relationship, the detail object should not have any records. Detail object should not have any records. So the detail object is device. So here already there is one device that is there. Okay, this is one device that is there. Why? Because if I create, okay, here if you look at this, we are telling that in detail object there should not be any records. What happens if we have records? So when I establish a master detail relationship, okay, let's say I have device D001 already there. Okay, now when I establish a relation, when I create a master detail relationship, what happens is the structure will become in such a way that I cannot create a D0, I cannot create a D0002 until unless I have a name here. Okay, only when I have a name here, I can create a D002. Until unless I have another name here, I cannot create a D0003. That means I need a parent record to have a child record. Okay, so when I have records, if I establish master detail or a parent-child relationship, this record is going to be there in the database without a parent. So this is known as an orphan record. This is known as an orphan record. So you cannot have orphan records as a part of your database. So that's the reason why it will not let you create a master detail relationship if there is a record already present. So what you are supposed to do, you're supposed to create a lookup relationship. When you create a lookup relationship, what happens is this will get a field called employee. So you'll get a chance to establish a relation with some employee. So you can say Aziz. And then once you establish this relationship, then you can convert this into a master detail or a parent-child relationship. So this side becomes parent, this side becomes child. So we already have a record here. So let us see what happens if I try to create a master detail relationship directly. So I'm going to say new. And here I'm going to say master detail relationship, say next. There's going to be employee. Employee is my parent. Next, I don't need to bother about anything. Next, because it's going to throw an error. And I'm going to save. There you go. You cannot create a master detail relationship on an existing custom object if records already exist. You must first create a lookup relationship, populate the lookup field with data in all records, and then change the relationship type to master detail relationship. So what am I supposed to do now? I'll go back here, go to fields and relationship. I'm going to create a new field. I'm going to create a lookup relationship field. Say next. This is again going to be with the employee. Say next. And then again, we know what is child relationship name. So let's go to next. Now here I check, uncheck, and I'm going to give access to standard platform. This. Say next. This is in device layout next. So say save your work. Now, once you save your work, what happens is here I'll do a refresh. And when you click on this device ID, I'll get an employee over here. Okay, so now I established a relationship. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to define an employee for this. So I'm going to click an employee. I'm going to say Divakar. Now that Divakar is there, this DID 001 laptop has got a parent called Divakar. Now I can click, sorry, I got to save this record. I already saved it, so fine. Now I can go back to this, click on employee, which is showcased as a lookup relationship, I'm going to change it to edit and change field type to master detail relationship. Say next. Again, I have to start the same thing. Say next. So again, none is available. I can, because this master detail relationship, all the profiles will be selected. You don't have anything. Say next. So related list label. This is going to be for employee. What are the devices that are assigned? Then for the, in the device thing. So now when I go back here, in the devices, I see device ID 001. So what I'm going to create, I'm going to create a new control. I'll say my all device list. Okay, all users can see this, save your work. So I want, I'll say all devices, say done, save and close. Here, I'm going to say share, select fields to display. I'm going to add a device type and I'm going to add an employee. So now it shows device ID is device type laptop, employee is Divakar. Okay, employee ID is Divakar. Right. Now we shall see how to import the data. We shall see how to import the data. So I'll go back, click on file, new, and here I'm going to say device type and employee. That's it. So now I'm going to say I already have all the employee extracts, right? So I'm going to take all the employee extracts here. Copy this. Okay, put all the employees. Laptop, mobile, tab is given only to some few, 3 people. And then I'm going to say desktop. Okay. File, save as, DEV, Excel workbook, CSV file, save your work. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back. In here, I'm going to go to home, data, import wizard, launch wizard, custom objects, devices, add new records, CSV file, choose file. Okay, and where is this device CSV? Say next. So device type is assigned to device type, employee is assigned to employee. We are all good. Say next. Start import. Click OK. So now when I go down, so it's still not processed. So I'll just do a refresh. Completed batches 1, API processing time, total minutes, records process date, all the records failed. So we need to know why the records failed. So view result. So invalid cross-reference key. So the ID that we gave is something wrong. So here, the ID that we gave is wrong. Why is that issue? We'll just check. I gave a wrong file. So you understood? Instead of device, I gave a devices. I gave a wrong reference. That's why. So I can go to bulk data jobs, data import wizard, launch wizard, custom objects, devices, add new records, CSV file, choose file. The mistake that I did was instead of choosing dev.csv, I chose device.csv, which is a previous class one. Say next. Device type, everything is taken care of. Start import, click OK. Progress 100%, records processed 15, records failed 0. See here, records processed 15, records failed 0. And when I go back over here, all devices, just click a refresh. You see, all the things are there. Laptop has been assigned. 2 laptops have been assigned to Divakar. Okay, 2 mobiles. 1 mobile has been assigned to all. Tabs are assigned to these 3 people. Shireen and Siddhant has got a desktop. Now, if I go to Divakar and click on related records, it says assigned devices. So I don't see the data here. How do I change this? Okay, how do I change this? So again, that is one question. Then I also need to show you one more thing. Okay, so I need to have device ID defined over here. I need to define the device ID over here. How will I change that? Okay, so that we will discuss in 10 minutes. But before that, I would like to show you a bit of, so guys, this may be a little confusing. So please be with me. When I go to information technology, let us go back here. Okay. Now I have Divakar, Shireen, everybody are here. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to information technology and I see related records. Okay, Divakar and Darshini are in information technology field, but there is a kind of a change in the thing. So this department is deleted. There is no longer information technology department. Okay. Now, see, your attempt to delete information technology could not be completed because it is associated with the following employees, Divakar and Darshini. It is not letting me delete it. Why? Because when I defined this relationship, it has been defined like that. So how did I define that? I will show you. When you go to, where is that? department, right? Here. When I go to department and do an edit, you see, don't allow deletion of lookup record that's part of a lookup relationship. When I check this, I cannot delete this. Instead, if I say clear the value, then what happens? Let us see. If I go back here and if I click on this and do a delete and say delete, it gets deleted. When information technology department got deleted, are these employees got deleted? Divakar and Shireen. See, it is common in companies. It is very, very common in companies that when there is a rejuggle of that company, they will remove certain departments, they'll merge certain departments, and then they will take care of the remaining employees. So when you delete an employee, when you delete a department, employees won't get deleted. There, see here, when I go to employee detail view, see these two records have been deleted for me. Okay. So Darshini and Divakar, they are both are here, but their department has been cleared out. So that is fine. Okay. But if I look at employees over here, when I click on Divakar, okay, how many devices are assigned with Divakar? So if you click on this pin, guys, okay, see right now, all devices is there. Recently viewed devices is there. Generally, when you click, recently viewed is the pinned record. Departments also recently viewed. Devices, I made all device as the pin. So this comes up. Similarly, in employees also, instead of recently viewed, I can pin this. I pinned it. So this is going to take the pin. So every time it will come here. Now, when I click on Divakar, okay, 1 second. We'll go to devices. See, in devices, how many records does Divakar have?
4.
See, Divakar has got 4 records. All right. Divakar has got 4 records. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 laptops, 1 mobile and 1 tab. But I want you to keep in mind about one thing. See, what are the numbers? 1, 2, 7, 12. Keep the numbers, guys. 1, 2, 7, 12. These are the numbers. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to employees and I'm going to delete Divakar. So Divakar has moved out of this company. When Divakar has moved out of the company, all his assets will go back to the company. So when you go to devices, 1, 2, 7, 8, 12 are not there. You see this? So another thing that you need to understand over here is if a record is deleted in a lookup relation, then the related records reference to the deleted record will be cleared. Okay. Whereas if a parent record is deleted in, if a master slash parent is what I'm going to write. Parent record is deleted in a master slash parent detail slash child relationship, then the child slash detail records will also be deleted. Okay. So if a master or a parent record is deleted in a master parent detail child relationship, then the child or the detail records will also be, then the corresponding, I should say, then the corresponding child/slash detail records will also be deleted. Okay. So now when a parent record is deleted, all the child records got deleted. When the parent record got deleted, all the child record got deleted, right? Okay. So now let's get back to this. Now, to see what are my deleted records, I'll go to recycle bin. So all my deleted records will be there in the recycle bin. So I'll just say go to recycle bin, and then I'm going to say Divakar and information technology, I'm going to say restore. Then remaining, I'm going to say delete. So these are permanently deleted. These are permanently deleted. Okay. These are all permanently deleted. Now I'll say delete. Click OK. Now after resetting these things, okay, after resetting these things, when I go to my employees, you see Divakar over here. When I go to departments, you see information technology. So when you click on information technology and go to related records, you see Divakar and Darshini relation is established. And when you go to devices, all the Divakar relation also has been established. 12712. Now, when I am working with employees and devices, so one thing that you need to answer, repeat to me. When I delete one record in a lookup relationship, what happens to the related records? Nothing happens, absolutely. But in a parent-child relationship, when a parent is deleted, what happens to the child? Now, let us try to do a reverse thing. Okay, this is just an assumption, guys. Please assume that now device is may one side and employee is the many side. So we are trying to create a reverse one-to-many relationship. So device is a one and employee is many. So which side should I create the relationship definition? Okay, I'm going to say, okay, if suppose device is one side and employee is many side. If I want to create a master detail relationship, where should I create? Which side? Which object? Many side. That means I have to create it in employee is the many side, and then this is device. Okay, one is the device side and many is the employee side. Right? Let's go and do that. So I'm there in employee. Okay. I'll go to employee. In the employee, I'm going to go to fields and relationships and say new. Now master detail relationship, I'm selecting and then say new. And what is the field? What is the object that I have to select here? Device has to be chosen. But do you see device over there? Let us see why it is not possible. Okay. So guys, this is pure assumption. I'm still there as a pure assumption. So let us not go with device. Instead, we are going to put in a club over here. Okay. We are going to put in club. So this is going to be pure assumption. Okay. Here also, I'm going to write one more thing. So I'm going to tell you. So employee is going to be Aziz. Aziz is a member of swimming. Aziz is a member of CSR club. Aziz is a member of tennis. Okay. Then Akhil is a member of swimming. Then Hina is a member of CSR. Hina is a member of not swimming. Hina is a member of tennis. Then Prashant is a member of tennis. Prashant is a member of fun club. Then Hina is also a member of fun club. Prashant is there. Then Divakar is a member of CSR. Divakar is a member of fun. Then Rukmani is a member of CSR. And Rukmani is a member of tennis. Okay. So these are the clubs. Now, is it not possible like this? When you go to club and employee, who are all members of swimming, Aziz? Sorry, Akhil is a member of tennis, let's say. Akhil is a member of tennis. Who else are member of tennis? Hina and Prashant. Rukmani, right? Then swimming, tennis, CSR, Aziz, Hina, Divakar. Then fun. Rukmani is also here. Okay. So these are the employees who are there. Do you agree? So is it not a required relationship? Like one employee can belong to multiple clubs and one club can have multiple employees. Is it a required requirement or not required? It's not required. Is it really possible? It is possible. It is there. You take Google as a company. Google has multiple clubs inside it. You take Amazon. Amazon has got multiple clubs. Right? So this is a required requirement. So what happens, like, let us assume that this is a one-to-many relationship and the reverse relationship is also possible. Okay, this is a one-to-many relationship and the reverse relationship is also possible. Okay. So now the story goes like this. If you look at swimming, how many employees are there as a part of swimming? One. So they said that since Aziz is the only person, we are not able to manage this. So they would like to delete the swimming record. So swimming is a parent. And who is the child here? So this is the parent. This is the parent. This is the child. In this case, this is the parent. This is the child. Okay. When a parent is deleted, the child record must be deleted, right? So that means Aziz will get deleted from the employee record. Do you agree? When employee gets deleted, what happens in this situation? Aziz is a parent. So what happens to the child? So CSR and tennis are going to get deleted. So when tennis and CS are going to get deleted, they are parent in this scenario, correct? So Akhil, Aziz, Hina, Prashant, Rukmani. Akhil, Aziz got deleted. Hina, Prashant will get deleted and Rukmani will get deleted. Now that Hina got deleted, Hina is a part of Fun Club, which we did not put here. Hina is a part of Fun Club. See here. It is here. You remember Hina is here. So I did not put Hina here. Now that Hina got deleted here, okay, then his CSR will get deleted. Fun gets deleted. Since fun got deleted, these records will get deleted. These records will also get deleted, which means Divakar gets deleted. If you were able to put the reverse direction, this is going to happen. This you call it as a ripple effect. But this is a required relationship. So how should I take care of it? So if you look at it, why is the reverse not allowed? See, you look at this relationship. Employee is a parent. Do you agree? When I try to reverse this relationship and move it over here, you see the child is becoming a parent, which is not at all acceptable, correct? That is why you cannot have a reverse direction relationship, but this requirement is important because one employee belongs to multiple clubs. One club will have multiple employees. You call this as a many-to-many relationship. So how do I bring that up? So what we are going to do is we are going to come up with a very novel idea. Do you remember we created one object over here which we have never used? This one. You remember this? Membership. So we are going to bring in that membership into the picture over here. So we are going to say, we're going to take membership. Okay. So what do I have in membership? Again, I'll just have Aziz. Hina. Prashant, Akhil. Divakar, Rukmini. Okay. So now I have employee as one individual record. I got club as another individual table or object. Now I'm going to take membership. Okay. I'm going to take membership object. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to create two one-to-many relationships. Employee is going to be the one side and the membership is going to be the many side. Okay, similarly, I'm going to create one more relationship between membership and the club. Okay, between the membership and the club, where club is one side and membership is going to be the many side. So here, this is child. One child can definitely have two parents. Can it have more than two parents? Even in real life also, if you have a kid will have two parents only, a mom and a dad. You don't have more than two moms, two dads, right? The same case here. Membership is a child. And this membership object is also known as a junction object. So you use a junction object to facilitate, we use a junction object to facilitate many to many relationships. So how will this get thing? So here I will have one value called member ID. Then I have employee. Then I have club. Okay. M1, M2, M3 like that. See, for device, you see this DID 1, 2, 3. This is the one I'm talking about. This one. Okay. Then I have Hina. I've got Hina. Then I got Prashant, who's a member of okay. This is how you will have it. Okay. Now, if you look at the same thing, let us take the same thing. Since Aziz is the only member of the club, they would love to delete swimming. So when the swimming is deleted over here, parent is deleted. So what happens to the child record? Child record will get deleted from here. Okay, child record gets deleted from here. When child record gets deleted from here, nothing happens to this. It remains intact. Now Prashant has quit the organization. So Prashant's record is deleted from here. So parent is deleted. The child records will get deleted from here. Are we clear? This is how we will establish many to many relationships. Okay. So now let us go back and let's go to the membership object and we will create fields and relationships. Before that, I'm going to say new field. I'm going to create a currency field over here, which I'm going to say next. Membership fee, 2 digits. Okay. Save and new. This is going to be a master detail relationship. See, earlier, since there are no records in the membership, I can directly create a membership field. Sorry, master detail relationship field with employee. Once I create this with employee, say next. Say next. Next. So for employee, memberships is fine, or I can say instead of memberships, I can say member of, and then list of members. Save and new. One more master detail relationship. Say next. It's with the club. Next. Instead of membership, I'll say members. Save your work. Now I'll go to membership fee. In this, I'm just going to do a quick edit. And in this, I'm going to say default value is 35. Go back here, do a quick refresh. See, I don't need to showcase membership over here because when I go to employees, when I click on Aziz, go to related records, you see member of, click new. See Aziz club dancing, save and new. CSR, save and new. Trekking. Save your work. Or I can go to clubs, click on swimming. Okay, I can go to related. I can add members. Only Aziz I can add. Are we clear? So now similarly in the employees, I can go to Darshini, go to related, and then I can say member of, search clubs, fun, save and new, tracking, save your work. Similarly, I can go to employees, say Divakar, related records, member of swimming, save and new, CSR, save and new, tracking, save your work. Shireen, related records, member of tracking, save and new, fun, save your work. And finally, I have Siddhant. Go to related. Siddhant will be a member of dancing and CSR, save your work. So like that, I've got multiple clubs. But if you look at it, see, it is showing device ID and it is showing me the member number. It is not showing me what is that member, what is that device. So which is confusing. Also, there is one more thing that we need to see. Okay. Let's go back to employee. Now I have these details. Okay. See, if you look at this entire screen is empty. Whereas everything, if I make it comfy, see this whole side of the right side is empty. And then when I go to related, all these records are only shown half baked for me. They are not shown fully. Why is this? Because the data is not sufficiently put on these views. So for that, we have to go to employee page layout. In the page layout, in the employee layout, we have to go to related lists. When I go to related lists, see here assigned devices is there. You click on this little spanner icon or the wrench icon, and then device ID is there. Just say device type. Okay. Then you go to member of, okay, member ID is there. Then you say club name. And then what is the membership fee? Okay. Once I do this, I can save my work. You can come back here, do a quick refresh. Go to related. See for Siddhant, assigned devices, laptop, mobile, desktop, dancing, and CSR. Are we clear?
Yes.
Now, see, when I look at details of Siddhant over here, it tells me only the details of Siddhant. It never tells me how many company assets he's having, and then how many clubs he's a member of. So if I want to see those details, so the details of the child records, if I want to see in the parent, then I have to use a special kind of a field. Okay, I have to use a special kind of a field called, what do you call that? Roll up summary field. So let's go to fields and relationships. And this roll up summary field is only available in parent objects. See, this is a parent object. Employee is a parent object. So when I click new, roll up summary field is available. Okay. But if I go to master detail, if I go to membership, and if I go to fields and relationships, say new, roll up summary field is not available because this is not a parent. You cannot create this type of field on this object because it's not the master in a master detail relationship. Only on the master objects you can see it. And also, one more point that you need to keep in mind is I said one child can have two parents. So membership is a child and it already has got one parent as employee, other parent as the club. So the master detail relationship also has been grayed out because you cannot create this type of field because the object already has two master detail relationships. So now let's go to the employee and we will create roll up summary fields. So pretty simple way of doing it. Select roll up summary, say next, and then field label. I'm going to say number of memberships, say next. Membership is the summarized object. Count how many memberships this guy has. Say next. Again, it's the same standard steps that it's going to follow. Check, uncheck, check, check, check. Say next and save and new. Again, another roll up summary field. Say next. This is going to be number of devices. Say next. This is devices. Count number of devices. Say next. Check, uncheck. Check, check, check. Say next. Save and new. One more roll up summary field. Say next. This is going to be total membership fee. Say next. Summarized object is membership. You're going to make a sum of membership fee. Say next. And again, same thing. Check, uncheck, check, check, check. Say next. Save your work. Okay. So all the fields are now created. Let's go back to this, do a quick refresh. When I scroll up, I don't see them here. So just to have a quick look at those things, I can go to Salesforce Classic. When I click here, I can click on Divakar over here. See, it says number of memberships 3, number of devices 4, total membership fee 105. The same thing, if I go in for comfy to compact, I will see them there. The number of devices, total membership. Now you see everything is on the left, nothing is there on the right. So how do I do it? Now in the page layout, every single field is put inside a section. Okay, every single field is put inside a section. So when you have the section, okay, you can move objects across that section. So click on employee. All these fields are put inside one section called information, which is a default section. Okay, now what I can do, I can click on section and drag a section, put it over here. I can say personal info. Okay, this is a 2-column info. I can drag first name here. I can drag last name here. I can drag the date of birth here. I can drag age here. I can drag mobile over here. I can drag email over here. I can drag Aadhaar over here. Okay. Then I can say I can drag number of memberships here. Okay. And then I want to put total membership fee to the right of memberships. But I cannot put it over here because it always goes in a Z format, Z, left, right, left, right, left, right. So I cannot, without going from here from left to right, I cannot go down and then go right. So that's why I have to explicitly add a blank space to push it down. So it went to left, right, left, right, left, right. Left, right will be a blank space, then left, then right. And then I have number of devices. I'll drag one more section below this. I'm going to say professional info. And is he a consultant? Yes or no? Then drag a section. Sorry. Drag a blank space over here. Total experience. Relevant experience. Other experience. Technology stack. Work location. Work city. Deputation city. Drag a blank space over here. Corporate card number. Card limit. Employee profile. Blank space here. LinkedIn URL. Okay. Then I can add a department over here. Save your work. Go back to Siddhan. And then do a quick refresh. So just make it from comfy to, from compact to comfy. See, personal info, you got everything here. Just minimize this. You get professional info, minimize this. You don't see anything, so you can expand whatever you want. So now when you look at this details, we have nicely organized employee data coming all our way like this. So if I scroll up, we created these three fields: lookup relationship, master detail relationship, as well as roll up summary fields also we have created. Correct? Do you agree, guys? And
Yes.
then we created one-to-one, many-to-one, one-to-many, many-to-many relationships. We created these things. Okay. So this brings us to the end of the application development part. Okay, this brings us to the end of the application development part. So if we look at this, we created all these things. We created these. So we are done with all these things. We are done with this. We are also done with this. Okay. So the next level thing that we have to see is security, which is going to be object level, field level, data level. Okay, so object level security means whether you're showing the object or not. So we looked at that object level. We haven't yet discussed about object, but we looked at field level security by assigning the field to a particular profile or not. Object level security is achieved by showing the object or not by adding the profile to the tab. Okay. And data level security, how do I achieve? That is a question for us to answer right now. Okay. And to answer that question, I need to clone profiles and I need to create users. When you're looking at object level security, I should show an object to you, correct? Either I can decide to show an object to you, or I don't make up my mind to show an object to you. Yeah, if I have to show an object, I have to create a tab and assign the tab to a particular profile. Do you agree? Right? If I don't want to show an object to you, I don't even need to create the tab, like memberships. Now coming to field level security, if I want to show a field, I will assign it to a profile. If I don't want to show it, I'll not assign it to a profile. So that anybody who logs in with that particular profile either will see it or not see it. Now, let's say there are two people. Aziz is there and I got Divakar. Aziz is a sales rep. Divakar is also a sales rep. Now, general tendency, you tell me, do Aziz want to see all the sales reps data and Divakar wants to see all the sales reps data, or they want to see only their data? So generally, everybody wants to see only their data. So that is known as data level security. Okay. So how do I achieve that is a question mark. How do I achieve that is a question mark. So to achieve that, I have to first do some prep work, which is by using profiles, by creating few profiles and by creating few users. Okay. I have a license. So every license will have certain profiles. So Salesforce license have got system admin license, system admin profile. And standard user. So these are the three profiles that I'm going to use. Right. So now custom profiles. So for system administrator, we are not going to do anything. For standard user, I'm going to create one custom SPU. What does custom SPU mean? Custom standard platform user. Then this is custom SU, and this is going to be custom SPU. So custom SU is nothing but custom standard user. Custom SPU is nothing but custom standard platform user. So now, once I do this, then I have to create few more. So using the standard platform user or custom SPU, I would like to create one more profile, which is JSR profile. Then I'm going to create one more profile called legal profile. Okay. So how do I create these profiles? Let us see. So we need to go back here, click on home, profiles, click on profiles. Now click on S. Edit standard platform user. Sorry, just a clone standard platform user or standard user. First of all, I would like to add the open IPs. So open IP is 0.0.02255. You don't need to do it because once you log in, it asks for a password. You can give that password. Okay. So this is standard user. I'm going to clone the standard user to custom SU. Save your work. Now go to profiles and select standard platform user. I'm going to add that IP address even here. Login IP ranges 0.0.0.255. Save your work. Okay, now I'm going to do a clone of this. The clone of this is going to be custom SPU. Save your work. I'm going to make a clone of this, which is going to be JSR profile. I'm going to do a save of this and I'm going to create a clone of it again to make it as legal profile. Okay. So now when I go to profiles, the custom SPU, custom SU, and then I also have a JSR profile and then a legal profile. Clear? I need to create a user. Let us see what are the important fields required for a user. Okay, so if I say new, okay, so what are the important fields here? So we need to have first name, last name, alias. I can say alias and nickname. I'm going to give both as the same. Email is required. Username is required, not mobile.
Username.
Email, and then role is not required because it is always non-specified. User license and profile. An object is like a table, okay, which tells what data is required for a business requirement, right? Now, a profile will define whether a user can see that whether the user can see that particular object, or if he can see, can he write onto it? Okay, or he can only read the content. If he is seeing the content, what content can he see is all defined by the profile. Okay, so first name, I will take Aziz. Aziz, Darshani, Hina, and Divakar. So Aziz is, now in general, Aziz's last name will be here. But here, what I'm doing is, I am trying to put, okay, I'm trying to put the role that Aziz plays. So Aziz is a sales manager. Darshini is a sales rep. Hina is a junior sales rep. Divakar is a legal expert. Okay. Now, Elias and nickname both will be SM for sales manager, SR for sales rep, JSR for junior sales rep, LGL for legal expert. This is going to be the alias as well as the nickname. This email is going to be a working email ID. So generally the working email ID will be the email ID that you have given for your Salesforce application. This should be given to all the four. Username, again, it is an imaginary user ID in email format. Okay. So user license is going to be a Salesforce user license. And for the remaining, it is going to be Salesforce platform. Okay. So profile is going to be custom SU, SPU, JSR profile, and LG. Did I create a legal profile? I did. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So these are the users that I'm going to create now. Okay. So I'll go to my users. First name. Guys, can you tell me who are the people? Okay, I got them here. Aziz is going to be the sales manager. Elias is SM. Email is sfdc.session1@gmail.com. Username is going to be sm85 at vtrainyou.in. SM. As I told you, we don't need to give any role. User is Salesforce. There's going to be standard custom SU. Now you save your work. Aziz Sales Manager is created. Now I can go to users and say new user once again. This is going to be Darshini. Going to be sales rep. User license is Salesforce platform. Custom SPU. Email is sfdc.session1. Username is sr85@wetrainyou.in. This is going to be sr. Elias, I have to give. Elias automatically comes as the first few names. First this and 4 letters of this will come. Okay. Save and new. Then it is going to be Hina. See, when I click tab, after I give the last name, you will see the Elias will pop up. Okay. This is going to be junior sales rep. See,
Yes.
HJR space -S. JSR 85 JSR. This is going to be the Salesforce platform. JSR profile, save and new. Going to be Salesforce platform. This is going to be legal profile. First name is going to be Divakar. Legal expert. LGL 85 at LGL. Save your work. Now all the profiles, all the users have been created. Now I need to go to my email to check if I've received password change emails. Okay, so if you look here, I have all these things. So just do a right click on verify account, say open link in a, just don't say open link, just say copy link address, open an incognito browser, paste it over there, and then reset your password. This is for legal expert. Change password. So this is, if you look here, this is legal expert. And I don't have to do anything with legal expert right now. So I can close this browser window. Scroll down a little and then you see another verify account, copy link address, open a incognito window, paste it over here, and then reset password. So now once from JSR profile, what you have to do is, from JSR profile, what you have to do is click on this, say accounts. Click accounts and then do a drop down here and say add accounts to navigation bar. So along with HR onboarding, you have the accounts, create 2 new accounts. Okay, this is going to be hot. Account name is account 1 created by created by JSR. Okay, in industry, you take any two industries. I'm taking biotechnology as one, and then give a annual revenue of 60, 90 million, 100 million, whatever you want. Rating is hot. Account name is account 2 created by JSR. Type, I don't need to put industry. Always I'll either take chemicals or biotechnology. You can take any two. Okay. Because later on I need to use these two. Later on, I need to use these two industries in my later part of the class. That's why I'm taking biotechnology and chemicals. You are not forced to take these two things. You can take any two. It doesn't matter at all. Okay, save your work. Now, when you click on accounts, you see two records that are created by JSR. Do a right click on this, say copy link address, and this is going to be sales rep. So sales rep goes into the Safari, and in the Safari, I'm going to do the same thing. So again, here also I need to type accounts over here. Click on accounts. Just add recently viewed to the navigation bar, say new. Rating is hot. Account 1 created by SR. And then industry is going to be chemicals, 88 million. Save a new. Account 2 created by SR. Warm. Save your work. So now when you click on accounts, you see two records created by sales rep. Then I scroll down over here. I have one more verify account, which is sales manager's account. So go back, say new private window, paste your thing and push enter, reset password, SFDC1234. Accounts. For every user, we are creating two accounts. We created four users, out of which I did not give any accounts for legal because he doesn't require that. But I gave two for junior sales rep, two for sales rep. And now I'm going to create two for sales manager also. Okay. So when I click on accounts, see here, when I go to when you see all accounts, how many records are you seeing here? 19 records, right? See, 19 records are being shown, right? We agree? So now let us minimize this. This is sales manager. This is junior sales rep. This is sales rep. And this is going to be the sales manager. So JSR is having 2 records here. Sales rep is having 2 accounts and sales manager is having 2 accounts. If I go to all accounts, I'm expected to see only the records that are created by sales manager. But I'm seeing all the 19 records. Similarly, when I'm going to all accounts of sales rep, even sales rep is seeing all the 19 items. At the junior level, when I go to junior sales rep, even junior sales rep is seeing all the 19 items. Do you agree? See, 19, 19, 19.
Yeah.
Correct? Is it the right behavior? No. At this point in time, sales rep is one user, sales manager is one user, and junior sales rep is one user. They are nowhere related to each other. Sales manager is not a boss of either sales rep or junior sales rep. I never defined that to you. Okay? That's how it works. Clear?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce certification course for administrator and app builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.
Now let's go ahead and start creating these users. Okay? So for creating the user, we need to go to the users and then click on users. Okay. And we created the users also, right? Ina, Divakar, Aziz, Darshni. So all users are able to see all 19 accounts. So let us log in as login.salesforce.com. Is going to be JSR 85 at wetrainyou.in SFDC 1234. Okay. So login.salesforce.com, Venkat 80, sorry, not Venkat. This is going to be SR85 at wetrainyou.in, SFDC 1234. So here I'll go to accounts and I'm going to see all accounts. Okay. See, I'm seeing all 19 accounts. This is not what I expected. Okay. The same case over here. If I go to all accounts, I'm seeing all 19 accounts. Again, this is not what I expected. And here also, new private window, login.salesforce.com. This is going to be SM85 at so again, here also, if I go to all accounts, okay, see all 19 records are being shown. Now, the reason behind this is, I'll tell you, the reason why all these three users, okay, the reason why all these three users or all those four, not, we are not looking at Divakar because Divakar comes a little late into our talking. So now all these three people are able to see because the profiles that are given to them or the profiles that are associated with them. Okay, those profiles, okay, the profiles which are associated with them will enable them, okay, or the profile is permitting these three users to see account object. But what is the permission that is given? So by default, the profile tells yes, you can see it. But whether I can see all the records, whether I can see some records, or whether I cannot see any records is governed by one more element on top of that. Is governed by one more element on top of it. Okay, so a profile at the user level is granting access for object, and on top of the profile there is something called OWD. OWD stands for organization wide defaults. Organization wide default. So this organization wide default is giving that additional privilege of everybody seeing all the records. So the profile is assigned at a user level. The profile is assigned at an app level. The profile is assigned at a tab level. The profile is assigned at a field level. Okay, whereas this organization-wide default is set up at object level. Okay, this particular organization-wide default is set up at the object level. Okay, so what do you have here? What do you have here? You have multiple options. Okay, you have multiple options. What are those multiple options? The first option and the default, which is letting everybody see all the records, which is letting everybody modify all the records, is public read write. Okay. Public read write. This allows everybody and anybody to create the record, delete the record, modify the record, everything. All right. That is public read write. On top of it, there is one more thing. Okay, if this is the organization-wide default, okay, if this is the organization-wide default, then everybody can see all the data, but they cannot do any modifications. They cannot do any modifications. They can only read the records and see the records, but in a read-only mode. Okay. There are certain objects. Okay. There are certain objects like solutions, leads. Okay. Those kind of things can be transferred also. So for few objects, you also have public read write. Okay. Public read write transfer is also there. For few options, there is a public read write transfer. This is only for solutions, cases, okay, solutions, cases, those kind of objects, leads which can be transferred from one person to another person. Then there is one more thing which governs the visibility very strictly, and that is private. What does that private mean? Only the user who created that record or the person who is the owner of the record. Who is the owner of the record? Generally, the person who created that record will become the owner of that. Or if you get assigned, okay, if you get assigned to that particular record, then, okay, if you get assigned to that particular record, then you will become the owner of that particular record. So only the owner of the record will be able to see the record. Okay. Now the last organization-wide default is controlled by parent. This organization-wide default is exclusively given. Okay, this organization-wide default is exclusively given only for the child or the detailed objects. This is exclusively given for the child or the detailed objects. That means if master object is public, detail object is public. If master object is private, the detail object is also private. Are we clear with all these things? So let us go ahead and see how this organization-wide defaults will affect our work. So let us go back to the users, and here I'm going to say sharing settings. Under the sharing settings, you see account and contract. It is by default public read write. I'll click on edit and change this public read write to private. So when I make it as private, all the child objects, deemed child objects, will also become private. Okay. See here, when you look at it, I have club, I have department, I have employee. But I don't see device and membership because they are the child objects. They are not allowed to be put over here. Instead, they automatically get the option controlled by parent. So I'm making employee as public read write, department as private, and club as public read write. Or private. Just to show you. Save your work. It will take a while to bring that whole thing in picture. See, it is still public read write. We'll just wait for few seconds before this gets turned into public read write. So before that, what we do is We'll go to all accounts. See, this is 19, this is 19, this is 19. So we'll come back here. We'll just do a refresh. See, now this became private. Once this becomes private, see, when I do a refresh here, this is all accounts, which is showing 19 items over here. When I do a refresh, see, it is showing only 2 items. Similarly, when I do a refresh, it shows only 2 items. Now again, I do a right click and then it shows 2 items. So when I set the object level access to private, then automatically only the user who created that record will be able to see the record, not anybody else. Okay, let's get to this guy, junior sales rep. Let's click on this new. I'm going to say rating. I'm not going to add rating or anything. I'm going to say account 3 created by JSR. So this account is created by junior sales rep. I have very clearly mentioned to you that these are just the names. There is no relationship between these users. There is absolutely no manager subordinate or a boss subordinate kind of a relation is nowhere established. Okay. So, but again, these are all colleagues. They work for the same company. Now the problem is that junior sales rep has onboarded this account 3. Okay. But this onboarding happened on a Friday evening. And the only issue is that from Saturday onwards, the junior sales rep is going on a vacation for the entire week, the following Saturday, Sunday, and he'll be back only on Monday morning. So this account was created on a Friday evening, and junior sales rep doesn't want this account to be left ignored. So he wanted someone from the sales team to talk to them and give them some kind of a hint that the sales rep has gone on a leave. He's going to come back, but meanwhile, we will be discussing with you if you need anything. So they got to give a reassurance that no problem, we are there to take care of it. So now that reassurance has to be given. So for that, junior sales rep calls up sales manager and says, hey, I'm going in for a vacation. Will you be able to take care of this account? Now, sales manager agrees that he's going to take care of that particular account while the junior sales rep is on vacation. But when the sales manager goes in and refreshes, he doesn't see any account over there. So how can junior sales rep grant access to sales manager? That is where the concept of manual sharing comes into the picture. Manual sharing, okay. Manual sharing can only be done on those objects. Sorry, manual sharing can be done only on the records which are created by you. So if someone gives you access to it and you're not the owner of that record, you cannot further pass the access to someone else. See, I'll show you. See, this account 3 is created by me. Okay, or JSR has created this account, and he can click on open the account, go to details, look at this data, and then move it and say sharing. When you say sharing here, you can see just give few words, and then it says Aziz sales manager. You select Aziz as the sales manager and then give him read write access to account. Save your work. Now Aziz has got access to this record. So when Aziz logs into his system, does a refresh on all accounts, you will see account 3 created by JSR. So JSR is happy. He goes on a vacation, and then Aziz, whenever he is free, he talks to this customer and notes that it is hot, and then annual revenue is around 99 million, and industry is chemicals. Save your work. So now when you look at accounts, Aziz has also got access to this account. Why? Because junior sales rep has explicitly given the access to this. Now junior sales rep is back, 1 week gone. Junior sales rep is back from the vacation, and then he goes to sharing. And then when you look at this, it says this 2 users have been created. Click on this and save your work so that that account record is deleted. So he will thank him, says, hey, it is a great help. You helped me when I'm on vacation and updated the records. Thank you very much. I'll not be further troubling you with this record. And he removes the access. As soon as that is done, when sales manager logs in and does a refresh, he only sees 2 records. So now once I remove the manual sharing, sales manager access has also been revoked. Did you see that? If you look at this, earlier there were 3 records, right? But now it is only 2 records. Account 1 created by SM, account 2 created by SM. That's it. Earlier there is account 3 created by JSR, which is no longer there. Okay, so that's about the manual sharing, guys. Now, manual sharing can only be done with 1 record at a time. And you can see again, when you have here, when you do a sharing, you can assign it with sales. See, I can do sales manager, then sales rep. I can give it to multiple people also. Okay, that is also possible. See, this is assigned to both the people. So if you look at this, when I do a refresh, sales rep Darshini is here and sales manager is also here. Okay, now only the owner will be able to share it. Now this record is with sales manager. He can open this record and he can do the modifications to this record. Okay, he can open this record and he can do the modifications, but he cannot further share it. See, this sharing option is not showcased over here. See, when you go to accounts, if you click on SM, this is a record that is created by sales manager. When you click on it, it shows sharing. Whereas when I go to this record, look at it, it won't show you. Are we clear? Okay, we can remove the access to these users by just closing this. See, when I assign a record manually to another user, okay, the other user can only work on that record. Okay, but he cannot further do it. So now what happens is everybody are able to see only their records now again. Okay. See, they are able to see only those accounts because I think this is still not taken off. It's taken off. I just need to do a refresh. Yeah. So now everybody are able to see only their own records. Even though I say all accounts. Correct? Now, the next part, how does that work? Now, there is a position in the company. There is a position in the company called account support executive. Okay. So what is the role of this account support executive means? The role of the executive, account support executive is to make sure, okay, the role of the account support executive is to make sure that he receives the calls regarding a particular account, open that account, and then give information to the caller after verifying the caller details. Okay, that is the requirement. So there is already a position in this organization called account support executive where they will receive a call about the account. The person has to validate the caller, and once the validation is true, okay, then he or she should be able to give all the required information. But the big problem is, okay, the person who is designated account support executive had quit the company. So there is no longer any account support executive. And they would at least take another 3 to 4 weeks to find a replacement. They would at least take another 4 to 5 weeks for a replacement to come in. Okay. So how do we do that? Okay. So that is where we need to go with an additional thing. But the problem over here is who is going to play that role? So since it is only for 3 or 4 weeks, junior sales rep has volunteered to take up that particular role while the company is looking for an alternative. Okay. So now I should make junior sales rep. Okay. So junior sales rep should see all the records, whereas these two guys should not see those records. How do we do that, or how do we achieve it? That is where the concept of permission sets comes into the picture. So there are two things, permission sets and permission set groups. So first let's discuss about permission set, and then we will discuss about why do we need a permission set group. All right. So let's go back here. I'm going to type permission over here. Okay. So these are all the permission sets. I'm going to create a new permission set. Account all access read only. Okay, ignore the license. We don't need to give license. Just say save. Now in this, what is that I'm trying to do? I'm going to go to object settings. In the object settings, I'm going to go to accounts. And for the accounts, if you look at it, okay, so let's click. So I'm going to enable read and view all. So when you say view all is going to override, okay, view all is going to override the organization-wide defaults setup of private. So, okay, it's going to let the user see all the records instead of only the records given by him. Okay, so let's save this. But again, when you give the permission set, okay, so I need to assign this permission set to the user. So if you look at this, I created a permission set and I need to assign it to a user. Okay. So what is that I'm going to do? I'm going to say manage assignments. Click add assignment. In this, I'm going to tell, okay, who should I assign this to? This should be assigned to Hina, who is junior sales rep. Say next. Okay, and then say assign. All right. Now, when I go to the junior sales rep and do all accounts, do a quick refresh. See, I'm able to see all the records. Whereas if I go to the other records, do a refresh here, I still see two records. The organization-wide defaults are still effective for sales manager and sales rep. Whereas this has just overridden, the permission sets. This has just overridden the permission set. So that is it. Now, when I go to any record, let's say United Oil and Gas Corp Singapore, go to details. If I want to just do update rating, say warm and save. It immediately says, oops, you don't have necessary privileges to edit this record. See your administrator for it. Okay. So I can see the things, I can do the things, but I cannot do any modifications. But again, company wanted me to give the data and if required, update the data. So how do I update the data? That is where my next permission set will come into the picture. Okay, my next permission set comes into the picture. So what is that I'm going to do? I'm going to go to permission sets. I'm going to create a new permission set. This is going to be account all access read write. Save your work. Now in this, go to object settings. Okay, I'll go to accounts. I'll do an edit. This time, I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to just check modify all. When I say modify all, I can I have all the access. I can save. Okay. So now what is happening? Now tell me something, guys. There are permission set 1, permission set 2. Let's say like this, there are 10 permission sets. Okay. Like this, there are 10 users. Every user should get access to all the 10 permission sets. How many assignments will come into the picture? 10 for each user, right?
So total how many? 10 into 10. 100 times I have to do it. Suppose I have to remove permissions at 5. Then what should I do? I should go to all the 10 users and from their profiles, from them, I should remove that permission set, correct? Which is a laborious task. So what am I going to do? I am not going to do this kind of a work. Instead, in between, I'm going to bring in something called as a permission set group. I'm going to create a permission set group. Okay, I'm going to create a permission set group. And this permission set group will contain all these 10 things. And what am I going to do? I'm going to assign this permission set group to each of the user. So in 10 assignments, I've assigned 100 permissions. Now, if one permission set has to be taken off, click on this, delete it inside the permission set group, and it affects all the users. So this makes the life of admin pretty simple. So here, what is that we are going to do? Okay, let's go back. I'm not going to do anything. Instead, I'm going to create a permission set group. Click new permission set group. Account, access, account access permission set group. Okay, save your work. Now in this permission set group, which permission sets should be there? So you have to click here, permission sets in the group, and then you choose add permission set and select account access, all access read only, account all access read write, add. Say done. Okay, go back to permission set group. Say manage assignments. And then new assignment. Assign this to Hina Junior Sales Rep. Say next. Assign. Done. Now my question over here is, I have one user, Hina. One permission set says only read access. The other permission set says read write access. So for one user on account object, permission set 1 is telling only read access. Permission set 2 is telling read write access. There are two permission sets that are assigned to this user. One is contradicting the other. One says, no, you cannot do anything. The other says, yes, you can do. So which takes precedence? No, you cannot, or yes, you can. Which takes precedence? So there are two conflicting permission sets. When you have two conflicting permission sets, which one will take precedence? No permission. Okay, now in the world of programming, what happens is when you have two conflicting privileges, assigned or two conflicting permissions assigned to one single user, the least restrictive ones will always apply. Not only here, anywhere. The least restrictive ones will apply. What do I mean by least restrictive ones? Between no, you cannot and yes, you can, which is least restrictive?
Yes, you can is least restrictive because no is most restrictive. Yes is least restrictive. Okay. So always the yes is going to take the precedence over the no. Is that clear to everybody? So now let's go ahead. We assigned it. So when I go back to the things and here, click here, do a quick refresh. And then when I go to details, just do a double click, say this to hot and save your work. There you go. You're able to see that. You got it? I was able to change this to hot. Or again, I can do something. I can click here. I can change it to warm. Save your work. Okay. So that's about the permission sets and permission set groups. After manual sharing, we have okay. Now the next one which we are going to see are roles. Okay. So now when you look at a role, what is that we are trying to do right now? So if you see, I have a sales manager. I have a sales rep. I have a junior sales rep. If you have to put this in a hierarchy, okay, if you have to put this in a hierarchy, will this form the hierarchy? Junior sales rep reporting to sales rep, reporting to sales manager. And sales manager in turn reports to myself. Okay, I'll say senior sales manager. Okay, so this was the hierarchy that is there. So first of all, I have to create these roles. Okay, first of all, I have to create these roles. So where do I create the roles? I'll go back to this and here I'm going to say roles. Click on roles, set up roles. Okay, so there is one more role that we have, which is a legal role. So legal sits on top of everybody, but not in the same hierarchy. Legal is a separate hierarchy. So below CEO, the legal expert directly reports to CEO. And role name is legal expert. Save and new. The next one is senior sales manager. This role doesn't report to CEO. Instead, below CEO, there is an SVP sales and marketing, senior vice president, sales and marketing. It reports to that user. Save and new. Then I have sales manager. This role reports to senior sales manager. Save and new. Then I have sales rep. This role reports to sales manager. Save and new. Then we have junior sales rep. This role reports to sales rep. Save your work. So when I go back to roles, click on setup roles. If you look at it, see senior sales manager, then you have senior sales manager, sales rep, junior sales rep. You have this. Okay. This is how it is. Okay. Now, and then we have the legal over here. But again, these are the roles. Okay. So depending on the kind of a role, either one role will have multiple employees or one role will have one employee. Okay. Like let's take, if you look at roles, okay. If you look at roles like CEO, CFO, all those people, okay, if you look at those roles, okay, those roles will have one user. Whereas if you look at managers, hundreds will be there. Hundreds will be there. If you look at junior sales reps, thousands will be there. Like that. Are we clear? Okay. So now who are the users? Now again, I said there may be a number of people. Okay, in senior sales manager role, there may be a number of people in senior sales manager's role. But again, if the sales manager, there may be multiple sales managers who are there. So which sales manager is reporting to which senior sales manager has to be understood. That is where you have to define. That's where you have to define. Okay, that's where you have to define a person as a manager. A person as a manager to make sure that that particular person is responsible. That particular person is responsible for approving your timesheets, for approving your requests, for approving your leaves, for approving your expenses, like that. So we created the roles here. Let us assign these roles to the users. Let's assign these roles to the users. So when I go to users in this, first, let's edit the legal expert Divakar, and then we will assign a role over here. This is going to be legal expert role. And there is a manager requirement over here, which I'm not really doing it because I don't need to do anything with a manager for this role. Okay, now if I go to junior sales rep Hina, I'll edit. Role is going to be junior sales rep. And then if I scroll up here, you see manager is there. Manager is going to be Darshini sales rep. Okay, Darshini is going to be the manager. Save your work. Similarly, when I go to users, in the users, I'll pick up my name. When I pick up my name, I'll take the role of a senior sales manager, but I don't need to have a boss. I don't need to report to someone above me. Okay, so that's why I'm not adding a manager over here. Then again, in the users, I'm going to say sales manager. Sales manager is going to be the sales manager, and the sales manager is going to report to myself. And then finally, we have sales rep. Darshini is going to have sales rep role over here, and she is going to report to sales rep. Oh, sorry, this is Darshini, right? So Darshini is going to report to, suppose here I gave Darshini reporting to herself. If I try to do a save, it says review all errors. A user can't be his or her own manager, so you cannot assign. Or if I try to select someone below her, save your work. you cannot set a hierarchy field to point to itself or a child record. See, this is a child record. We are pointing to child record. So always you should point it to one step above, which is going to be Aziz Sales Manager. Save your work. So if I go back to users, see junior sales rep role, legal expert role, sales manager, senior sales manager, and sales rep. All the roles have come in as well as their managers also. We are able to bring in their managers also. Now, what does this impact? Where does this impact? So when I look at this user accounts and say all accounts, how many records are we seeing here? We are seeing 20 records because this person has got access to all the records. Okay. So we got all these users. What is the next step? So the next step is, let's look at how does this impact these users. So if you look at this, there is no impact on junior sales rep at all. Is it going to show any impact on sales rep? Let's see. This is all accounts. Let's do a refresh. Once I do a refresh, see, sales rep is looking sales reps data as well as sales reps direct reportee junior sales reps data. When I go to sales manager and do a refresh here, sales manager is able to see sales managers 2 records, sales reps 2 records, as well as 3 records created by junior sales reps. So by defining the role hierarchy, what happens is the user can see all his reports as well as direct reportees data. And the user will be able to edit, modify, and delete the records. Everything can be done. See, this is sales manager, right? So if I go to account 3 created by JSR, I can happily delete this record. It got deleted. When I go to junior sales rep, do a quick refresh here, you'll see only 19 records because record 3 created by junior sales rep has been deleted. So if we are clear with the roles, then we will go into another crucial topic. So we just discussed about the roles. The next topic that we will be discussing will be sharing the rules. The next topic that we will be discussing will be sharing rules. Now, what are these sharing rules? I'll tell you. Now, as per the legal guidelines, okay, as per the legal guidelines, any account whose industry is either chemicals or biotechnology, okay, any industry any account whose industry is chemicals or biotechnology, I have to take my legal approval to do the business. I have to take the legal approval to do the business. Okay. So now let us go and see if my legal expert Divakar can see any record. So for that, what I have to do, I just need to log out of the junior sales rep because I don't need junior sales rep anymore in my discussion. So I'm going to say log out and then I'm going to log in as legal LGL85 at wetrainyou.in SFDC 1234. I don't want to register my phone. Okay, now here also we are going to add accounts. ACC. So when I click on accounts, nothing is seen. When I click on recently viewed and go to all accounts, no accounts are shown. Why? Because there are no records that are created by Diwakar. That is one thing. And role, the legal role doesn't fall in any hierarchy. The legal role doesn't fall in any hierarchy. So that's the reason why the legal person does not see any records at this point in time. But my business requirement is if an account has industry chemicals or account industry biotechnology, then I have to take legal approval.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce certification course for administrator and app builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.
See, these are the three things. This is junior sales rep. This is sales rep. This is sales manager. Okay. Now, what is our, this is not junior sales rep, I think. This is legal team. Yeah, Diwakar legal expert. So what is that we are expecting? Okay, our expectation is that, when our expectation is that when an organization is there whose account industry is equal to chemicals or biotechnology, I need to take the approval of the legal team. Okay, this is my legal team and I need to take its approval. But unfortunately, when I go to all accounts, okay, when I do a refresh, even in all accounts, I don't see any records. The reason why I don't see any records is legal is not falling in any of my role hierarchy. Legal is directly reporting to the CEO, and the data exchange is happening between senior sales manager, sales rep, and junior sales rep. So there is no way that my legal is coming and sitting in any of the hierarchy that is there. So the legal doesn't see the data at all. But still, legal is legal, and they need to see all the data. They need to see all the data whose industry is either chemicals or whose industry is biotechnology, and then approve that. So how do I do it? That is where I'll go to sharing settings. Okay. In the sharing settings, I'll scroll up and there is something called sharing rules. Under account sharing rules, you just say new and give this as high risk accounts. And based on a criteria, what is the criteria? It is industry equals, okay, industry equals biotechnology, industry equals chemicals. But again, by default, the filter logic is and. So I cannot have industry, biotechnology, and chemicals. So that is not possible. That is where I should have industry equals to chemicals or industry equal to biotechnology. And what do I want to do? I want to assign it to roles. Okay. I want to assign it to roles. So which role? I'm going to assign it to my legal expert role. Okay. I'm going to assign it to legal expert role. Okay. Now default access is read write and save your work. Now every user who has this role, of legal expert, that user will be able to see these records. So when I go back to my legal expert and do a refresh on all accounts, all the accounts whose industry is either chemical or this, just for the sake of it, I can add a column industry and then I can take care of it. Okay, so I can create a new thing. Save your work. All accounts. We did this, right? Save your work. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say select fields to display. And then I don't need a phone. I don't need a type. I don't need account site. Instead, I will go and add an industry over here. So account name and industry. See, all this is either biotechnology or chemicals if you look at it. But the big problem is when I click on this account, go to details, is there a place where this can be approved? There's no place that it can be approved. So that's where I need to go and do the modifications to my account page layout. So in the account, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create two fields. Okay. First field is it is going to be a pick list over here. And then legal status, enter values, approved, rejected. I'm going to say for CEO consideration, I'll talk about CEO consideration later. Okay. So uncheck, this should be available for custom SPU, custom SU, custom SPU, then JSR profile, legal profile, then my last three, standard platform, standard user, standard platform. Say next, save and new. And then I'm going to take legal comments. There's going to be a text area long. Say next. Legal comments. Visible lines are 3. Say next. Check, uncheck. Again, I need to look for custom SPU, custom SU, then JSR profile, legal profile, then standard platform user, standard user, and system administrator. Say next, save your work. So I've created two fields over here. Now, once I go back over here, go to account created by, and then change this to compact. See here, I see two things. Legal comments is here and legal status is here. So when I click on legal status, it's still not coming up. It's still updating. So best bet is go to the Salesforce Classic. The account one created by junior sales rep. If I do an edit, you see legal status is here. I'll say rejected, and then legal comments are so I just gave these two feedbacks. I said this guy, they are having many debts and not enough documentation. So when I go back over here, legal status is rejected and then legal many debts and not enough. Okay, now this is there. So this is probably rejected, but when I go back to this, I'll click on accounts, all accounts, account one created by JSR. If you look through the details, the legal status is rejected. I can happily go and make it approved. I'm just copy pasting the not from one place to other. I did not do much change. See, many debts and not enough documentation. I just moved not to the first place. Not many debts and enough documentation, and it is approved. So legal team is rejected. And who is this guy? Darshini. Darshini herself has approved it. Is it an advisable thing? No. What should I do? So this is where when the legal team logs in, okay, when the legal team logs in, they should see one page layout which is having a read write option for legal comments and legal approval, legal status. Okay. Here, see, legal status should be read write for legal team, but any other person who logs in, they should not see editable option for legal comments and legal thing. Okay. How do I do it? That is where my page layout comes into the picture. So in this, we are in account. So under account, there is page layout. In the page layouts, I'll select account layout. In this account layout, I'm going to save it as legal account layout. Save your work. So once you save your work, this is your legal account layout. Now go to account layout. And then what you do is drag this legal comments from here to below legal status. Save your work. And in the same way, so in the account layout, what is that I'm going to do? Not everybody should be seeing this. So legal status, I'm going to do a double click and make it read only. Okay, and I'm going to do a double click for legal comments and I'm going to make it read only. Okay, I'm going to save this. So people who have the account layout, everybody has got the account layout. So people can only see read only option of legal layout. No, sorry, the legal status and legal comments. But when someone logs into legal account, they will see read write option. But how should I give How should I give this particular layout? How should I give this particular layout only to legal profile? That is where my page layout assignment will come into the picture, where I'll say edit assignment and then select legal profile, go to the top and then say legal account layout. So for legal profile, it's legal account layout. Save your work. The legal account layout is there for the legal profile. Now, what is the difference? So once you go back to this is legal team, right? So when you do a refresh and you change it from compact to confi, the details, you see below this. Okay, now this is not going to get approved now. See, it's still not updated here, so I'll just do an edit over here. Save your work. Once you come back and do a quick cancel, then do a refresh of this record. See, this is rejected. So this is the user or a legal user. Now, if I go back to the other user, I just need to do a refresh over here. And I click on details. See legal status and legal status and legal comments. Both are read only, so others cannot do it. Okay. Now coming to the last part of the discussion. I've rejected this. Okay. Legal has rejected it. But there may be a chance where legal team does not want to reject it. Okay. Okay, so what they say is enough documentation and good business practices. Annual revenue is a concern which can be addressed by CEO. So I'm saving this record. Okay. Now, what am I supposed to do? So here, I need to make sure that CEO takes a call over here. You understood the logic, guys? The legal team has looked at everything and they are fine with it, but They are not happy with the revenue. So they want the CEO to take a decision. Now this has gone to CEO. Okay. So now I need to create a CEO role. I need to create a CEO user. But again, because of the limitation of the licenses, first of all, what I have to do is I have to go down. Okay, I have to go down and I have to create a CEO user. Okay, but instead of creating a CEO user, okay, I am going to create one more. I'm going to promote my sales manager as a CEO. Okay, so just to ensure that I don't really do anything, I'll just say profile. I'll go to profiles. I'll take a custom SU profile and I'm going to clone it as a CEO profile. I'm going to save the profile name as CEO profile custom. So I have a profile. I have a user. Okay, I have a user who is there. So I have the users. In the users, I can pick up the sales manager Aziz. I am editing Aziz as I'm promoting Aziz as a CEO, and his role is going to be a CEO role. Okay. And the profile is going to be CEO profile custom. Okay, so now Aziz is the CEO. Save your work. Okay, so now Aziz is the CEO, and I would like when Aziz logs in, I want Aziz to see any record. Okay, I want to see any record. See, since Aziz is now moved out of the sales manager role, now that's since Aziz is moved out of the sales manager role, when I go to not this. This is Darshani, so I need to look at another one. This one. Okay. So now when I go to accounts and I say all accounts, see, CEO is the highest of the roles. So Aziz is also seeing all the records. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to create one more profile. Oh, sorry, I'm going to create one more role, which is sitting differently. Add role. Custom CEO and role reports to this CEO himself. So when I go to users, I'll just do an edit. Okay, now if I go back to the user and do a refresh here, except the accounts that are created by sales manager, okay, or the CEO right now, you don't see any other records because he's out of the link. So now what I want to do is I want to ensure that I show CEO only those records which are meant for him to see. So that is where I'm going to scroll up and I'm going to create one more new rule. Say CEO authorization rule name based on a criteria. Field is going to be legal status. Legal status equals to for CEO consider. Then I should assign it to a role. Which role? Custom CEO role. Make it read write. Save your work and click OK. So now once I go here, do a quick refresh. Okay, see this account one created by JSR came to me in all accounts. Account one created by JSR came to me. Why? Because this is for CEO consideration, but still as a CEO, I need to have access to read and write. As a CEO, I don't have the option to read and write over here. Correct? So what should I do? See, when I'm creating a new record, my condition is when I go to accounts and when I click on new record, this person should not be able to enter even though he is a CEO, this person should not enter any legal details. He should be able to only edit that record if that record has got a legal status for CEO consideration. Only then he will be able to see it and he should get an edit option over there. He should get an edit option over there. So how are we going to do that? That is a question. That is where our last security topics will come into the picture. Okay, that is where our last security topic will come into the picture, where we are going to use page layout and record type. So if you look at this, we are done with all these things. Sharing rules, record types, and page layout. These are the two things that we are going to look at. Okay. So what are we going to do? So here, when I go back here, I need to create under the object manager in the account. First, I need to create something called as a record type. So what does that record type do? This record type will help. This record type will help the user. Okay, this record type will help the user to change certain fields which are otherwise not available for this person. Okay. So if you look at page layout, I'm going to create a new page layout out of the legal account layout. I'm going to save as the legal account layout. I'm going to call it as CEO account layout. And then I'm not going to change anything. I'm just going to do a double click. And I'm going to leave it as read only, whereas the legal status becomes read only. Click OK and save your work. And this CEO account layout, we are not going to use it every time. Okay, if I give it to the CEO, every time he logs in, he will be able to put up a we'll be able to put up a comment in legal status, which I don't want to do. So what am I going to do? I'm going to create a record type. So here, if you look at it, there is something called record types. So only on special conditions, when he chooses a record type, only then that will come for him. So new, what is the record type? Master record type is there. This is going to be CEO approval. Okay, it is an active thing. And this is only available for CEO profile custom. This is only available for CEO profile custom, and mark this, guys. This is marked as the default thing. This is marked as the default thing. Okay. So once I do this, I gave the profile. Next, it will ask me for a page layout. So here it is asking me for a page layout, apply different page layout. And then for the CEO profile, I'm going to give CEO account layout. So for CEO profile custom, I'm going to give CEO account layout, and I'm going to do a save of this. Okay. Now when a user with this, when a user logs in, see, this is my user, right? So when I do a refresh, when I click on the details, see here, when I do a refresh, it's both are disabled for writing. But when I go down to this place and say change record type, there's only one record type called CEO approval. See here, for CEO consideration is blank, but approved for business in good faith. So now this person has approved it. When you go to details, see this legal because right now the legal right now CEO profile record type is active. That's why this is editable. Now, when I go back to accounts and when I click on new, even now I can type something in legal comments, which is not the right thing. So what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? This is where I have to go and create one more record type, which is going to be the CEO default. CEO default record type name is CEO default active. And this is for CEO profile custom is there. Click on this. Which one should I mark? See, CEO approval is the default. So if I make it as default, this is the default one that I'm going to make. This is CEO default. Say next. Which profile do I want to use for this CEO profile? This is going to be account layout where both the things are blacked out. Save your work. That's as simple as it is. Now go back, do a quick refresh, click on new. So here, it did not yet get refreshed. So I'm switching to a classic mode. Go to accounts, click new. See, it says record type of new record. Is it CEO default or do you want CEO approval? So I'll select CEO default and I'll say continue. And I say that legal status and legal comments are inactive. So whenever I would like to create a new record, okay, so I'll just go from comfy to compact, refresh now. And I click new, it automatically asks which is the record type, CEO default. Say next. So these two are disabled. These two are disabled. Cancel. When I say new, and I say CEO approval and say next, see this is enabled. Okay. Whereas when I say new, CEO default. But when you go to account one created by JSR, click details. This is modified, right? So that's the reason why this can be further edited. Okay. That's why you still see it in a read mode, read write mode. Okay. So that's about the security part of it. Okay. That's about the security part of it. Okay. So I have to work a bit over here. Okay. I have to work a bit over here to make sure that I go to my home, I go to my users, and then I reinstate my sales manager because the other things I need to do. So I'm going to bringing back my sales manager. So I've again made Aziz as my sales manager because I need to have him in my hierarchy. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce certification course for administrator and app builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.
So in this session, we will be covering all the questions that are asked in Salesforce interviews. So let's start off by the first question. What is Salesforce and why do we use it? So Salesforce is an American cloud-based software company that provides customer relationship management services and also sells a complementary suite of enterprise application mainly focused on customer service, marketing automation, analytics, and application development. So majorly it is a service as a software company that specializes in customer relationship management. Also, Salesforce services allow businesses to use cloud technology to better connect with customers, partners, and potential customers. To understand Salesforce, let me give you a real life example that you can connect with real life scenarios. Suppose you have an idea of building your own e-commerce website. Now you will gather the requirements such as you will have to create a mobile as well as web application. Also, you have to take care of business requirements such as marketing, sales, customer service, database of the whatever business you are trying to build. So you need a database for storing and analyzing the data. Next is analytics that you need for your business so that you can track in which direction your business is going. So for all these stuffs, if you try to build systems, or we can say traditional systems, it will take a year or two for doing so. But to resolve this problem, we have Salesforce. Salesforce provides you a box of services that includes all those services that you need to provide to your customers, such as for business, you need marketing automation, sales automation, customer service automation, and analytics of the business. So all this is provided by Salesforce. So you just need to have an idea, and you have to gather your business requirements, and Salesforce will help you to build the application and deploy on Salesforce. Also, you need not to take care of the maintenance, security, scalability. It is all taken care by Salesforce, and it comes with a affordable price if we compare it with the construction of traditional systems. So a 360-degree customer profile, sales automation, marketing automation, customer service automation, these all features are provided by Salesforce. Now let's move on to the next question. What is Salesforce Marketing Cloud? So Salesforce Marketing Cloud is a provider, is basically a digital marketing automation provider, and it also provides services such as software analytics. Basically, Salesforce Marketing Cloud is a customer relationship management platform for marketers that allow them to create and manage marketing relationships and campaigns with customers. So you can see over here that it provides the features such as journey, contact, content, channel, analytics, and application. So journey, Salesforce Journey Builder is a feature of company's marketing cloud that manages the life cycle of the customers, such as their purchasing, following a brand, and many things. This helps you to grab the attention of the customers or advertise them the product they like. The contact service helps to get the contacts of the customers. The content service helps to know the proper content that you need to advertise. The channel consists of various platforms such as Gmail and various marketing channels, you can say, for your business. The analytics thing helps you to analyze your business, in which direction it is going, and you can analyze the sales, the performance of the business, etc. And the application, you can get a single application, you can get all these features, all these stuffs in a single application. Now the next is, how does Salesforce CRM work? So basically it starts with running a campaign from using email, magazine, activities, and etc. After that, through this it generate leads. So the customers who are interested in buying the product, so they are considered as the potential leads that are followed up through the campaigns. So the leads are generated either through manual or automated methods. After that, these leads are assigned to the sales executive. Then they follow up the leads through, again, using phone, email, or direct meeting. After that, the sales executives qualify or filters the lead and convert leads into the potential leads. They know who all will be the potential customers, who all will churn out for buying our product. After that, they categorize the leads. They collect the details of customers such as account, contact, and opportunity. Then they follow up the customers again through phone, email, or direct meeting to make a deal for their product. Now we will move on to the next question. What are custom objects? So first you need to know standard objects. So the standard objects are objects that are included with Salesforce. The common business objects like account, contact, lead, and opportunity are all standard objects. And on the other hand, custom objects are objects that you create to store information that is specific to your company or industry. So basically the custom object is a set of custom records that supplement the standard contact and account records. So these objects allow you to store additional data in a scalable manner and link that data to a contact or account record. So there may be the enterprise data stored in the database. So what this custom object does is it creates an instance, or it consists of a unique information that is called master detail relationship that connects the enterprise data to the database. So whenever we have to fetch the data or get the you can say feature of the data, you can refer to the custom objects. Now let's move on to the next question. These are the processes that are involved while creating and using a custom object. So first you have to join the records with the custom object, then display the custom object in the custom list, then create a custom tab for the custom object. After that, build page layouts, create a dashboard and a report for analyzing the custom object. Now let's move on to the next question. What do you understand by object relationship in Salesforce? So an object can be considered as a junction object in Salesforce. So a junction object can be or is definitely a custom object with two master detail relationships for the two different types of records, and it is used to present a many-to-many relationship in which several junction objects can link one instance of a record to many children, and each children can equally be linked to all of them. So it is a type of bi-directional relationship. For example, I'll give you an example of an e-commerce website. So if a customer visits an e-commerce website and he is interested in buying a particular book, then some other customer visits the website and he or she is also interested in buying books. So all this search history of the customers are stored in the database of the e-commerce websites, and whenever the recommendation engine of the e-commerce websites pitches or market or advertise their product to the first customer, so it will also advertise their products to the customer which is related or who is also interested in buying books. So this is how object relationship helps businesses to make automated marketing or advertisement systems. Now we will move on to the next question, that is list various object relations in Salesforce. So broadly classified, there are three types of object relations in Salesforce, that is one-to-many, many-to-many and master detail relationship. Let's start with one-to-many relation. So when one object is related to many other objects, so this is a one-to-many relationship. So here you can see a city can have various zip codes, a customer can buy various products, or he can have records of various orders. So this is one-to-many relationship. Now the next one is many-to-many relationship. So a many-to-many relationship allows each record of one object to be linked to multiple records from another object and vice versa. So there can be various books of mathematics, physics or chemistry, and there can be various categories of these books, such as for mathematics it can be algebra, trigonometry, calculus, linear algebra. For physics it can be optics, electromagnetism or mechanism. For chemistry it can be organic chemistry, physical chemistry, inorganic chemistry. So this is a type of many-to-many relationship. Then comes a master detail relationship. So this type of relationship is like a parent-child relationship where the master represents a parent and detail represents a child, in which master object controls some or maybe all of the behaviors of the details object. So for example, you can consider the data of the employee is stored and it will be considered as a parent or master object, and the details related to the employee such as employee name, employee ID, employee salary will be the details or child objects. So any changes or deletion in the parent object or the data of the employee results in the deletion of the child or detail objects. So this is called master detail relationship. Now let's go to the next question. What is an app in Salesforce? So a Salesforce app is a group of tabs that makes it easy for users to access a set of related features in the full salesforce.com browser app. So the concept of app, it is a way to organize the tabs and functionalities in a Salesforce mobile app. So this is the use of app in the Salesforce. Now let's move on to the next question. What are the advantages of Salesforce using the software as a service platform? So at very first, it comes with an affordable price in comparison to the traditional software systems. So it provides, you can use the services of Salesforce in a very comfortable or affordable price. You can launch your business or you can deploy a business model in Salesforce even if you are not having a huge amount to invest in your business. Now the next one is high security. So Salesforce provide high security to all their customers, and you need not to worry about any security or any security threat that may occur in your business. So it will be taken care by Salesforce itself. Now the next is hassle-free maintenance. All the maintenance part will be done by Salesforce. Then easy to scale. You can scale your requirements and whatever is needed in your business. So it gives you privilege of scaling up the requirements according to your use. Then comes easy accessibility. So it is accessible via internet from any remote location. Then improved performance. Salesforce always work and updates their systems so that they can give better and improved performance of their systems to their customer. Then trouble free integration. If you want to integrate your business applications or any other thing with other technologies such as machine learning or big data, data science, or any other thing, so it provides trouble free integration of the softwares or the technologies. Now updated features. You always get the latest and the updated features from the Salesforce. So these are the advantages of using Salesforce as a software as a service platform. Now let's move on to the next question. What are workflows in Salesforce and what are actions in a workflow? So basically workflow in Salesforce, they are actually a fantastic way to automate certain business processes. And there are steps and there are actions or algorithms or applications that are working behind the scenes to provide the automation of the processes. So you can create a rule, and based on the certain criteria that you set, Salesforce can do a number of things. Like it can be like sending an email, creating a task, or updating a field. So what are actions in workflow? So you can see over here in the diagram, the records gets created or edited, then a criteria is set, and if the condition does not fulfill the criteria, then the records get saved without executing any action. And if it fulfills the criteria, then there are actions that you set to perform other tasks or to get ahead or take the flow of the processes to the next execution. So there are two types of actions, that is immediate actions and the time dependent actions. So majorly immediate actions are, like their name suggests, are executed as soon as the workflow rule finishes evaluating the record. And the time dependent actions are executed at a specific time, such as maybe 10 days or maybe before a record's close date. For example, if you visit an e-commerce or e-learning website, if you visit an e-learning website and or you sign in to the website, then you will get an immediate email for confirming your or verifying your email. That is the immediate action. And the time dependent actions, after 1 week they will send you email for their courses, for selling their courses, or for their course promotions. So that will be the time dependent action. So this is the use of workflows in Salesforce. So you can add your own workflow for your organization and you can set actions for it. Now the next one is, what is master detail relationship? So as we already saw in the relation or types of relations, so we'll understand this master detail relationship over here with the help of an example. So it is like, as we already know, it is like parent child relationship, where the master represents a parent and detail represents a child, and the master object controls all of the behaviors or some of the behaviors of the object. So if the record, so you can consider an example, the detail of the student and the subject and the score they get in subject 1, subject 2, subject 3. So in subject 1, a student got 95 out of 100, in subject 2 85 out of 100, and subject 3 92 out of 100. So these are the detail objects, and the master object is student, and there exists a relationship between them that can be the result of the student. So if one record is deleted, that is the object record is deleted, then it will result in the deletion of detail objects. So this is actually the master detail relationship. Now let's move on to the next question. Can you have a roll up summary field in the case of master detail relationship? So first you need to understand what is a roll up summary. So basically a roll up summary field calculates values from related records such as those in a related list. So you can create a roll up summary fields that automatically displays a value on the master record based on the values of records in the detail record. And these detail records must be directly related to the master through a master detail relationship. So this is the use of a roll up summary, and you can definitely, yes, you can have a roll up summary in the case of a master detail relationship. Then comes what is SO object. So an SO object is any object that can be stored in the force.com platform database, and these are not actually objects if we consider it in the context of or sense of instances of Apex classes. So if you do not know what is an Apex, so let me tell you. An Apex is a development platform for building software as a service applications on top of Salesforce.com CRM functionality. So Apex allows developers to access Salesforce.com backend database and client service interface to create third-party SaaS applications. So SO object is a generic abstract type here in the Apex classes that corresponds to any persisted object type. So this is an SO object. Now the 13th question is, what are triggers in Salesforce? So basically a trigger is an Apex script that executes before or after data manipulation language event occurs, and the Apex triggers enable you to perform custom actions before or after events to record in Salesforce, and these operations can be the insertion, updates or deletion, upsert and merge. And below is the syntax to create Apex triggers, that is trigger name on object name. The argument will be trigger events, and after that you can execute your commands. So basically there are three types of triggers: before triggers, after triggers and bulky triggers. So we'll start with the first one. So before triggers are used to perform a task before a record is inserted or updated or deleted, and these are used to update or validate record values before they are saved to the database, and these only consist of insert, update or delete operations. Now the next one is after trigger. So the after triggers are used to access the field values that are set by the system, and it can be such as the record IDs or last modified date field, and to effect changes in other records such as logging into an audit table or firing asynchronous events with a queue. So after triggers are used. So the functions that are in after triggers are created by the last modified or record ID. So after triggers are basically used to access the values created by the system. Now the next one is bulky triggers. So bulky triggers can handle both single record updates and bulk operations like data import. So it is used to process batches of records. Suppose you have 200 records and you have to process it, then you can use bulky triggers. Now let's move on to the next question. What is trigger.new? So trigger.new in Salesforce, it is a command which returns the list of records that have been added recently to the SO objects. And this SO object list is only available in insert and update triggers, and the records can only be modified in before triggers. So this is the purpose of using trigger.new in Salesforce. Now the next question is list various types of reports available in Salesforce. So there are tabular reports, summary reports, matrix reports, and join reports. So going with tabular reports, so these are simple listing of data without any subtotals. And this type of reports provide you most basically to look into your data and use tabular reports when you want a simple list or a list of items with a grand total. For example, this type of reports can be used to list all type of accounts, list of contacts, list of opportunities. If any business is using it in sales, so tabular reports can be used over there. Then comes summary reports. So these type of reports provide a listing of data with groupings and subtotals. And we use summary reports when we want subtotals based on the value of a particular field, or when you want to create a hierarchically grouped report, such as it can be sales organized by the year and then by the quarter. So example can be the opportunities, all the opportunities for your team subtotal by the sales stage and owner. Maybe it can be yearly or quarterly. So this is where we use summary reports. Then comes matrix reports, and these reports allow you to group records both by row and by column, and a comparison of related totals with the totals by both row and column. And we use matrix reports when we want to see data by two different dimensions that maybe they are not related, and such as the data and the product. So this is where we use matrix reports. And finally the join reports. So the blocks of related information in a single report is the join reports. So this type of reports enable you to adopt 5 different blocks to display different types of related data, and each block can own unique columns, summary fields, formulas, filters, and it can be sort order. And basically we use join reports to group and show data from multiple report types in different views. And an example can be you can build summary or join reports to show the opportunity, case, and activity data for your accounts. So this is the purpose of using join reports. Now the next one is list various Salesforce dashboard components. So these are the components, Salesforce components. So we are starting with gauge. So we use a gauge when we want to have a single value that you want to show within a range of custom values. Then comes matrix, and we use it when we have one key value to display. After that, table. So we use a table to show a set of reports, report data in column form. Then comes visual force page. So we use a visual force page when we want to create a custom component or show information that is not available in another component type. And finally custom as component, and which can contain any type of content that you can display or run in a browser. Now let's move on to the next question. What is Visual Force in force.com? So basically Visual Force is a framework that allows developers to build sophisticated custom user interfaces that can be hosted natively on the Lightning platform. And it consists of a tag based markup language that gives developers a more powerful way of building applications and customizing the Salesforce user interface. And with Visual Force you can build wizards and other multi-step processes, and you can also create your own custom flow control through an application. Now let's move on to the next question. What is static resource in Salesforce? So static resource simply allows you to upload content that you can reference in a Visual Force page, and it can be, the resource can be archives such as jar file, zip, or JavaScript files. Now let's move on to the next question. Differentiate between Salesforce Object Query Language and Salesforce Object Search Language, that is SOQL and SOSL. Now the very first point is for what it stands for. SOQL stands for Salesforce Object Query Language, and Salesforce Object Search Language is for SOSL. Then they are used in, that is SOQL is used in list views, reports, Apex, and SOQL is used in global sidebar and advanced search, and Apex also. Then indexing, so SOQL provides synchronous indexing and SOSL provides asynchronous indexing. Then search focus, SOQL is accurate and SOSL is relevant and fast. As you can see an example of Google, that is a type of SOSL. Then search scope, SOSL can search one object at a time, and SOSL have the privilege and the capability to search multiple objects at a time. So basically, one more point is SOQL retrieves the records from the database by using the select keyword, and the SOSL retrieves or fetches the records from the database by using the find keyword. And the major difference between SOQL and SOSL is SOQL can know in which objects or fields the data resides, and by SOSL we don't know in which object or field the data resides. So these are the major differences between the SOQL and SOSL languages. Now let's move on to the next question. What are the different methods of batch Apex? So mainly there are three methods, that is start method, execute method, and finish method. So start method is called at the beginning of a batch Apex, and this is the syntax for creating a start method that consists of this global keyword, the database.query locator, then iterable object, and the start keyword, which consists of argument as database.batchable context along with an object. Then comes execute method, and the execute method is called for each batch of records passed to the method, and you can create or you can execute method by using the below query that consists of global void execute function and the argument as database.batchable context with an object BC and the list. And finally it comes to finish method. So finish method is generally used at the ending of the program, and this is the syntax for declaring a finish method, for executing a finish method, that is global void finish, and the argument is database.batchable context along with a object BC. Now let's move on to the next question. What are the types of collections in Apex? So there are three types of collections in Apex, that is list. So starting with the list can contain any number of records of primitive collections, SO objects, and other user defined and built-in Apex type. Also it always starts with index 0, and a list should be declared with the keyword list, as you can see over here, the syntax to declare a list. And following are the some methods used in the list, that are size, add, get, clear, and set. Now the next one is maps. So it is a key value pair which contains the unique key for each value, and both the key and the value can be of any data type. And to declare our map containing the first name value, we can use this map keyword along with string that I have used, and we can give an object or instance that we have to use, that is I have used my string map. So this is the basic structure or syntax for declaring maps. Then after that finally comes set. So the set is a collection of type which contains multiple number of unordered unique records, and a set cannot have duplicate records. Also sets can be nested, like list can be nested. So it is similar to list in this behavior. And to define a new set with two elements which I have used, we can use the following syntax with the keyword set, and I have given the argument as string and the object or instance as set1, and this new set string to create the set class. Now let's move on to the next question. How does Salesforce platform deliver power to take marketing further? So it starts with integrating and connecting everything first of all. So we can connect every application or any service or functionalities of our business. So it can be like sales automation, marketing automation, automated customer services, analytics of the business, as we have already discussed. We can also integrate various technologies, such as if we have to integrate for automation, we have to integrate machine learning. For analytics, we have to integrate data science. For furthermore advanced technologies, such as we can use artificial intelligence. So it provides us the privilege of integrating and connecting everything. Then extend your marketing within custom apps. So you can use an application for performing all the stuff or all the functionalities that you need. You do not have to hover here and there for different tasks. Now the third one is personalize every customer's journey. One of the important factor in business is giving customers a personalized experience. So it provides a personalized experience to the customers. Then market with trust and security. So if we talk about market with trust and security, so definitely Salesforce is secure and your business data is secure with Salesforce. And after that, you will get automatic updates from Salesforce that will enhance your marketing techniques or strategies or automated marketing systems. So this is how Salesforce platform deliver power to take marketing further by integrating and connecting various technologies, giving personalized experience to the customers, extending the marketing within custom apps, and building security and trust within the market, and giving you automatic updates. Now, what is an apex transaction? So basically an apex transaction represents a set of operations that are executed as a single unit, and all the data manipulation language operations, that is DML operations of the database in a transaction either complete successfully, or if an error occurs in one operation, the entire transaction is rolled back and no data is committed. So it acts as a single unit of operation, and suppose there are three operations, O1, O2, O3, and if O3 fails, then the entire set of operations or the transaction is rolled back and no data is committed to the database. Now let's move on to the next question, that is 24th question. What is the difference between public class and global classes in the Apex? So public class, basically this keyword is used to define a class or method or variable that can be used by any Apex in the application or namespace. So the syntax for declaring it is public class, and for example I have taken cars class over here, and there is public void quite visible method and private void almost invisible method. So when we are using this public keyword, it can be the functions corresponding to it can be used by any Apex within the application or namespace. After that, global classes. So if we define a class, method or variable using this global keyword, so it can be used by any Apex that has access to the class, and not just the Apex in the same application. So for creating a global class, we'll use this global keyword class, and I have given it over here my class. So this is the use of global classes. Now the next one is, what are getter and setter methods? So Apex getter and setter methods, we will be discussing about it. So we'll start with the getter method. So this method will return a value to a Visualforce page whenever a name variable is called. For example, I have taken an example class over here and declared it as public. So public class example, and here is a function that is public void set, and this will be taking an argument as string name, and this dot name will be set to name. And after that comes the public string get name, which is a getter method, and which is having a return name, and this will return a value to a Visualforce page whenever this is called. After that, setter method. So this will take the value from the Visualforce page and store it to the Apex variable name. So similarly, I have taken a setter class over here, public class setter, then public string name. After that, public string get name, that will be used to return a name to the Visualforce page. And after that, public void set name, which will be taking an argument as name, and we will be using this keyword, this dot name equal to name, and it will take the value from the Visualforce page, and this will be stored to the Apex variable name, whatever we are using it over here. Now let's go to the next question. Which fields are automatically indexed in Salesforce? So the custom fields marked as an external ID or a unique field, then primary keys such as ID, name and owner fields. After that, audit dates such as system mod stamp, then foreign keys such as lookup or master detail relationship fields. So basically these are the fields that are automatically indexed in Salesforce. After that, what is sandbox in Salesforce? So sandbox is a similar copy of a Salesforce production for testing, development and training. So, and there are various types of sandbox, that is developer sandbox, developer pro sandbox, partial copy sandbox and full copy sandbox. So basically sandbox is a copy of your production organization, and they are completely isolated from your Salesforce production organization, and so the operations you perform in your sandboxes do not affect your Salesforce production of the organization and vice versa. So we will start with understanding the use of developer sandbox. So basically a developer sandbox is a copy of production, and it copies all the application and configuration information to the sandbox. And this type of sandboxes are limited to 200 MB of test or sample data, and which is enough for many development and testing tasks. Also, you can refresh a developer sandboxes once per day. Now the next one is developer pro sandbox. So developer pro sandboxes also copy all of your production organizations reports, dashboards, price books, products, apps and such as customizations, also under setup, and but also exclude all of your organizations standard and custom object records, documents and attachments. So this type of sandboxes are limited to 1 GB of test or sample data, which is greater than the developer sandbox, the basic developer sandbox. So we can refresh the developer pro sandboxes once per day as similar to the previous one. Then comes partial copy sandboxes. So the partial copy sandboxes or partial data sandbox is a developer sandbox plus the data you define in a sandbox template, and it includes the reports, dashboards and price books, products, apps and customizations under setup, including all of your organization's metadata. So additionally, as defined by the sandbox template, partial data sandboxes or partial copy sandboxes can include all your organization's standard and custom object records, documents and attachments up to 5 GB of data and a maximum of 10,000 records per selected object. Also, a partial data sandbox is smaller than a full sandbox and has a shorter refresh interval, and you can refresh a partial copy sandbox every 5 days. Now the final one is full copy sandbox. So a full copy sandbox are also an exact copy of production, including standard and custom object records, attachments and documents, and the memory it is having is it can store up to 5 GB of your data, and the refresh rate of the full copy sandbox is you can refresh it in every 29 days. So it is smaller in comparison to the previous sandboxes that we have came across. Now let's move on to the next question, that is why we use batch apex instead of normal apex. So we'll see the difference between batch apex and normal apex over here. So normal apex uses 100 records per cycle to execute SOQL queries, whereas batch Apex does the same in 200 records per cycle. After that, a normal Apex can retrieve 50,000 SOQL queries, whereas in batch Apex, there can be 50 million SOQL queries that can be retrieved. And a batch Apex has a heap size of 12 MB, whereas a normal Apex has less heap size, that is of 6 MB. So that is why it is preferable to use batch Apex instead of normal Apex. Now let's move on to the next question. How can you call an Apex class in Salesforce? So here are the ways to call an Apex class in Salesforce, and you have to remember these processes as we oftenly uses Apex class in Salesforce. So to call an Apex class, we have to start from the Visual Force page. We can use developer console. We can use JavaScript links. We can also use a trigger, and we can call it from another classes. And finally, we can use home page components for calling an Apex class in Salesforce. Now let's move on to the final interview question of this session. What is process builder in Salesforce? Let's go to the definition first. What is process builder? So process builder helps you to automate business processes like record, update, email alerts, and any task you assign. And the process uses custom or standard objects with related actions to automate a business process, and it does it all without a single line of code. And here are the process involved in the process builder in Salesforce. It starts with creating records, then updating records, posting on chatter, quick actions to fix anything that you want, then launching or triggering the flow, submitting the record automatically for approval, calling or triggering Apex code, and finally invoking another process.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce certification course for administrator and app builder, which will enable you to learn skills like using Salesforce to optimize marketing and sales processes, build custom apps, and automate customer relationship management processes. Through this course, you will learn SFDC, Salesforce administration, and app builder tech stack from top 1% industry experts around the world. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth with Salesforce.